has bunted on his own.
I know, but they got him a couple ABs in the game. It's not like he didn't contribute or they didn't get a chance to use him. They did. I don't know. We're going to reach a point where there's a question about over-managing versus doing everything you can. I know if it would have come up, Mason Engler's spot, they would have had to go. They gave up the DH yesterday because of all the machinations of the manager. Anyway, it didn't matter. Tigers won. They won 3 straight. And you may have watched. I say may. I want to really ask that question next. The Roku test. No excuses. This isn't the same thing as the Bally complaints. Did you watch on Sunday, or is it something else? It's 97.1. The Roku test. A test for Tiger fans. We want to hear from you this morning, 248-539-9797. It's not some complicated test. You don't have to answer a series of questions. It's not a fitness test. You don't have to run a mile.
It's pass-fail.
It's pass-fail. Did you watch? And I know you're going, hold on. Here's why I'm asking. I understand that some of you do not want to pay $20 a month for Bally.
Mm-hmm.
You think they're a bunch of crooks. You think it's too expensive. It doesn't work. Whatever. Your personal finances, I'm not going to shame you. Bills are tough. Times are tough.
Could Draymond Green afford it, though?
No. Stoney, you're going to set me off. This NBA's not set up for us to get wealthy. Signed guy who's made $170 million. He's been fined a couple times. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo.
I know.
Your endorsements more than cover it. You'll make a bunch as a media guy afterward. Anyway, as an NBA player, he's made a lot of money. Yeah. Most people in our audience are not Draymond Green. If you didn't pay for Bally, if you've been kind of on the outside, fine. But you don't have that excuse yesterday. Roku is free. It's a device. It's an app. It's a browser. You can get it on your smart TV in a lot of cases. It was not a cost question on Sunday. It was a, are they worth your time question.
Or a knowledge question because...
Oh, you could jump through the hoops?
I didn't know. I didn't know it was even on Roku till it was late.
But it's 11:30 game. You know something's up, right?
Yeah. But when I found out it was on Roku, my ignorant, it's me, I'm ignorant, thought that Roku was, and I know they are like this, but like you mentioned, you can get it in other places. But to me, Roku was a Fire Stick.
Right.
And I didn't have one. So I couldn't watch Roku.
So I have, it's like a little Roku box. Basically, it's got like the speakers, and then it just, you connect it to your TV.
Right.
And that's our upstairs TV. So that TV, I can go to Roku and I can open the Hulu app, which is most of my cable, or I can click the Bally app and I can watch Bally. Or in this case, I just kept going until it was the Roku channel, and there it was, free, staring me in the face. Now, people may not have realized that, and maybe that's the answer. You would have had to jump through a couple hoops, and I know there have been people hesitant to jump through the hoops to be streamers in the first place, but guys, there was a cost of $0.00. So if you were ever going to at least make the attempt, because then you can't tell me it's about the money with Bally's.
No.
Then you don't wanna jump through the hoops. Maybe they're not good enough for you to jump through those hoops.
Exactly.
I think it may come down to that. I really wonder if that's just the honest to goodness answer is the team's not good enough. I know they won a couple games over the weekend. Still got a losing record. It's my Sunday. It's Memorial Day weekend. I'll have it on in the car when we're driving somewhere. I'll put it on my phone if we're out on the boat. But I'm not doing it.
Right.
So that's why it's the Roku test. It's not about money anymore. It's about, did you make time to jump through the hoops to set aside streaming time to watch your baseball team for free? 248-539-9797. We can get to Bill in a cell. Bill, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Hey, what's up?
I watched it for free, and it was, I don't have Roku or anything like that, but I do have the MLB app. So it's free through T-Mobile users. So I normally go check on that and just listen to the radio, but I check on that, hit MLB TV, and it popped right up. So I just went to my home TV. MLB app was already there and came up for free.
Oh, so it takes out the blackout restrictions when it's on Roku, maybe.
Yeah, probably like it does with FS1 or anything else. I didn't.
So there was a workaround, even for people who just wanted to try that way.
It wasn't on MLB Network. I know that.
No, they didn't do that. And it was Dan Dickerson with Joe Carter.
Joe Carter. Touch them all.
I sense a little bit of resentment even to this day.
Yeah, it wasn't one Mitch Williams. Great.
By the way, they only showed it a couple times.
Did they? Because I didn't watch.
They did. And he actually told the story. He goes, I think he said he was sitting curveball actually, or breaking ball, and he ended up getting the fastball and did the damage with it anyway. I'm sure that doesn't make you feel any better. Mm-hmm. And he must have referenced, hey, they're like bringing me back to my day with all these, home runs and offense. And Tigers hit 4 home runs on Sunday. Vierling had 2 of them, walk-off winner, and the Tigers advance to the next series here. 248-539-9797. Some ticket text for what we guys have seen. We also asked the question, did they fool you?
Right.
Are you willing to be fooled is maybe another way of looking at it. Are you open to the idea that this team can go on some kind of run? I remain skeptical.
We all are skeptical.
Stoney, you are skeptical. The guy coming in at 10 o'clock I don't think is quite as skeptical. We'll hear from Mark Ryan. He is in for Carson Anderson on this Memorial Day. Ticket Texter says, enough with the Roku. It's over and done with. Yeah, they might not even have another Roku game this season. But I think it's just an interesting litmus test for where you're at as a Tigers fan,
Correct.
whether or not you're interested or not.
But yesterday may not have even been a fair test because
Holiday?
it was a holiday weekend.
Yeah, maybe that's the answer.
I don't know.
They're not playing today on a holiday, though.
No, they're not. Which
Do I need to get you started on that?
Old school tradition, all that stuff. To me, there's always a baseball game on Memorial Day.
And there are.
Yes.
Just not our team.
Not our team.
It used to be. I feel like everybody played on Memorial Day.
Yes, it's not like there's. It's now that you have interleague play and everybody plays each other now. The schedule, it's even. I understood in the past sometimes because it was 15 in the American League, 15 in the National League. You couldn't always have. You had to have an interleague game every day. Now, it makes no sense to me.
Are we complaining that we can't watch the Tigers today? I'm just trying to understand.
Well, yeah. Well, we
in
can't.
some way,
Ready? I'm complaining I can't listen to the Tigers today.
I'm just clarifying because there have been people who've pointed out not watching them has been kind of a gift.
Yeah.
And that they have not been very good this season. But then we're going to turn around and go, but I wish they were on today on Memorial Day. I think traditionally, though, you are used to having.
Yes.
I can't. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. I feel like last year they're on Memorial Day, right? The year before that. I feel like every year they're always playing on Memorial Day.
I would think so. When I was a kid, there used to be a ton of Memorial. I don't know if you can fathom this, Jim. Traditional Memorial Day doubleheaders.
Oh, they play two.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now we don't get one.
Right.
I think
It was
it's like
single admission. It wasn't, a day-night doubleheader. Single admission, And as a kid, we played, our Little League team, we always had a game on Memorial Day. Memorial Day, 4th of July. You always played on those holidays.
Baseball has a pared down card today. Some teams are playing, but it's not everybody. It's not like the Tigers are the only exception. There's a bunch of teams that aren't playing today.
I know.
I don't get it.
No.
You know what it is, too? This is the start of summer. I know what the calendar says. Technically, summer isn't until later. This is the unofficial kickoff of summer, Memorial Day, right? People are out grilling. They're outdoors.
Pools are open.
Pools
I was
and
in a
lakes
pool
and
for the
boats.
first time on Saturday, yes.
There you go. Yeah, by this point, pools are open. This is the start of summer, and baseball is summer.
Yes.
You should be playing baseball on one of the quintessential summer days. I know May is not the summer, but this is the kickoff of summer to a lot of people.
I know a lot of people, the start of summer is the day Wojo complains about the days are now are going to start getting shorter.
So he complains
on June 20th, the first day of summer.
And I've heard him do that. I've done the opposite today. I have celebrated today because the off season gets shorter. We are closer to the start of football season than the end of football season. It's a reverse Wojo.
By the way, we got some texts about when we were talking about lacrosse. What Aiden Hutchinson was all state at Divine Child.
Bob the Lax guy. He's listening this morning.
Lacrosse.
Yeah. He says one more Lax fact. Aiden Hutchinson played Divine Child and was fun to watch. I believe he was second team all state. Stoney was caught up watching lacrosse last night.
I'll probably watch a little bit of it today.
Another text
the
said,
men's.
Yeah, there you go. One more said they were caught watching curling. No, hurling, an Irish game.
Oh, hurl! You talk about violence.
Hurling?
Oh, you got.
I thought it was a typo.
No, go
hurling.
Go YouTube some hurling. I'm my words of describing things have diminished over the years, but they carry a stick, okay, that is curled a little bit.
It kind of looks like.
And they throw the ball up and they whack it, and it's a violent sport. Hurling, they used to show it on Wide World of Sports a lot of times.
How would you describe? It's like a club with like a almost like an oversized wooden spoon.
Yes, exactly.
Like a spatula meets wooden spoon.
Yes,
oversized.
And the ball is hard, basically, and you.
So this guy's swinging at it like it's baseball.
Yeah, you throw it up and you hit it, and as you're running,
they're wearing like hockey helmets.
Yeah,
and it's violent.
You gotta watch some video. I'm telling you,
I'll pull up some hurling.
Some really good.
I might get some different things.
That's for the 4th of July, the Nathans thing. They hurl after that.
Some votes for rock skipping. Anyway, we'll collect some of your thoughts. 248-539-9797. Tigers, random sports you're watching. It's 97.1. I'm in the middle of a 5-minute YouTube video on Irish hurling, the fastest game on grass. Stoney, this video is like 15 years old.
Oh, really?
But they are getting after it. I don't know any of the rules. None of this makes any sense.
I don't remember the rules either. I just used to be captivated by watching it on ABC's Wild World of Sports. And then, these guys, they hurling, and then they go shower with their Irish Spring soap afterwards. But
so, like, the dribbling looks like they're kind of tapping it up in the air.
Kind of like in lacrosse, you cradle while you... This is... Yeah.
But then I've also seen them bounce it to dribble it, too.
I don't know.
I've seen them just run with it, which doesn't seem like you should be allowed to do that. But anyway, they're wearing the helmets. They're throwing these sticks around. I've never seen anything like it. It's hurling.
I know.
It's kind of like lacrosse, which you got caught up watching the other night.
The women's game.
You couldn't stop watching it. You just thriller back and forth. What else is going on?
It is more difficult to be a goalie in lacrosse than it is in goalie in ice hockey.
Why?
Because
the pads?
Well, no. The net, even though the net is it
looks smaller.
It's smaller, but especially in the men's game because of the power of the speed of the shot, the bounce. Those balls bounce, and you have a lot of times no idea where it's going. And because of the way, I don't know, it's tougher, put it that way.
Let's get to Scott in Rochester. Some of Scott's thoughts here on 97.1.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, my thing is with the Tigers, they've told us numerous times they're going to be more towards player development than actually going out there and spending and buying talent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a philosophy. But the problem is they're not developing the talent. So after you get done not developing the talent, do you just accept you're going to suck all year? Or don't you have to go out and buy some bats?
Well, yes, you should buy some bats. In fairness, this whole, new regime or new way of developing talent, we have to give it a couple more years. If you've been reading, look, Keith looks like he's getting better. There are guys on the farm who look like they're getting better. I was reading, I think it was Lynn Henning and something from The Athletic the other day. McGonigal and Max Clark are, granted, it doesn't mean anything.
They're pretty low level right now.
Yeah, but they're starting to show that they can play.
Remember under Alavila for 3 years in a row, we had the sixth best farm system, the fifth, and then the second. And what did that amount to?
Well, so at the time, you're right. The names that we would have been excited about would have been a number 1 overall pick, Casey Mize. Oops. He's got a 6 ERA in the month of May. Doesn't get the put away pitches, the swing and miss stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Torkelson, another number 1 overall pick. That would have really carried their minor league ranking, right?
Yeah.
Even with the home runs of late, in totality, disappointing season. It's a reminder, prospects are far from a given.
Exactly.
Especially in baseball. They're chips that could develop, or when Dabrowski was here, that you would trade for more proven players.
Right.
And I don't know what Scott Harris' vision is long term. I know short term he seems to be fine letting it play out. But okay, Cole Keith, I like that he finally hit a home run. I do think he's a guy who could end up sticking. But again, in totality, still hasn't been a good year for Cole Keith. So if this was the selling point was development, and we haven't seen sustained development, there's not much of a selling point for the season.
No, I think you've seen, not just because he hit his first home run. I think lately he's been much better.
Yeah, what is it in May? I think he was hitting 300 without pulling up the specifics.
Right. His OPS is over 5 now.
Which is still not good.
No, I know. It's 589 if my math is correct, which is not good.
Not good.
But he's still so young. I mean, let's see what happens. I mean, he played what, half a season in AAA last year?
But Stoney, just so we're not having two different conversations, nobody's writing off Cole Keith.
No, I know.
Nobody said he can't stick at the major league level. All we're saying is if the selling point for this year is development, we have the total season numbers to indicate it hasn't happened yet. Now, if he puts together 2 months of May,
right,
carries it into June, does it again in July, throws together 3 months, get 90 to 100 days of good ball, that's a different argument. He hasn't done that yet. Right. So I don't want that to be sold as anything of anything positive yet.
But in fairness to the management here, 40, what's their record? They've played how many games? 50 games?
More than 50 now.
53 games.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's a little too early to say whether Colt Keith or any of the other young players have been properly developed.
Right, but you know people would do the opposite. If he was hitting 315 with 8 home runs, we'd be counting it, right?
Yeah.
So when he has one home run and an OPS under 600, I think we should count it too. Again, we can only count what he's done.
Correct.
We can't count what he may theoretically do.
But then again, if he was on fire, we'd also, the cynicism, the skeptic would sit there and go, Shelton.
Bosch.
Yeah.
And Baду. Yeah,
right.
We've had those stories.
Right.
Yeah. My point is, if this was a developmental year and they didn't sign the bats to, take those spots, they wanted those young guys to get the ABs, then okay. A lot of work still to do.
Right.
And anybody that's selling that this is going to be a turnaround at some point this season needs to understand that's not the goal.
No.
That's not the primary focus.
Mm.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Texter says they've been watching Danish pro soccer. Says their team just won the championship. Derby and A2.
Wow.
Danish pro soccer.
Now, Denmark has been in the World Cup. I know that, but I've never watched Danish professional soccer.
So you think of, again, I'm not a big soccer person, but there's the EPL, English Premier League.
Correct.
Right? And then you've got big leagues in Germany's the Bundesliga.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never thought of professional Danish soccer.
Yeah, maybe Roku can pick up the pick up the rights for Danish soccer.
So you didn't watch, but there's some of the shows that they had advertised. None of them looked interesting to me.
On Roku?
On Roku. I'm like, who is watching these shows?
So Roku is just one network? Or?
Yeah, apparently, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, I use it as a vehicle.
Right.
But I was able to tap into that, and anybody could for free yesterday. But some of the commercials, I'm like, I've never even heard of these shows. None of these are standing up. But yes, it's its own channel. And maybe they could pick up some Danish pro soccer. Hurling is the most intense sport, says Mitch in Chicago. Says it's great. This one says, Costa has already stated that Torque's season is officially a failure. What a tool.
When did you say that?
Was that today? I
Definitely,
definitely didn't say it today.
Well, it definitely wasn't today. But when you look.
He said, Costa already just stated is officially a failure. What a tool.
Well,
let's pick up Torkelson's season stats. You tell me what it looks like to you, Stoney. Let's just be fair and objective.
He's batting .218 with an on-base percentage of .286.
His OPS is .644, which ranks 141st in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Disappointment.
Yes.
He can change it.
Yes.
But let's call it what it is today. Spencer Torkelson's time as a Detroit Tiger. Career numbers this season to disappointment. Don't run from it.
No.
Don't soft pedal it.
No.
Just because I'm not talking to you, Stoney, but just take a text. Just because you're a fan doesn't mean it's going to be the way you want it to be. He has been a disappointment. And if that makes me a bad guy, then too bad.
You're a bad guy. He has had 3 really good months
at the end of last year.
Career.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Is it even 3? It's like August and September?
I think
July too is what you're counting?
Since the All-Star break.
Okay. Yeah. Post All-Star break last season. Anyway, 248.
Does he still lead the American League in doubles?
I think Bobby Witt has passed him.
Oh, okay.
I fight this with people.
I'm glad he was 3 for 5 yesterday. I mean, that's good. I mean, people don't understand when you get accused of being negative or whatever. It's basically just factual. Everybody, I think, on this station. Oh, Mike's a Yankee fan, and I am a Tiger fan before I'm a Philly fan. They're my B team. We want them to do well. We want them to win. I am a fan. It does us good when the local teams are better. It's like all those years when the Lions sucked, okay? Oh, you guys love it because the phones light up on Mondays after that. Yeah, that's true. They do light up. But you know what? They light up when they win, too. And when you have a winning team, more people listen. If you want to play the radio station angle, it's good. We want them to win.
Yeah, on a personal level, I grew up here. These are my teams. I root for my teams. It's more fun when they win. Professional level, it's not even close. People claim that losing, fires people up and you get phone calls. Great, you get angry phone calls on the Monday after your NFL team sucks. Guess what? We got to do the job on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday as well. And if nobody cares because the team's bad, that's not as rewarding for what we do.
Exactly.
And now, what would be the easiest thing in the world to do, though, Stoney, would be to pander to people. Mm-hmm. The easiest thing would be to tell people your team's actually good when they're not. But I'm not going to lie to people.
No.
I won't do it. And I hope you have a little respect for that I wouldn't just come on here and go, well, just you wait when the bats heat up, yada, yada, yada. Like, I won't do it. I'm just going to tell you what I see and call it how I see it. And that doesn't mean I'm always right.
No.
But the idea that anybody wants this team to fail is wrong. I would love to have a team that's in the hunt again, to where we are breaking down baseball on a daily basis, to where the product is deserving of that.
I'll never forget. I was in New York. God, when I tell you the player involved, it was years ago, listening to Mike and the Mad Dog, driving from Philadelphia to New York, putting on WFAN. They were breaking down a decision about Barry Bonds, a pitching change, because I think the Mets were playing him, for the entire 2.5 hours that I was in the car. You know how much fun it was when the Tigers were good and we'd sit there and, why did Leland do this? Or what,
the lineup card would come out. It'd be a huge story.
It was great. We want them to do well.
Again, I think especially in today's day and age, the easiest thing to do, especially with social media, is to tell people they're pretty. It's to do the sorority girl routine where you go, yes, queen, you look great. Everything's great. You're so special. And you get likes and retweets and we're all happy. It's the easiest thing to do. It's not the most honest thing to do.
No, it's not. And
when the teams are good, by the way, it's not like we sit here and wish ill on them. When the Red Wings were winning, I had the car flags. I got made fun of for it, but I wanted to jump on board and be excited. When the Lions, when they made the run at the end of 22, we all spent, and collectively, I'm not taking credit, we all spent that next year going, just you wait, here come the Lions.
Right.
F what history says, they're going to win. We're excitable. We've had so much losing. We're excited to jump on as soon as we get something real, but I'm not going to cheapen it by telling you what we've got right now in the diamond is real.
Now, there are times when sometimes they're too quick to jump on and off the quote-unquote bandwagon, although I hate that term.
I know.
But yes, we're in a knee-jerk society. But what our eyes tell us about this baseball team is more that they're 26-27, not that they've won 3 out of 4.
Exactly. Anyway, Mark Ryan's coming up next. We'll get some crosstalk with him. Question about Memorial Day as well. It's next, 97.1.
Amen.
Amen, Stoney. Amen, Cookies.
That man will be taking you from 10 to 2 in place of Carson Anderson today. He is in for Crosstalk. He is Mark Ryan. A lot of energy when you came out of the scene.
Oh, man. You got to, man. If you're not excited about what you're talking about, why should your audience be? You guys do a great job of that. It's funny. I was driving in today. I thought I was listening to a best of, and then I get in and the guys are really here. They're really here. Talking about obscure sports, giving me some good knowledge on the Detroit Tigers minor league. Guys, you're sounding good. Great to be here with you.
Thank you.
But tell me you've cooled down a little on the Tigers here, right? I mean, we're looking at a team with a losing record, 4th place in the division, 10 games out.
Okay.
Tell me we've collectively done a cool down
like,
here, and we haven't,
we haven't ordered your playoff tickets.
No, we haven't yet. But I will tell you this, Cookies. The last 2 years, there have been 4 teams that have produced the Tigers' run total, 4.25 runs a game, and have made the playoffs. The last 2 years, an average of 2 per year. The last 2 years, the teams that have made the playoffs have had an average ERA of 4.02. The Tigers are at 3.63. So the averages of runs scored a game, like everyone talks about this team like the 40-year-old virgin scores more, the reality is they're in the middle third of MLB teams in terms of runs scored this year right now. Could be worse, could be better. I'm trying to figure out why in the hell this team plays better away from Comerica than in front of these good people, but that's where we are.
Let me ask you a question here. I know you grew up in different parts of the country, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who is your favorite pro? I know you're a Florida. The Gators are your life. Pro teams. Who were your pro teams growing up?
Oh, boy, gosh, Tony. I would say the Oilers, the Houston Oilers, were my team growing up.
Earl Campbell and those guys? Okay.
Yeah, like Warren Moon was my generation, like Ernest Givens, Lorenzo White.
Okay.
That team, I cried like a little bee when they lost to the Buffalo Bills 35-3. I was way too old to be crying when that happened, but that most certainly happened. And so when I say, pro teams, people have a hard time conceptualizing, man, you don't really have it. But like, I like the Buccaneers, right?
Right.
But I'll tell you this, knowing that I was applying for this job, I was rooting for the Lions in that game. Okay? Mm-hmm. So I have likes, but I don't have loves.
Okay.
In terms of pro sports.
Is it because you've moved around so much? Like
That's
you don't anchor in. I mean, I'm not blaming you. I think that's just the psychology of it, right?
That's it. That's 100% it. So like, Florida is the tried and true. They come with me wherever I go. The Gators. Outside of that,
you have like a John Reeves tattoo or Carlos Alvarez? See, that's how old I am. That was my first incarnation of Florida football.
Yeah,
John
man.
Reeves, and he got drafted by the Eagles and sucked.
Yeah. Well, we're going back to the dark ages with the way we've been lately. Incidentally, guys, I've got a success, the measure of success for Michigan and Michigan State on the show today.
Oh, I love college football.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Get into it.
Got a measure of success on the show today. I saw something at the Tigers game yesterday that just can't happen in this city. That's going to be coming your way at 10:20. Plus, we've got the 10 most important Lions for success in 2024 and the stadiums you must see in person before you die.
All sports.
All sports. All of those coming up between 10A and 2P today. How do you feel about that, Stoney?
Well, I like the menu. Baseball, I've been to Fenway, so that's number one.
Same.
I haven't been to Lambeau. That's the one I haven't been.
Have you done Wrigley?
Yes.
Okay. Easy Midwest.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the only two in baseball. Well, I guess you should go see PNC Park in Camden. I've seen Camden.
Okay.
But that's about it. Yankee Stadium sucks.
Well, especially the new one.
Yeah.
They tried to fabricate
I know.
the old Yankee Stadium, and you can't do that.
Can't fake it.
You can't do that at all. It's got to be all new.
Are you a college basketball guy?
Oh, you big time.
The Palestra in Philly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This guy's going to talk your ear off about Philadelphia. Let's let you
I'm
get
gonna
to your
stop,
show.
yes. Happy Memorial Day, everyone.
Happy Memorial Day. Absolutely. Mark Ryan is next, 97.1.
We're brought to you by the good people at Wendy's. Matt Vierling drives in 4 runs on 4 hits and 2 dingers. Tigers outlasted Jays 14-11, taking 3 of 4 in the weekend series. Walk-off homer by Vierling coming with 2 out in the 9th. Hello, A.J. Hinch. Pitchers duel, it was not. Tigers banging out 17 hits and 4 home runs. Toronto, 14 hits and 3 bombs. Kelly and Torkelson also went deep for Detroit. Tigers 26-27. Back in action Tuesday. They're off Memorial Day. And they have the first of 2 Tuesday against the Pirates at Comerica Park. Reigning National League MVP, the Braves' Ronald Acuna Jr. out for the season with a torn ACL. Stanley Cup Eastern Conference Finals, Rangers over Florida 5-4. That was in overtime. They now lead it 2-1. NBA Western Conference Finals, Dallas 116, Minnesota 107. Could have 2 sweeps in the conference finals in the NBA. Mavericks lead it 3-0. Michigan Panthers in UFL action defeating Houston 26-22. And at the Brickyard, Joseph Newgarden winning his 2nd straight Indy 500 and a classic finish. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mark Ryan, 97.1. The tickets. Fantastic to be with you guys on a Memorial Day. Rolling on until 2 o'clock p.m. Coming up over the next 4 hours today. Something I saw something yesterday at Comerica Park that just can't happen in this city. Period. End of story. Thanks for playing. Just can't happen. All right. We've got the 10 most important Lions for 2024 segment. We're going to reveal the first couple of guys right there. A success plan for Michigan and Michigan State football in 2024. What is the official measure of success? We have got today, and my producers are learning about this for the first time. Jake, Bobby, we have got your favorite sports songs coming up on the show today. They look very afraid. Very, very afraid. Plus the stadiums you must see before you die and so much more coming your way. Coming your way today between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Absolutely, positively thrilled to be here, my friends. So, guys, here's the thing. I am tired of, as you guys know, hearing all of the complaining about the Tigers when the team wins. All right? When the team wins. I'm tired of hearing that. All right? There's plenty of time if you guys are right and this team is as bad as you guys seem to say that they are. There's going to be plenty of time for you to complain. Yesterday, we got the best game of the entire year. Okay? And I'm on the air immediately after the game, and all I'm hearing is the Tigers gave up 11 runs. You're never going to beat a real team playing like that. There's only a matter of time before the wheels fall off for this team. Well, that's how you want to look at it. If that's how you want to look at it, good on you. That's fine. Here's how I look at it. A team that you didn't think could score. Okay? A team that you didn't think could score. An offense that was on the milk carton. If you've seen them, contact your local authorities. We're worried about their well-being. Won a game when they gave up 11 runs. Is that not winning in different ways? Is that not achieving that? I mean, am I wrong here? I mean, I was impressed, frankly, with what I saw yesterday. Very impressed with what I saw yesterday. You know, that game, if you Look at the win probability for that game. It was multiple personality disorder. It was, in the 7th inning, Tigers 94.2% chance to win. In the 8th inning, when Toronto went ahead by way of a 3-run home run, Detroit had a 90% chance of losing. 94% chance of winning in the 7th inning. 90% chance of losing in the 8th inning. They win the game. They win the game. Frankly, I know. You're called a homer. You're called too positive. If you say something like this in this town, perish the thought. Am I allowed to tell you? I was proud of them. I was proud of them. They did something yesterday I didn't think they could do. You didn't think they could do. But instead of saying, man, I was wrong, which I would delightfully take those phone calls, what I got was, yeah, but they still suck. Diarrhea of the mouth. It's awful. It's horrible. We asked you guys yesterday, scale of 1 to 100, what is your gut feeling that this team will be in the playoff picture, defined as being within 3 games of the final playoff berth come September 1st? I said 43. If 50 is an exact coin flip on a scale of 1 to 100, I said 43. Okay? So, why am I so bullish on this team? Why am I so bullish? Well, guys, here you go. The Tigers are averaging 4.25 runs a game. Mark Ryan, you ask, how does that compare to the rest of Major League Baseball? They're 19th. You guys talk about them like that they're the bad news bears of offense. Okay? There's 30 teams. There's 11 of them that are worse than your team in terms of offensive production. The last 2 years, there have been 3 teams that have made the playoffs below the Tigers' run total. 4 right about the Tigers' run total. Last year, the Miami Marlins made the playoffs scoring 4.07 runs a game. Again, the Tigers right now are at 4.25. Year before last, Tampa Bay made the playoffs 4.07 runs a game. That same year, Cleveland made the playoffs 4.23 runs a game. Seattle made the playoffs 4.27 runs a game. 4 teams the last 2 years have made the playoffs at or below what your Detroit Tigers are continuously doing. Yeah, but we suck, blah. Diarrhea of the mouth, blah. Not going to be positive, blah. Okay. Look, guys, I understand the play in the month of May has sucked. It's blown. It's been awful. Fully. Praise where warranted. Criticize where warranted. But when you look at the trend lines, okay, there is a model for this team, a sexy model, if I might add. A model for this team to achieve unbelievable success. That model most certainly exists. So, right now, the Tigers are 9th in ERA. 3.63 team ERA right now for the Detroit Tigers. I went back and I looked at the playoff teams from a year ago. What was their team ERA? Anyone? Bueller? Fry? What was their team ERA? The average of the 12 teams who made the playoffs last year, the ERA was 4.02. The Tigers are at 3.63. The average ranking of the ERAs of the teams that made the playoffs last year, 10.4. The Tigers' ERA rank right now is 9th. The 2 teams that made the World Series last year, the Rangers and the Arizona Diamondbacks, had ERA ranks out of 30 teams of 18th and 20th. 6 of the playoff teams last year. In other words, half of the playoff teams had ERAs over 4. So when I put it like that to you, my friends, and when you get out of the bubble of negativity that sometimes exists wherever you are, right? Sometimes a new perspective is nice. I'm Mark Ryan. I'll be your Huckleberry here to try to provide that. I'm not saying Detroit in and of itself is alone in having this bubble of negativity. I once went on the air in Houston and said that the fans needed to apologize to the Houston Texans. They were in a bubble of negativity surrounding that team. Tired of always being on the cusp of making the playoffs and either just getting in and getting smoked or not getting in at all. So the reality is, guys, there is a very, very clear roadmap for this team to make the playoffs. They've got to get a little bit better offensively, and guess what? They are. They are. From 3.98 runs a game a few weeks ago to now 4.25 today. Little by little, inch by inch, torque by Keith, they are. Little by little. Use history as your guide. 4 teams the last 2 years have made the playoffs at or below Detroit's run total per game. 6 teams last year, half of the playoff teams, made the playoffs with an ERA over 4. The average ERA rank last year was 10.4. The Tigers are at 9. Guys, come on. There is a very, very clear path forward for this Tigers team. And I'm making it so that you have to be blind not to be able to see it. Let's get to Ronnie in Howell, who leads us off here today. Hey, Ronnie, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
It's good, man. Great to be here with you.
Yeah, happy Memorial Day.
You too.
I'm glad to hear that someone in the media has got trying to inject some positivity, I
am fighting the losing fight, Ronnie, but I am, like Jon Snow, I am carrying the flag into battle.
I do that on the sports groups I'm in with Michigan Wolverines and the Lions fans groups. It's like, man, we just won 12 games. None of you people predicted that we would win 12 games at the beginning of the season. I did, though. But, let alone make it to the championship game. But yet you go into groups, they talk about, that pass golf through was a duck, Oh, my God, he fit it in a tight window, But, yeah, it's a duck pass. It's always something negative. And it's nice, even some of your colleagues there, they'll seems like when they wake up at the beginning of the day, what am I going to talk about?
But Ronnie, here's what I would say. It's not just my colleagues doing it. It's the whole entity. It's the whole city. It's the greater metro. And I do get the sense that 75 to 80% of fans want to see some taste of a positive light, And I get the sense that the hosts here on The Ticket want to be able to find some positivity as well. So again, Ronnie, I'll be your Huckleberry. Okay? If there is positivity to be found, I'll find it, my friend. I'll find it and I'll deliver it to you.
And I believe sometimes, I know they probably try to stay away from it, but, some of what's being said in the media trickles down and is heard by the players too. And, they don't want to hear that,
No, you're 100% right. And Ronnie, again, we now have a super large sample size. Ronnie, thanks so much for the phone call. Super large sample size. Okay? The last 2 years, over 100 games, 100 data points. The Tigers have been better away from Comerica than at Comerica. You don't think the negativity has anything to do with that? You think it has nothing to do with that? Explain it to me. Because if it has nothing to do with that, then Scott Harris did a poor job putting together a team that can play in the stadium that it has. That's the GM's job, Tailor your team to the stadium you have, because baseball's the only sport where the arena in which you play is not uniform. A GM's job, you play in Fenway, you get a bunch of right-handed power hitters that can hit the ball over the wall. Or you get a bunch of left-handed power hitters where you don't have to worry about it. David Ortiz, Big Papi. You tailor your team to the ballpark. And the Tigers play worse here in front of you. Why? Up next, maybe all the happiness comes crashing down right now because I saw something yesterday at Comerica Park that just can't happen in this city. Mark Ryan, Bobby, Jake, all here with you. Happy Memorial Day, my friends. 97 won the ticket. Mark Ryan, 97.1, The Ticket. Matt, Ticket Texter, says there's nothing happy about people who have died for this country. Stop wishing a happy Memorial Day. Matt, you sound like you're a lot of fun at parties. What I would say, guys, is I always go on Memorial Day to this quote. General George S. Patton, it is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men lived. General George S. Patton. So, Matt, happy Memorial Day. Okay? Happy Memorial Day. It is an honor to those who served. It is an honor to those who paid with their lives. Okay? It's an honor. Today is an honor. Serve them in honor. All right? And cheer up. You know, there's plenty of time to be miserable. Cheer up. Let's get to Mike in Oxford, who's up next. Hey, Mike, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, Mark, how are you today?
I'm doing well, pal.
Well, you know, I think you answered your own question. The Tigers are not good for the Comerica Park. It's been like that for years. We don't have a team that can hit in that ballpark. That's why we play better. They play better in other stadiums. I mean, Wojo said this before, too. Like, it's not a good ballpark for the way this team's constructed.
You know, but who does that fall on, though? You know, I mean, Harris, at some point he has to be judged. Is it too soon to judge him for that? Mike, I think part of it is also, you know, everyone always waiting for the other shoe to drop around this team. So I think it's multifactorial. I think, yes, maybe this team is not built for this ballpark, but then, you know, when they're able to get away from this city a bit, they're able to get away from the negativity, they're able to get away with the boo birds. Mike, here's a stat that's going to blow you away, Mike. I hope you're wearing socks. I'm about to blow them off. This
Actually,
team.
I'm not, but go on.
Okay, well, your sandals, your shoes, your bare feet, whatever. I hope you have feet left after this, Mike. This team is a top half of MLB offense away from Comerica. They're 14th in run production on the road out of 30 teams. They're 27th out of 30 teams at Comerica. I mean, really. I mean, that is incredible. Can I get an amen for that?
Amen. But here's the thing, Mark. You know, unless we have Miguel Cabrera in his prime and, you know, Victor Martinez, you know, back when we had those guys, yes. But it's going to take those type of guys to hit ball in that park consistently. And the thing is this team just does not have it. So I do worry about that. And, you know, here's another thing, though. You say we're so negative. You're talking to
No, wait. Mike, time out. I say you're so negative. Mike,
well, though,
boop. Let's back that up a little bit, Mike, okay? Not you, not the fans. The vocal minority. 20% of the people. The biggest misconception you could spew out there, and that's exactly what you'd be doing, Mike, is spewing, is to say I'm saying that about everybody. Because 80% of the people are not the problem. Continue.
I think you're going to learn what, you know, when you're here, you're going to realize we have sat through the Lions. I mean, you know, we're loyal. We love our teams more than a lot of other cities.
No doubt about it.
And this is a great sports town.
No doubt about it.
With these teams, and we you know, we wear it on our shoulder. You know, a lot of teams when they're losing, they don't care. But
Mike, this is, in my opinion, a top 3 sports city in the country. This is a top 5 sports station in the country. Okay, it's why I was so tickled to be able to come here. I've been reading about this station, this city, for years. But, Mike, what I'm giving you is love. It's tough love, but it's love. And sometimes I need to help you see the forest through the trees because I am not clouded by the bubble of negativity here. Okay, so I'm just helping you see the light a little bit, my friend.
What sports cities would you put ahead of us, though? Just curious, really quick before I let you go.
Oh gosh, best sports cities. Should we do best sports cities today? What do you say we? What do you say we do best sports cities today? And I'll tell you what, Mike, I'll do them at noon. Okay. Best sports cities in America. Your request, taken request. We'll do them for you coming up today at noon, Mike. Thank you so much for the phone call. Bobby Jake, remind me. I got to do best sports cities at noon today. I got the top 5. So did you see Mike was already painting that, though, in a negative light? Did you guys notice that? Mike was already saying, what sports city do you have ahead of us? If you have one ahead of us, I got a problem with that. Mike was already going down that road. He's already going down that road. Like guys, there are some things for which second place or third place or fourth place is not the first loser. Okay? That you guys are one of the best. You know what would make you a little bit better? Appreciating some of the glory that you're getting. Okay? Appreciating how beautiful of a state. Like I move here, guys, and I'm like, dear God, I come here in February. Everybody in the Carolinas says, you're not going to like it there. You're not going to take the job. You're going to be coming back. I come here in February to visit. I'm blown away. I'm blown away by the caliber of the people you are, by the passion for sports that you have, and by the beauty of this state. Then I said, okay, am I being biased here because I really want to be here? Am I being biased? I look up ranking the states by beauty. Okay? Michigan was 8th in America. 8th, top 10 in beauty. Okay? But yet everyone wants to keep dogging on our area. Whatever, man. The state that I moved from was far lower on the list. Michigan, top 10 state by beauty. But I saw something at Comerica Park yesterday that just cannot happen in this city. Can't happen. That's next. My name is Mark Ryan. Great to be with you. Happy Memorial Day. 97 won the ticket. Mark Ryan, 97.1, The Ticket. Great to be with you on our holiday. Guys, talking to you, giving you some positivity. Some take that as tough love. Some take that as criticism. I'm here to offer an alternative viewpoint. Like Green Day says, I want to be the minority. Okay, so I'm happy to do that. I've been a natural contrarian my entire life. You give me adages, defense wins championships. I'm going to tell you that 5 of the last 6 Super Bowl champions were top 10 in offense. 3 were bottom half in defense. You're going to tell me that pitching wins championships in baseball? Really? Well, in the 2011 World Series, the Rangers and the Cardinals had postseason ERAs over 5. Last 5 World Series champions averaged more than 5 runs a game offensively. Top 5 teams offensively. That's what wins. I naturally try to disprove, right? That's what I do. But I did see something yesterday at Comerica Park, which just can't happen. And, I went back and I'm watching highlights of the game and everything because they put the game on stupid Roku, and I'm not doing that. The game is on Bally Sports every single day. Then randomly it's on Roku, and like hook, line, and sinker, I'm just supposed to scramble to get something hooked up. And guys, if you did that, you're screwing us in the future. I'm guilty too. They put the playoff game in 30 below, Miami and Kansas City, 30 below 0 this January on the Peacock network, and I call poppycock on that. And I bought it for $6 like a sucker. So humiliated at myself for that. If we keep doing this stuff, they're going to keep making us get a million different apps. Oh, it's on YouTube TV. Oh, it's on Roku. Oh, it's on Apple TV. The hell with you. I want no part of that. I want no part of that at all. Stop doing that. Stop rewarding these guys. Yesterday, they had the best game of the year on Roku. And some of you were happy about it because you couldn't get the game otherwise. You could see it. I was miserable. How dare you put the game of the year on an obscure stream? Give me a break. Guys, what I witnessed yesterday, which just can't happen, is a preponderance of the crowd, 60, 70, maybe at the worst 40, 50% Blue Jays fans. That can't happen here. This is one of the best sports cities in the country. That can't happen here. I wanted to make sure I was trusting what I was seeing with my eyes because both the Blue Jays and the Tigers wear blue. I spoke to 3 different people who were at the game. All 3 told me it was at least 50-50 Toronto Blue Jay fans. If you're at the game, do you care to corroborate that? 248-539-9797 is the number. That's embarrassing. That can't happen. That can't happen in one of the best sports cities in America. You know where that happens? Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, where the Carolina Panthers blow and the Packers come to town. Or the 49ers come to town. And the whole stadium are fans of that team. Because Charlotte is a bit transient anyway. No one actually comes to see the Panthers play, right? So you come to see the other team. You know where that's happened before? I've lived there. Tampa Bay, when the Bucks suck. Niners come to town, Packers come to town, Cowboys come to town. The stadium is all the fans of the other team. Toronto is 4 hours away from here. Their team is worse than your team. Okay? Their team is worse than your team. In no way, shape, or form should a fan base 4 hours away outdraw or outnumber a team that is less than a fan base that is less than 40 minutes away. I live what could be described as being pretty far away from Comerica Park. Last time I put Comerica Park in my GPS, it said 31 minutes. 31 minutes. So, let's appreciate what is. Let's honor our team, okay? Half the fans, Blue Jays fans. I mean, these people are crossing the border to outdraw us in our own park. Okay? So, the other weird thing is, and I will say this, it's odd to me that Toronto, the Canadians have had so little sports success that they just adopt all of those teams. Canadians, if you're listening, and I know you are from Windsor, hello. This is a violation of the rules of sports fandom. You don't get to claim every team from your country. Every team sucked, so everyone is going crazy when the Raptors win the NBA championship. You claim the team from your province. Okay, your province. You don't get to claim every single team. But, I was observing this yesterday on, the highlights, which I had to see via YouTube. And then I corroborated it with 3 different people who were at the game. 3 different people at the game. Yeah, Mark, it was at least 50-50 Blue Jays fans. Well, are the Blue Jays better than the Tigers? No, they're not. Are the Blue Jays closer than the Tigers? No, they're not. Then is the city of Toronto closer than the city of Detroit to Comerica Park? Let's not play whack-a-mole here. You know the answer to that. This is embarrassing. That's embarrassing. And wherever you would rank the city of Detroit among the best sports cities in the country, it got knocked down a peg when you see that. Right? There are cities in this country where that would never happen. But it happened here yesterday. While we're patting ourselves on the back for being such a great sports city, can we mention that out of 30 teams, the Tigers are 24th in attendance? 24th. You got about a 500 baseball team. 24th in attendance out of 30 teams. Hey, a segment ago, you were telling me I was too positive. What now? 248-539-9797 is the number. Let's get to Josh in Farmington, who is up next. Hey, Josh, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Mark, I hear what you're saying about it is a little embarrassing, but it's been that way for years. You got to understand, that's like they're when they come to town, that's their chance to see them, and they're willing to pay whatever they want.
Okay, but Windsor is not Toronto.
I get it, but you still got it's like their national so like their national team people there. That's their.
What do you mean it's their national team? They don't
have another team.
Yeah, but everyone in the country claims Toronto, even if they're 20 hours away.
They don't have another baseball team, you know what I'm saying?
Josh, you can't let that happen. Josh, if Toronto's playing Detroit, you make damn sure that the city of Detroit treats that game like opening day. You can't the optics of that, Josh, are awful. Awful.
I see what you're saying, man. I'm just saying if you're a season ticket holder and willing to pay 3 times the price, you're going to for a game on Memorial Day, not the nicest day. You're going to
listen. I charge Detroit Tigers fans with not letting that happen. You can't let that happen.
I hate it too. I don't even go to a game.
I have such an eyesore that I have such an eyesore from that, Josh, that I need optical surgery now.
I agree with you 100% too. Like I won't go to a Pistons Raptors game. It's the same way, It's just. But I think that's what happens. Is they're getting, if you can sell your tickets for more money, it's just a regular season game that I see where people sell the tickets and I see why it happens. I don't like it either. It's not my biggest. I'm not a fan.
Josh, I appreciate your angle. You're letting me know the why, but also share with me the rage that it does happen.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, and they're a very annoying fan base, so don't get me wrong, I'm with you.
Because you know what I would say? Wherever you have Detroit ranked as a sports city, knock it down a place after that one. Knock it down a spot.
Fair enough.
Knock it down. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate the phone call. Let's get to Mitch in Ann Arbor, who's up next. Hey, Mitch, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Happy Memorial Day to you and yours.
Thanks, you too. Well, if you're looking for an optimistic Tigers fan, I would say that's myself.
Good for you.
Pumped after the Tigers swept that first series in Chicago. Despite them, everyone's saying that the White Sox were a bottom feeder. I'm excited after the Tigers won this last series, and I just want to see them kind of inch closer to maybe that third wild card spot.
Yeah, 100%. And Mitch, I'll ask you the question I asked yesterday. Scale of 1 to 100. What is your number, your confidence factor, that this Tigers team will be in the race on September 1st? In the race defined as being within 3 games of the final playoff berth.
I'll give you 80%.
80%. Mitch, bringing the optimism here today. Love it, Mitch. Love it. Thank you, my friend.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
Do you think the Tigers will be trading Flaherty at the deadline?
They better not. They better not, because if they do, if this team, with what we're seeing right now, unless the wheels fall off, Mitch, if this team is a seller and not a buyer, they're going to lose the city. They're going to lose the city. Okay? They can't sell. They must buy. You know, my hope is, Mitch, that they're left with a very difficult decision and they have no choice but to be buyers. Because I worry if it's 50-50, they're going to sell. Flaherty has been a godsend for this team. You know, in my mind, Mitch, Skubal and Olsen have been a 9 or a 10. Flaherty is starter number 3. He's been about an 8 this year for this team. He's been outstanding. Mize has been unreliable. Maeda has been worse than that. Manning just isn't ready. So that 1, 2, 3 that you would need in a playoff series, Flaherty gives you that third guy, man. I love what I've seen from him. Just one more question. I mean, what do you think Scott Harris's mentality will be? I mean, how close do you think they need to be at the trade deadline for him to, maybe be a buyer or to sell Flaherty? Just because we haven't seen a whole lot of movement with Scott Harris. Yeah, no, you've seen very little movement with Scott Harris. The Tigers right now are within 3 games of the loss column of the last playoff berth. That's where they need to be. They can't fall further behind at the deadline and expect to have a move made. All right? 86 wins, Mitch, is the win total out of 162 games. The last 3 years, that's been the average win total needed to make the playoffs. Okay? 10 games over 500, 86 and 76. Right now, the Tigers are 1 game under 500, but they've won 3 games in a row. You and I, beginning tomorrow, are about to find out, Mitch, whether this improved play is a blip or a trend. I can't wait to see it, my friend. Thank you, Mitch.
Great.
Thank
I'll be tuned in for it. You have a good day.
Hey, Mitch, thank you so much. I truly do appreciate that. All right, guys, we got a full bank of phone calls. People fired up about this. Glad to see it. My take is, I love this place. You guys could not have made a better first impression on me if you tried. The kindness, the passion, the beauty of this state. I was embarrassed for you by what I saw yesterday at Comerica Park. Blue Jay fans outnumbering you. Never let that happen again. Mark Ryan, 97 won the ticket. Mark Ryan, 97.1 The Ticket. Alongside Bobby and Jake on this Memorial Day. Awesome to have you guys with us. As you know, on Memorial Day, I like to quote the General George S. Patton, "It is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men lived." 248-539-9797 is the number. I saw something yesterday that blew me away in all of the wrong ways, all of the bad ways. I didn't get to see the game live because they put it on Roku. Of course they did. Best game of the year. Not available for the majority of people. But I'm watching the game. I'm watching the highlights of the game. And then I'm like, please tell me, like, the color on the TV was wrong. Was I seeing a preponderance of not navy blue, but Blue Jay blue? Okay. Blue Jay blue, which has me feeling blue. Because I swear to you, a majority of Blue Jay fans were filling Comerica Park yesterday. Their record is worse than the Tigers. The Tigers have beaten them 3 games in a row. That's inexcusable. And what I don't want to hear is take a bunch of calls from people defending it, from Homer Tiger fans or Homer Detroit sports fans. What I am interested in is hearing you say, yes, Mark Ryan, that is inexcusable. We're going to double our efforts to make sure that doesn't happen again. When Toronto comes to town, that should damn near be opening day for you. No one else goes to the game but you. Okay? Because that is an embarrassing eyesore when that crap takes place. Can't happen. James in Windsor, Ontario is up next. James from Windsor. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Time caller.
Go ahead, man. You're on the air.
Hello?
You're on the air. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was there on the weekend, Saturday.
Yeah.
Tons of Jays fans. Tons of them. There's no excuse for Tigers fans to be outweighed by that much. But you got to think, it's not just Toronto fans coming. We're a border city. I'm from Windsor, like I said. Border city. You have all the...
Yeah, but, okay, James. Windsor is not Toronto. You don't get to claim Toronto that's 4 hours away.
Well, so who are we claiming? We don't have a Windsor ball team.
Oh, I understand that, but everyone in the whole country claims the same team? 20 hours away, still Blue Jays fans?
I wouldn't say that, but Toronto is the only Canadian team in the MLB. So we got to root for someone.
James, how big is Windsor? What's the population of Windsor?
Probably about 220,000.
Okay, 220,000. Population of Greater Detroit is 4 million. As you said, James, there's no excuse for that crap.
No excuse, but it's just like when the Red Wings are playing when the Maple Leafs come to town or the Canadians. The arena is probably about 50-50 as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Here, go Wings, go, and then go Leafs, go.
I heard it was worse than 50-50 this weekend.
Oh, it might have been. There was a lot of blue in the stand.
Yeah, I heard it was far worse.
It was a nice weekend. You got to think, Comerica is one of the nicest parks in MLB. So when it's a nice, 90, 80, 85, 90 degrees, you got fans from everywhere coming. It's just like opening day, too.
Yeah, James. I mean, it's that, again, I charge Detroit Tigers fans with preventing that from happening. Detroit Tigers fans are ranked 24th in attendance out of 30 teams. Their team isn't ranked 24th out of 30 teams by record. Their team is about middle of the pack by record. The attendance is ranked 24th out of 30 teams. Okay? There is no home field advantage for this team. They play worse at Comerica than they do on the road. I'm just spitting facts here, James.
No, those are great facts, and it shouldn't be that way. But you got to think, Tigers mediocre, probably not going to make the playoffs. I hate to say it because if they
not out of it yet, not out of it yet.
10 games back in their division, though. That's hard to come by.
You don't have to win the division to make the playoffs anymore. You don't. Let's go to Keith in Oak Park, who's up next. Hey, Keith, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, Mark. 2 things. One is I suggested a restaurant to you a long time ago, Eddie's in Oak Park, And I was wondering, when I'm done talking to you, could I give my phone number to your screener? You can call me off the air. I would love to take you there one night, introduce you to the owner, and I'd just like to meet you anyway. Would it be okay for me to leave my phone number for you?
Yeah, like I got to, Keith, you can absolutely do that. Okay, you can absolutely do that. I got to find out from within the station what's the policy on something like that. But Jake or Bobby, if you can, when Keith's call is done, if you could make sure you get his information for me, that would be great. Absolutely, Keith. So please, Keith, don't give me any excuses for this. This is inexcusable. What's going on?
I want to tell you something that may make you feel a little bit better, though.
Okay.
I'm a lifelong Detroiter. I've traveled to Toronto myself, me personally, to see the Red Wings and the Tigers both. And I'm telling you, when we go to Toronto, there's a lot of Detroit fans that make the trip too.
So Keith, here's what I would say to that, Keith. I have no problem with you lowering their sports city rating. I have a big problem with us allowing anyone to lower the rating of our sports city. Okay? That's the difference. I'm defending our own. I don't give a rip that someone else's kid is a bully or someone else's kid fails their classes. I care that my kid fails their classes.
Yeah, it's been that way, Mark, ever since I could remember. I'm 60 years old. I mean, I've never lived anywhere else but here.
If you want to level up, you got to prevent that from happening. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's that simple. Okay, hey Keith, I'm going to put you on hold so Bobby can get your information. I
would love to meet you if it's not going to cause a problem.
No problem, Keith. I will. I think it's the red button that puts you on hold, right? Is that right? I think that is. So I'm putting Keith on hold, and Bobby will take that information and get it to me. Keith, thanks so much. Let's get to Jeff in Windsor. All of these calls coming from Canada right now. Very interesting. Jeff in Windsor, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jeff?
Hi, Mark. I've talked to you quite a few times. How you doing?
I'm great, buddy. I'm great. Thank you for the call. Good to hear from you.
Happy Memorial Day.
Thank you so much.
I wouldn't say a problem, but I've got an indifference with what you're saying. Is because, Mark, you got to remember, you've only been in Detroit for, 3 months now?
Jeff, I don't care about proximity. You know who else is close to one another? Atlanta and Charlotte. Okay? You know what those fans don't allow to happen? They don't allow the other side to buy up all the tickets to Falcons or Carolina Panthers games. They don't allow that. Those cities are 3 hours apart. Toronto's 4 hours away.
Yeah, hang on a second. I'm not disagreeing with your theory of the Tiger fans should, represent their team. I think it should be what you're saying, the Tiger fans. But in order for you to get an understanding of the Canadian people that come over to enjoy the Tigers or to enjoy their Blue Jays, the last guy, he said it perfectly.
Jeff, I'm sorry, buddy. We had a bad connection, man. I was losing you. You were saying the last guy said it perfectly. I understand that. You guys are giving me the why, okay? I don't care about the why. I don't care if, again, to use the child analogy, I don't care why my kid is failing. I care that my kid is failing, okay? That's a difference, okay? I don't care why there's more Blue Jays fans than Tigers fans. It's embarrassing that there are. You got to do something about that. It's embarrassing. Let's get to Matthew from Livonia. I think Matthew's going to set a lot of you guys straight here. Okay? Like Matthew seems to be the anti-homer call. I appreciate that, Matthew. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, what's up, man?
Good to talk to you.
About 10, maybe 15 years ago, because I'm losing track of time, I moved here from Missouri. So I do root for the Tigers because I live here, but I am a Royals fan. And not commenting on that game, but like in Kansas City, we don't allow other people to overcrowd our stadiums. We have a commanding presence. And I think because Detroit teams aren't doing as well, minus the Lions, I just think people don't want to waste their money on a game that they see as, probably, they're just going to lose again.
Matthew, it's a point of pride, Matthew. It's a point of pride, okay? You can't allow that to happen in your home stadium. Crappy sports cities let that happen. You don't let that happen here. I was embarrassed for you yesterday. Up next on the show, we're going to start a new segment, okay? The 10 most important Detroit Lions for 2024 success. That, my friends, is next. My name is Mark Ryan. Great to be with you. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by the good people at Northville Lumber. Quite the slugfest at Comerica Park yesterday. It was 11-11. Both teams hitting a ton, and it all came down to this. Jason Benetti right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Verling driving in 4 runs, 4 hits, 2 bombs on the day. Tigers had 4 home runs as a team. Kelly and Torkelson also go deep. No, it wasn't a pitcher's duel. Tigers had 17 hits, but the Blue Jays had 14 as well as 3 bombs. Tigers now 26-27, idle on Memorial Day. They host Pittsburgh at Comerica Park tomorrow night right here on The Ticket. Reigning National League MVP Ronald Acuna Jr. out for the year with a non-contact torn ACL. Stanley Cup Eastern Conference Finals, Rangers over Florida 5-4 in OT. They lead at 2-1. NBA West Finals, Dallas 116, Minnesota 107. Mavs lead at 3-0. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
.97.1 The Ticket. My name is Mark Ryan. Great to have you guys with us. Memorial Day. I do think this is important, guys. You know, it's whereas this is a holiday, right? What percentage of our population actually takes 5 minutes to pay homage to why we are celebrating this holiday today, right? And I like to believe that all those who lost their lives are celebrating with us, right? That's my belief anyway. General George S. Patton, it is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men lived. Great to be with you. 97.1 The Ticket. And momentarily, guys, I want to start something new here, and I'm going to do 2 of these a day. Okay? Every time I'm on the air, I think my next shift is Wednesday night. So we're going to count down. We'll do 2 a day. The 10 most important Detroit Lions for success in 2024. What do you say? 10 and 9 coming your way in a few minutes. But let's go ahead and get to Richard, who's been hanging patiently in Columbia, Michigan. He's up next. Hey, Richard, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, first, I'm so glad you're on the air. That's really good. You're so positive. It's nice to hear for a change.
Thank you, Richard. I appreciate it, man. It's awesome to be here.
I was going to tell you, if you ever want to go to a good place to eat, it's called Blind Fish in Lapeer County. You'll love it.
Man, I'm writing all this down. By the way, Keith, if you are still listening, Keith, and you want to call back, there was a little bit of confusion about what you were looking for, Keith. But if you want to call back, Keith, and give our producers your number, we'll be sure to get that for you as well. I'm sorry we lost you in translation there, Keith. But yes, Richard, so you're saying it's called the Blind, what is it called?
Blind Fish.
Blind
and
Fish.
It's really good. It's Lucky's, but it's also called Blind Fish too. Lucky's Blind Fish in Lapeer.
Blind
and
Fish.
You'll have an enjoyable stay. They got a 20-ounce steak for $21, and it's really good.
Brother, how do you expect me to get through the rest of the show when you're telling me that now? I got 3 hours to go, Richard. You act like you care about me, Richard, then you're dropping that on me. Yeah.
Hey, well, I thought you and your wife would love to eat up there in Lapeer.
Blind Fish in Lapeer. What is? Tell me about Lapeer.
It's a town that's maybe 125, 150,000 people in it. It's really nice, though. The county is really good, and the people are very friendly.
Does Lapeer have a pier that you can eat at?
No, it's just Lapeer.
Okay.
Michigan. You know, so
all right.
I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
I understand what you're talking about with the Tigers, and we really do need another pitcher. I hate to say it, but I was wondering, do you think Max Clark, their guy that they're supposed to be really relying on in a few years, why not bring him up? I mean, we need hitting bad. I know we hit well this weekend, but we really need somebody that will be consistent. Give him a shot. What the heck?
So Richard, I think you meant to say that this team needs another hitter, not another pitcher.
Yes.
Right? You said pitcher, but my belief is, Richard, the guy that's going to help this team is not currently in the organization.
Yes,
it's a player that is out there that they need to go out and get. The problem is when you elevate a guy too soon, what can happen is the same thing that happened to the David Carr in the NFL. He loses his confidence, he gets destroyed, and he never gets his confidence back. Right? Confidence is a fickle beast, man. You want to build his confidence gradually over time, right?
Right. But I just thought, just giving him a shot, because the only reason I'm saying that is because if we get one more hitter and then maybe another left-handed reliever, we'd be great.
I agree with you, Richard. Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, and
Blind Fish, God bless you as well. Blind Fish in Lapeer.
Yes,
the recommendation from Richard in Columbiaville, Michigan. Let's get to Joe in Berlin Township, who is up next. Hey, Joe, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Yeah, Mark, I agree with your opinion on the look at the park yesterday. Was there, Section 218, easily 50-50, And when
That's
they
embarrassing.
scored to take the
That is embarrassing.
when they took the lead in the ninth, they really were rubbing it in. So it was kind of sweet to come back.
I'm sure.
Later in the bottom of the ninth.
I'm sure it was. The 10 Tiger fans that were still there really enjoyed that. You know.
We stayed with it.
Good for you. Good for you, Joe. Well, look. If you want to call yourself one of the best sports cities in America, you can't let that happen. Okay? Because frankly, that doesn't happen in the best sports cities in America. That doesn't happen in Pittsburgh. Okay? That doesn't happen in Pittsburgh. That doesn't happen in Philadelphia. That doesn't happen in other great sports cities. Guys, you know, even if you're disenfranchised with the Tigers, even if you're upset with the Tigers, ownership, general manager, even if you are ye of little faith with this team, you cannot allow another city's fans to drown you out in your own stadium. I couldn't believe what I saw. I saw the crowd, and I'm like, man, that's a great sign. Great crowd for Memorial Day weekend. Then I looked a little closer. That's not the right shade of blue. What the hell is this? That's not the right shade of blue.
Yeah.
You guys are telling me that happens every year, so fix the problem.
Yeah, I'd like to also say that their uniforms, that blue that they have, that sort of reminds me of the Honolulu blue, and it really kind of stands out, too. They have good look to their uniforms.
It does. So, Joe, what do we do about it? Yeah. You know, like I charge Tigers fans with buying up those tickets for the Blue Jay series, okay? If you go to one game a year, make sure that Toronto fans don't get to do that. Period.
Amen.
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. Check on the ticket texts. Whoa. Guys, still blown away. Every time I bring this thing back up again, there's like 6,000 more texts. Ticket texter Mark, how about the owner and president be embarrassed about the fans not showing up? They're the ones responsible for putting this garbage team on the field. Ticket texter, here's what I would say. Okay? You've got a team right now that, based on its record, is 16th out of 30 teams. Your attendance is 24th. The team is better than the attendance. What you make of that is up to you. It's up to you. Okay? Let's see here. Dear Mark, it's the ownership that's embarrassing, a ticket texter says. I'm sorry, no one wants to spend money on this crap product. Why waste our time and money to watch them and get shut out every other game? Tony from Macomb. So again, Tony, do you realize, Tony, that Detroit, run production is the most important stat for an offense, right? Detroit is in the middle third of MLB teams in run production. Okay? They're in the middle third. Toronto is worse than Detroit. Who's got a better record, Toronto or Detroit? You let those people come from 4 hours away to fill out your stadium? Shame on you. That should never happen here. For shame, for shame, for shame. Be better. I'm just dropping the tough love on you. That's what I do. All right? I was embarrassed for you to watch that yesterday. 248-539-9797. Up next on the show, the 10 most important Lions for 2024 success. We reveal 10 and 9 next. My name is Mark Ryan. Happy Memorial Day. Great to have you with us. 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan, 97-1 the ticket. You know what's crazy, guys? Like, I feel like what I love about this, like that bed that you just played, Jake. Can you play it again? The bed you just played to come back? You guys tell me if I'm reading this right or if I'm not. Okay? So we come back to some ass-kicking jams here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, here it is.
That is When Legends Rise by Godsmack.
Okay. So do you guys feel like what I love about it is I feel like there's a very clear, instruction that we're going to come back with some hard stuff, right? And like we always do. And I feel like that fits my style, doesn't it? Like, I feel like that's like just the imaging and the rejoins and everything, and it just furthers my confidence. Maybe we need music that knocks my confidence down a peg. Maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need some Sarah McLachlan up in here, like in the arms of an angel.
Just wait until we get to the holiday season. You're going to hear nothing but Rudolph.
Oh, really? Really? We do that?
We do. We do a lot of that. And we have some Spanish renditions of songs too.
Do we? Okay. Very, very cool. Guys, look. There are, and I'm not going to reveal all these today. Okay, today is only 10 and 9 on the list. But I have put together a list of the 10 most important Detroit Lions for success in 2024. Okay, the 10 most important Lions for success. Now, this is a little bit different of a list, right? It's not the 10 best Lions. It's, when I consider if the Lions reach their potential this year, and let's be honest, if this team reaches their potential, they're in the Super Bowl, probably winning the Super Bowl. Okay? These guys have got to show. These guys have got to perform. These guys cannot get hurt. These guys are indispensable. If the Tigers are going to achieve their potential, these guys got to show. Or else there will be no dough for the Lions. Without further ado, best center in the NFL. Number 10 on the list. 10th most important Detroit Lion of 2024. It's none other than Frank Ragnow, the anchor of the Detroit Lions offensive line. Here is Frank Ragnow. Frank Ragnow rated a 92 in Madden last year, third highest ranked player on the entire team, best center in the National Football League, bar none. And he's the engine. Guys, who's the engine of the offense? Frank Ragnow. You couldn't feel better about the guy you have snapping the football. An old wise man in football once told me the following, and I hope you guys take this with you and use it, okay? Your importance in the game of football is in direct proportion to the distance you line up from the football. Closer you are to the football when it's snapped, the more important you are in the game. It doesn't bode well for the loudmouths like Antonio Brown, does it? Could you get closer to the football than Frank Ragnow? I don't think you could. 10th most important Lion to success in 2024. Perhaps the only reason he isn't higher than that is because I know he's going to be great. He gives me the best ability, availability, and reliability. I know he's going to be freaking outstanding. All right? Frank Ragnow, 10th most important Lion, critical Lion to success in 2024. Next up, here we go. It's number 9, and it's none other than one Sam Laporta. Unheralded was Sam Laporta. Unbelievable was Sam Laporta. Right? He is the security blanket that will keep you warm 12 months out of the year, and showed a level of athleticism last year that surprised many a Detroit Lions fan. Here is Jared Goff singing the praises of Sam. He is a hell of a player. He's an incredible player. I would argue that he's already developing into one of the top 10 tight ends in the NFL. Top 5 are in his sights. You know, and Sam Laporta and his growth and maturation is why I'm not so apoplectic as everyone else is about the Lions wide receiver situation. I'm not that worried about it, quite honestly, because I've seen Sam Laporta. You have Amon-Ra St. Brown. You have Sam Laporta. Man, if Jameson Williams becomes something, you've got an embarrassment of riches, right? But if he doesn't, okay, we're still golden. How many teams in the NFL have 2 A-level receiving options? 2. Anyone? Bueller? Fry? 2 A-level receiving options. No, not many, right? Not many. But the Lions most certainly do. Rated an 82 last year in Madden. That number is going to soar to the sky. Look for Sam to be over 90. I'd put, if I'm going to guess Laporta's Madden 2025 rating, EA Sports. It's in the game. If I was going to guess his rating, I would say 88, 86, 88, somewhere in that range for Madden of this year. So good, man. So freaking good. We check on the ticket text line. I would love to check on the ticket text line. However, you guys are so amazing that 5,000 ticket texts come in between the last time I come on. Ticket texter says, Mark, you're going to find out that a lot of the so-called fans don't really pay attention to the team. They go by what they hear on 97.1. Well, that's on the fans then, right? That's on the fans. Ticket texter says it's all about the ownership. Back during the Red Wings dynasties, Mr. Ilitch cared about that team. He did what he had to do to get the championships. And now you see with the Lions, Sheila Hamp taking over the team. She wants a winner. She cares. Chris Ilitch doesn't care about the Tigers. Nothing more than a tax write-off to him. Ken P. in Canton says, let's see here. Ticket texter says, Mark, I agree 100% with you. Be careful, though. Valenti and Rico won't like you going against their narrative. I'm sure this show will pop up on theirs trying to rag on you. Oh, that's okay. No, that's okay. Look, guys, I can take it. Like, I present a different viewpoint. I've always presented a different viewpoint. Those that think you're supposed to conform to the norm like to say, well, Mark, you're a hot take artist. You're a shock jock. Brother, you could hook me up to a lie detector test right now, and there wouldn't be a single lie that flashes on that thing. I am myself. I have always naturally been a little bit left of center. And I'm not talking politically. I've always just been a little bit off. Always seen things a little bit differently. Always providing different viewpoints. Ticket texter says, Mark, you made my case beautifully. The Tigers play poorly at home. As a professional athlete, it has nothing to do with the media or a small segment of fans not appreciating them. You're new in town. You haven't been jaded by years of losing. We simply don't trust this team yet. The record at home is abysmal and not going to spend money to watch subpar performances at home in the end. It's a matter of wins and losses, not a bunch of other statistics you throw at us at this time. Win at home, fans will show up. Well, again, ticket texter, This team has the 16th best record in Major League Baseball and the 24th ranked attendance. If that's not a reflection of you, what is? What is? You know, what I do is I give you facts and then we draw conclusions on those facts. Okay? The Tigers could use more of your support. That's what it says. Okay? The Tigers have been better away from home 2 years in a row than at home. We now have a large sample size that supports that. I think it's multifactorial. I think Scott Harris, is newer in tenure, but it's getting time that judgment falls on him as well. Needs to build a team that can fit for the stadium that he has, right? And the fans need to support a team that is frankly playing better than they were expected to. Do you guys know? Like, I didn't see a single power poll when I was moving here. Preseason MLB power poll. I didn't see a single power poll that had Detroit above 20th. Not a single one. They're 16th right now in record. Are you allowed to enjoy that? Or do you, like, some of you act like you lose your Detroit sports fan card if you're not negative about this team? They're still in it, man. Within 3 games of a playoff berth. I'm not saying dance naked in the streets, but I'm saying, an appropriate response would be, okay, we're in it. Let's see if the team makes a move at the deadline. Believe you me, if they don't and they're in it, no one will be more critical of them than yours truly. Up next on the show, how should Michigan and Michigan State measure success on the gridiron in 2024? I will define success for them, and we'll do it together next. My name is Mark Ryan. Great to have you with us. 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan, Jake Bragdon, Bobby 97.1, the tickets. Happy Memorial Day, one and all. Awesome to have you with us. Ticket Texter says, can I get an amen? Ryan rocks radio. There you go, my friend. There you go. Ticket Texter says, you are making a major mistake right now, disparaging Detroit fans. It's going to come back to haunt your dumbass. You ought to calm down or else you're going to find out. Ticket Texter, I don't agree with that at all. You seem to have a hard time comprehending what I'm saying here, okay? Reading comprehension, listening comprehension is at an all-time low right now in American society. I've clearly stated that my venom and my rant is not directed at 80% of Detroit sports fans, who are fantastic. The fans who are at Comerica Park are unbelievable. And 0% of any dissent about the lack of more fans at Comerica Park, none of that is a diss on the folks who are there, who are loud and boisterous and supportive. The problem is there's just not enough of them, okay? And allowing the Blue Jays to swamp and overwhelm your home stadium is an embarrassment to this city. I'm sure the folks that were there felt exactly the same way. So, Ticket Texter, all you can do is be yourself, right? Everyone else is taken. That's what my mom always told me. And I'm going to be me. And if it works out for me here, great. And if it doesn't work out, I accept that, okay? But I'm damn sure not going to be anyone else but me. And so, to your point, we'll see. We'll see. I don't see myself changing anything. Ticket Texter says, Mark, the Toronto game is a meaningless regular season game. If the Blue Jay fans want to pack the stadium, they're more than welcome here. We appreciate their business and boost to the economy. Plus, we usually beat them anyways. Ticket Texter, that's a loser mentality. That's a losing mentality. You can't have that mentality. It's just a bad look for one of the proudest sports cities in America, if I'm honest with you. Ticket Texter says, let's see here. This is the first up north weekend in Michigan. Everybody's doing their thing, getting ready for summer. Okay, what does that have to do with anything? Let's see here. Ticket Texter says, let's see here. Mark, it's the fourth place team in the division. Record against all 30 doesn't matter if you have no shot at the playoffs. But you're within 3 games of a playoff berth today. 3 games. Is that no shot at the playoffs? Yesterday, I asked you guys, scale of 1 to 100, your faith that this team is going to be in the race on September 1st. Here are the numbers that I got representing the percentage chance, okay, that they'll be in the race on September 1st. 61% chance they'll be in the race, 70% chance, 18% chance, 33% chance, 51% chance, 80% chance. You think the consensus is that they're not going to be in this thing? That they have no shot whatsoever? I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. I mean, I think they're going to be right there. I think they're going to be right there, on their way, doing their thing. And I think they got every shot to be there. My number was 43%. 43% chance of being in. 248-539-9797 is the number to get to us on the show. You guys know Jeff Daniels, right? The actor, Dumb and Dumber, is from Detroit originally. I might have to see how we can play this on the air, man. He was on the Kelly Clarkson show, and he just had this unbelievable guitar rendition of his own song. I had no idea he had that kind of capability. Who knew? Diversity is not an old wooden ship, man. Just awesome to see from Jeff Daniels. Okay, so I want to shift gears here to this. Michigan and Michigan State. Measure of success 2024. How would you measure success for these teams this coming season? And I went around and I looked up, and college football preview magazines are coming out right now. And
I found one that ranks all the teams in college football for this year. Okay? Like every single team ranked 1 to 134. There's now 134 FBS college teams, man. 134. Entering this year, they have Michigan State ranked 46th and Michigan ranked 7th. 46th and 7th. Okay? Michigan State, as you know, last year finished 4-8. 4-8. They bring in Jonathan Smith. He brings in transfer quarterback with him from Oregon State, Aiden Childs. Look, you got a quarterback, backed up DJ Uiagalelei last year, a lot of ability, going to be your starter. This is a program that has fallen on hard times, was finished 10th in 2021, 56th in 2022, 85th in 2023. If you are a Michigan State fan, how would you define success in 2024? How would you define success? For me, bowl eligibility, 6-6. No, that's not the standard for the program, nor is that the standard for my program at the University of Florida. Okay? But Florida this year has the most difficult schedule in the history of college football. This is a matter of fact. Okay? Like, look it up. You've never seen 5 games to close the season more difficult than that. Never seen it. Okay? Never seen it. So, Michigan State, to me, in their growth under Jonathan Smith, it's going to take some time. There's going to be State fans that judge Jonathan Smith after this year, and I think that's a mistake. We don't know who Sharon Moore is going to be as a head coach. Jonathan Smith is outstanding. If you're grading the head coaches, Michigan State did a better job with the hire than did Michigan, and their philosophy of going outside the program to hire the best guy available is far more in line with my own philosophy than what Michigan did. That's not my philosophy. Okay? To me, I look at the schedule, Michigan State, and I say, okay, how do you get to 6-6? Where are the wins? You got to get a dub against FAU and Prairie View. That goes without saying. Okay? You got to get a dub against Boston College. There's 3 wins. And then you got to figure out a way to beat Indiana, Purdue, Rutgers at home. 6 wins on the season. Difficult games at Maryland. Their regime is a little bit more established than Jonathan Smith's. That's going to be a challenging one, but not unwinnable. I have that in the loss column right now. Ohio State, Oregon, Iowa, Michigan, just have you flat out on talent right now. I think you have 4 scheduled losses right there. And then at Illinois, Bielema and company, what they're building there, I think that's a likely L. But you go 6-6, and I think they will. You go to a bowl game, year 1, Jonathan Smith. I think you've achieved something. I think you've accomplished something. No, it's not the program standard, but you got to crawl before you can walk. 6-6 this year may turn to 8-4 next year. May turn into 9-3 or 10-2 the year after that. Smith doesn't take a lot of time to turn this around. And guys, if you can land a dude that can give you a top 15 team where they are very clearly the redheaded stepsister in the state of Oregon, Oregon is the flash, Oregon State was the substance. They don't have the budget. They don't have the recruiting. They don't have any of that stuff. Top 15 team in America. Oregon State beat my Gators 30-3 in a bowl game year before last. And Florida has the nation's longest streak without being shut out. It's a record. Still haven't been shut out. Florida needed a last-second field goal in the game to keep that streak alive. You celebrate the small things, right? When you're losing terribly. Michigan State, success would be bowl eligibility this year. Do they get it? I say yes. The Michigan analysis is coming your way next. We'll get to your calls as well. 248-539-9797. My name is Mark Ryan. 97 won the ticket.
Mark Ryan, 97.1, The Ticket. I've given you a blueprint. I've shown you there's a clear correlation to what the Tigers are doing in making the Major League Baseball playoffs. I said I was embarrassed. We discussed me being embarrassed that there were a majority of Blue Jay fans at Comerica Park yesterday. We have given you the first 2 names on our 10 most important Detroit Lions for 2024. And we've shared with you what success looks like for Michigan State this coming season. I say 6-6 and a bowl game. Ticket Texter says, Mark, you have a false assumption that to be a good fan, you have to give the Tigers your hard-earned money for overpriced beer and food and a boring team. Nope. No, Ticket Texter, as a matter of fact, I have said on these airwaves that I think the dumbest fans that have ever existed in humankind were the Chicago Cubs fans of the 1980s, because they had a bad owner who didn't put money into the team, and they sold out Wrigley Field for the Wrigley Field experience, rain or shine. Dumb fans. You're the owner. Do you want $80 million in profit and have a losing team? Or do you still want to, which is what you get when you sell out? Or do you want to invest more in the team and have a smaller profit margin? The fans were selling out Wrigley Field either way. When the team stinks, the best thing you can do as a fan is to close your wallet. Speak with your wallet. That's how you enact change. That's the best thing that you can do. It doesn't make you a bad fan, it makes you a great fan. What I'm telling you is save that for when the Tigers are out of it. They're very much in it right now. Kurt in Clinton Township has been hanging patiently. Hey, Kurt, happy Memorial Day. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Thanks, Mark. Hey, I appreciate the outside perspective and welcome to Michigan.
Thank you so much, man. Awesome to be here.
A couple things that I would tell you about this area is Memorial Weekend is a real thing for getting up north. So you got a ton of people out of town, a ton of them. The other thing I would say is if you look at attendance every year with the Tigers, Michigan gets out of school later than most other states. I'm on my way home from Pennsylvania right now. I got family in Ohio and friends in Indiana. Their kids are out of school right now. Our kids are not. They'll be out of school in 2 more weeks. That's usually when you see attendance start to ramp up. And, they are still in it. They still have an opportunity. They're one of the youngest teams in all of baseball. They're going to have inconsistency. They're going to go up and down. Just got to be patient, man. We've been waiting 10 years for a winner again.
But Kurt, again, Kurt, pause, please. There is no excuse for allowing Blue Jays fans to overrun your stadium, okay? If that doesn't embarrass Tigers fans, you and I are not built the same way. We're not built the same way. That's embarrassing, man. There's no excuse for that. I know you're giving me the reasons, Kurt. Memorial Day, this happens, school gets out late. Listen, you don't let another team overrun your stadium, period.
Oh, no, I get it. Big time. Like you're talking about the Cubs. It was a few years back, the Tigers went to Wrigley, and on TV you could hear the fans chanting, "Let's go Tigers." It was unbelievable. When your team does that to another team, it's awesome. To have that done to you, it's never, ever, ever a good thing.
Ever.
I'm just saying, when you talk about where their record ranks them at 16th versus being 24 in attendance, I think in a month that's going to level itself out, and you'll see that. Especially if they start hitting the ball, you'll see them. You'll see the fans show up. It's a big-time baseball town when the Tigers put out a decent product.
Kurt, I worry that so many of these Debbie Downers would rather be right than have the Tigers win. What do you think?
Well, I think the reality is another ticket texter is very true on the fact that a lot of people don't watch the games. They let the radio shape the narrative in our city.
Yeah.
And as more people start paying attention, things will get better.
We are, Kurt, one of the 5 best sports stations in the country. And everybody that works here, Jake, Bobby, myself, but although very, very new, everyone who has paved the way before us, right? We all get to share in that unbelievable passion. The biggest reason for that success is you guys, your passion for your sports, the fact that you guys live and die for your sports. And I've had, admittedly, nothing to do with the success this station has had. Okay? But I hope to have something to do with the station continuing to grow and the success it may have in the future. Okay? You're right. I do not excuse fans allowing a radio station to form their opinion of the team. That's a herd mentality. We got to be better than that. Form your own opinion based on your own viewership of the team. You know, I mean, seriously, guys, I do get the vibe. I do get that vibe about this team, and it's weird. It's really weird, man. Michigan, the Wolverines. What is success in 2024? Well, as you guys know, this is a national champion. This is a team that went from being number 54 in 2020 to number 3 in 2021, number 3 in 2022, and number 1 in 2023, and they beat the big, bad SEC to do so. So you lose a lot, right? There was a period of time where there was a theory Michigan could set the record for most players drafted to Georgia's 15th. They did not do that. I want to say the final number for the Wolverines was 12 or 13 in this year's draft. What is success for Sharon Moore in year 1? Very simply, and you've gotten the perfect year to experience that. The perfect year to have a stacked roster, but to be able to have a margin of error, to have growing pains. You couldn't ask for a better situation than the one Sharon Moore walked into. Loaded roster, 12 teams make the playoff, and that's the mark of success. Okay? Making the college football playoff in year 1. Should Michigan do that, right? This will be a success. Both lines are still all world. You've had a lot of key losses going on with this team. Okay? A lot of key losses. But the biggest loss, in my opinion, is Jim Harbaugh. And you can't replicate that. You can't say we're going to hire his chief of staff and things are going to be the same. A lot of times what happens in those situations, folks, is there's a slow, painful regression to the mean. That's not my prediction. I wish Sharon Moore very, very well. He could be an outstanding head coach. But I see for the Michigan Wolverines this year 9-3. And because you need to be 10-2 in all likelihood to make the top 12, I have them missing the playoffs as of right now. Michigan fans would say, Mark, who are we going to lose to? Okay. Texas, at Ohio State. Ohio State this year, they're so tired of losing, they done bought themselves the national championship. Okay? So tired of losing. Texas, at Ohio State, and I think the Ohio State game could get ugly. And then take your pick. Oregon's on the schedule, they're top 5. At Washington could be tricky. USC could be tricky. At Illinois could be tricky. There are always games that have an outcome that you can't foresee. Okay? Always games that have an outcome that you can't foresee. But I will say 9-3 for the Michigan Wolverines, which is not terrible, but it does fall short in 2024 for the mark of success. Jake, do you think if Michigan finished 9-3, that Michigan fans would be happy with that? Year 1, Sharon Moore. 9-3, they missed the college football playoff. Are they happy with that? No? So I don't think they would be. I don't think they would be. I don't think they would be at all. I think 9-3 would be a disappointment for Michigan Wolverines fans. And that's where I think they are. Could I be wrong? Sure. We've set the bar of success. Make the playoff. Is it within your means to achieve that? It is. I have you falling just short right now. All right. Up next on the show, the 5 best sports cities in the United States of America. My name is Mark Ryan. Great to have you with us. 97.1 The Ticket.
And we are brought to you by Builder's First Source. Tigers with a rare Memorial Day off, and they continue play tomorrow night at home against Pittsburgh, right here on 97 won the ticket. Yesterday, Tigers won their third straight game on the heels of 5 straight losses. It was a slugfest, 14-11 over the Toronto Blue Jays. Tigers' attack included 17 hits, 4 of them home runs, 4 hits themselves from Matt Fairling, along with 4 RBIs and 2 dingers, including the walk-off, a 3-run shot with 2 out in the 9. Tigers now 26-27 on the air, winning some home games. A.J. Hinch. Last year's MVP in the National League, the Atlanta Braves' Ronald Acuna Jr. now out for the season with a torn ACL, a non-contact injury too. Stanley Cup East Finals last night. Rangers over Florida 5-4 in OT. They lead at 2-1. NBA Western Finals. Dallas 116. Minnesota 107. Mavs lead at 3-0. Michigan Panthers a winner in United Football League play. They defeated Houston 26-22. Joseph Newgarden takes his second straight checkered flag at the Indy 500. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97 Win the Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Happy Memorial Day, Mark Ryan, 97.1 The Tickets. Great to have you guys with us. Truly do appreciate you. You guys will notice that when we're on the air here, we're going to have one of the most interactive sports talk shows you've ever seen. All right? Invite you to follow me on Twitter, which you can do at Mark Ryan on air. That's at MARC Ryan on air. You will see when you tweet to the show, we'll get to your tweets live and on the air. And of course, you can always hit us on the phones and the text line 248-539-9797 is the number. Ticket Texter says Michigan fans are so brainwashed they'd be happy with one win. I think I know what one win that is. Ken P. in Canton says, do you think the Wolverines would be 9-3 if Jim Harbaugh was still here? No, of course not. I think they'd be 11-1 or 10-2. Probably 11-1. But you can't lose Jim Harbaugh and not lose some of that fever pitch intensity that he brings with him. Have I seen Sharon Moore? Yeah, I should. And, you know, Ticket Texters, I'm going to say Happy Memorial Day. I'm going to say Happy Memorial Day. I know the vast majority are with me on this, but I subscribe to General George S. Patton, who says it is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Okay? That's American General George S. Patton. It is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men lived. So yes, Happy Memorial Day. I like to view it as those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice are with us on this day as we pay homage to them. I also believe every American should take some time today, quiet moments, to say thanks in your own way, whatever way that might be. Okay, guys, best sports city in America. Best sports city in America. What do you got? Who is it? And look, what I found about this place thus far is, like I was going through the logos of the teams, right? And I didn't realize I was stepping in it, and I stepped in it massively. But I said, to me, the Lions have the best logo in the city. Lions logo's an A+. Tigers logo, Old English D, is an A. I gave the Red Wings a B and the Pistons a C for the logo. The Pistons logo's boring. It's bland. They need an upgrade. They need a facelift. The Red Wings I gave a B to because I don't wear red. It's not a good color for me. I don't wear red a lot. I got red shorts on right now. What am I talking about? But not a lot. Most often I don't wear red. Okay? So here in the studio, we have these panes of glass, and I'm going to try not to pain you guys anymore, But we've got these panes of glass, and they've got the Red Wings logo, but there's no color red. And without the color red, it's gorgeous. It's amazing. But when I said, the Red Wings logo is a B, you would have thought I just wished ill on somebody's puppy. Okay? When I said Jared Goff is a B, you do realize that B is a good grade, right? B is a 3.0. You do realize that, right? You got C, D, and F. C is average, D is below average, and F is poor. A is outstanding. Okay? Jared Goff has been good. Detroit Red Wings, good. I realize when I'm going to do this topic that people are going to be upset that the Detroit is not number one. Okay? But here are my top 5 sports cities in America. All right? And should be adopted by you immediately. Okay? Number 5, Chicago. Chicago has this coming to them because I know they think they should be higher than this and they're wrong. Chicago has this coming to them because I heard Chicago sports hosts when we were on the NFL Draft Radio Row. I was getting ready for my show. They're doing theirs. I heard them say the city of Detroit was nowhere ready for this draft, the NFL Draft this year. Brother, how about 776,000 people proving you otherwise? All right? How do you like them apples, Chicago? How do you like them apples? Chicago is a tried and true sports city, but no one is attending these White Sox games, okay? Chicago Cubs have been largely irrelevant. They maintain large irrelevance. They boo their own Bears team incessantly. They love their sports, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But I think Chicago as a sports city is one of our best and has some warts, okay? Number 4, sports city in America. Pittsburgh. I'm going to go Pittsburgh number 4. Pittsburgh number 4 is on my list because of the sheer passion in that city. If you've ever been to Pittsburgh, it's like a bowl. You're there, it feels like you're in a bowl. You're in a sports bowl. They've got the beautiful bridge. They did something really, really cool that I think helps their rating, and that is that they have all the teams in their city have the same color scheme. Have you noticed that? Every team in Pittsburgh is yellow and black. There's something really cool about that, right? Like it unifies the entire city. I don't know of any other city that has done that. Do you? Unifies the whole city, sports passion through the roof. The only knock on Pittsburgh is it's a smaller sports crazy market. It's not a huge market. According to our industry, Pittsburgh is a medium-sized market. Okay? Detroit is a large-sized market. Number 3. You were number 2. The stuff with the Blue Jays this weekend knocks you down to number 3. Detroit. You are a top 3 sports city in America. How does that feel? Top 3. I used to believe that the reason why all these cities were considered great sports cities is because it was freezing cold and there was nothing else to do. You never hear Miami on the list of best sports cities. You never hear Los Angeles on the list of best sports cities. Those cities have sun and fun and beach and water. But you know what? So do we. So do we. And guys, when you see the engagement here relative to some of the other places that I've been, it just blows you away. It absolutely blows you away. The engagement in this city. It's incredible. Whenever you're on the air here, it feels like a primetime show relative to other places you've been. Okay? I've hosted in Houston. I've hosted in Atlanta. I've hosted in Miami. I've hosted in Tampa. I've hosted in Orlando. Okay? Your level of engagement, your passion, your participation, the fact that we collectively live, breathe, eat, and die along with every single one of our teams on a day in, day out basis is freaking awesome. Okay? Awesome. And yeah, I might tweak you a little bit about some of the negativity when I don't think it's warranted. But the moral of the story is, guys, I moved here to be a part of this passion. You've got the passion. You're the number 3 sports city in America, Detroit. Number 2 is Philadelphia. Philadelphia I have as number 2. Gosh, what can you say? They are crass. They are vile. They are rude, crude, and uncouth. And they're fantastic. Philadelphia sports fans. If there was one knock on them, it would be that they boo Santa Claus. They knock people out throwing snowballs at people. You know, they can cross the line on crass, right? They can. But the fervor, the passion, the all-for-one mentality there. Philadelphia is number 2 for me. Number 1 sports city in the country, Boston. It's got to be Boston. Very similar to Detroit, but in Boston, you would never see the Blue Jays outdraw the Red Sox. You'd never see anybody outdraw the Red Sox. You'd never see any team from any city outdraw anybody there. Okay? And that's why they are number 1. I've got you on the medal stand. Okay? I did have you number 2 a couple of weeks ago on this list. But when I saw what happened with Toronto over the weekend, it bumps you down from number 2 to number 3 on the list. This is something, in my opinion, that should be an honor to you, to be a top 5 sports city in the country. Hell, you're a top 3 sports city in the country. You're top 3. But I get the sense that more of you are going to be bent at the cities that are ahead of you than appreciative of the cities that you are ahead of. And if I was to give them honorable mention, it would probably be Buffalo. Buffalo would probably get the honorable mention spot, number 6. Okay? But I'd have Boston 1, Philly 2, Detroit 3, Pittsburgh 4, Chicago 5, honorable mention, Buffalo, top 6 sports cities in America. What do you say? We'll take your thoughts. We'll take your calls. 248. We'll take your text. 248-539-9797 is the number to get to us on the show. Your reaction to that next. My name is Mark Ryan. 97 won the ticket. Mark Ryan, 97.1 The Ticket. Alongside Jake and Bobby, happy Memorial Day to you and all. I have revealed to you my list of top sports cities, and I have Detroit as number 3. All right, we were number 2, but then I saw something that I've never seen in Philadelphia, I've never seen in Boston. It doesn't have to be just Toronto. I see crappy sports cities be guilty of this all the time, and you're not a crappy sports city. You're one of the best. That's why I'm embarrassed for you that Blue Jay fans overwhelmed you yesterday at Comerica Park. Okay? Should never happen here. So I've got my honorable mention. Buffalo, number 6. Chicago, number 5. Pittsburgh, number 4. Detroit, 3. Philadelphia, 2. And Boston, 1. Best sports cities in America. You're top 3. You were top 2. But I can't, you're not going to elevate above 3 if you allow this crap with the Blue Jays to happen again. I can't. I just can't do it. I know a few weeks ago, Mike Valeni said this is a joke of a baseball town. I'm not going to go that far. But I am going to tell you, you got the 16th best record and the 24th ranked attendance. And then I saw this yesterday. Your descent is showing. Some of that is good. Ownership should know that you're unhappy, but not when your team is still in it. Your team's still in it within 3 games of the final playoff berth. Come on. Let's get to Rob in his truck, who is up next. Hey, Rob, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, Rob. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. Well, hey, I called a few weeks ago, and I was on your side as far as, hey, just keep this guy, and let him get out of this city. You know, you're right up there with Mike Valeni as far as he's on the negative side. You're the other pole. You're the positive side, and he offers some positivity as well. He's very centered guy, and you are too. Knowledge is right up there. I wanted to say about honorable mentions. West of the Mississippi, there's a couple of cities. I would say Denver. I was there for a while. A lot of passion there, and Seattle. I was just real quick. It was in Spokane. I was in a sports bar, and when the Mariners won a middle of the season game, the whole sports bar lit up.
Okay, so Rob, let me ask you this. Rob.
Yeah.
Okay. Denver, Seattle have a chance to make my top 10. Okay? You'll notice New York City wasn't in there. And here's why New York City wasn't in there. Okay? New York City wasn't in there because the population is so massive and so diverse that if a team wins there, still less than half of the population there is into it. Okay?
Yeah.
If the Lions win here, babies that haven't even been born yet will be celebrating in their mom's womb. Okay? So, I think in New York, with a population that size and that level of diversity, you have a hard time getting the breakthrough, and I think that hurts their rating. Seattle, Rob, they got too many other things going on in Seattle, man, to be truly one of the top 5 sports cities. Can I ask you this, Rob? If you're going to put Seattle in the top 5, who would you take off my list?
Pittsburgh, they don't have basketball, so I don't know if I can go.
Neither does Seattle.
And the baseball team sucks, and they're not a good baseball team.
Well, wait. Neither does Seattle. Seattle doesn't have basketball.
Yeah. Well, I always want the Pittsburgh Pirates to do better than the Pittsburgh Steelers because I've had it with the Steelers.
Yeah, I understand.
They're like it's like the Cowboys. They're top heavy with football.
You got it. Hey, Rob, good to talk to you, man. I appreciate the phone call.
Thumbs up for you, man.
Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you. So here's what I would say, guys. Denver, I think, is the best sports city west of the Mississippi. Okay? The best sports city there. But another thing that you guys aren't factoring in that I am are sports radio ratings, which reflect the passion. It reflects the caliber of the programming you have on the station, sure. But I think it also reflects the passion of a sports city. Okay? Now, I'm not going to attach numbers to cities because I don't want to do that to them. But some of you know some of the other places that I've worked. Okay? Wherever you are on this station, whenever you're on the air, the rating is between a 12 and a 22. Okay? Now think about that for a minute. Just use the numbers as a guide. I've worked in markets where the number is a 1, the number is a 3, the number is a 2, the number is a 4, the number is a 5. In this business, if you're getting a 5, you're considered to be doing outstanding. But not every market can you achieve that in. You see what I mean? Like, so when I say you guys are awesome, that's what I mean. Like, I see the numbers. I see the passion. This is public information. We go to Mr. Positive, Greg, who is up next. Hey, Greg, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Mark. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Great question. And yes, the ratings for 97.1 The Ticket are second to none. Let me tell you, brother. I love that you do the homework. You always do. But you're asking a great question. You got New York City, which is the greatest city in the world, and you got Los Angeles, the entertainment capital of the world, arguably, other than Las Vegas, Nevada. I just got to ask you real quick, the criteria, what are you using? And real quick, love your George S. Patton quote. It makes me cry every time you say it. I love it. You're so spot on. George S. is spot on, and it's very sagacious of you to find that quote and articulate it to America. But what are your criteria?
Yeah, Greg, so admittedly, this is subjective, right? It has to be subjective. Right. There's no way to do this from an objective standpoint, but I try to think of, have these cities done anything that I would consider embarrassing to be a top sports city? Well, Philadelphia, I can't have them number 1 because they boo Santa Claus. They knock people out throwing ice at them on the sidelines. Boston gets massive ratings. All their hosts on social media have hundreds of thousands of followers, and they don't do anything. They're not guilty of embarrassing stuff like this. Detroit yesterday, it was embarrassing watching the Blue Jays overrun the stadium. I've never seen Yankee fans overrun Fenway Park. Boston fans would never let that happen. Now, you'd say, Greg, that Boston-New York is the best rivalry in baseball. Detroit-Toronto is not. You'd be right. At the same time, to me, it's embarrassing to let people do that to your home crowd. So it's passion, it's sports radio ratings that I've seen, and then it's what can I knock you down for? What can I knock you down a peg? And that's essentially the gist of it, Greg. What do you say?
Oh, you're spot on. And real quick about the 50-50 in the stadium yesterday, I want everyone to realize the more people you have in your corner, what does that do to your mentality? What does that do to your attitude? It makes it more positive. So you're spot on, Mark. It's unacceptable that we have more people from another area come
another
to
country.
Detroit.
You have more people from another country here. Should never happen.
Hey, love you, everybody. Happy Memorial Day, and remember the reason.
Yes, sir.
See you, Mark.
Yes, sir. Mr. Positive, Greg, joining us here on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm sure that the Ticket text has no big opinions about this topic, right? Oh, my goodness gracious. Here we go. Mark, man, are you stupid? How many Canadians live a quarter mile away from Fenway Park, you jackass? I resemble that remark. And you apparently, again, have missed what I'm saying. Boston doesn't let any other city do that. They don't let Detroit. It doesn't have to be Canada, okay? It can be any. Joe in the car says, Mark, pretty good list. I believe New York should be in there somewhere, but overall, you did a really good job. Thank you, Joe. Why is Philly better? Because they're low class? Ticket texter, you were better than Philly, but then you let Toronto do that to you in your own home ballpark. That's not a top 2 sports city. Mark, name another city that has all 4 major sports and 2 major colleges that have major programs in football and basketball. Ticket texter, it's not just about having teams, okay? Major League Soccer is now more popular than the NHL nationwide, according to a number of metrics. I know it's not that way here. It's also about the support of those teams and how those teams fare, okay? Like that's a part of this. Pittsburgh, you are leaning towards having a Spartan IQ. Oh, boy. You guys realize our IQ has been dropping by 7 points every generation. Dropping. And I think it's because we have all these tools that are turning us into tools, doing all the work for us. We don't use our memory anymore. GPS does it all for us. You know, there's hosts in this country now that have Chat GPT do their show prep. Couldn't be me. What about New York? We've heard New York a couple times. Yeah, guys, like, again, New York has 14 million people, okay? A sports team wins there. Less than half the people there even know about it. So are there millions of people who are excited about it? Yeah. But you don't get the 100% penetration rate that you get in a place like Detroit. If the Lions win the Super Bowl this year, scratch that. Let's be positive. When the Lions win the Super Bowl this year, you will not be able to find me a single soul in greater Detroit that doesn't know that happened. Doesn't know that happened. All right. So there you go. 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show. Ticket Texter says, I agree with 4 of your 5 on your Sports City list. Detroit supports baseball, hockey, and basketball when they're winners. I have a problem with Pittsburgh and Buffalo because they only have 3 teams. Maybe Minneapolis or Dallas or any other cities. So says Charles in Grand Blanc. Charles, I'm not going to penalize cities for things they can't control. They can't control how many teams they have. This city could have 5 sports teams, but they wouldn't build the soccer-specific stadium to get Major League Soccer. Why not? Why not? We'll take your thoughts. We'll take your calls. 248-539-9797 is the number. We're asking you. I have Detroit number 3 on the all-time best sports cities. Too high, too low, just right. 97 won the ticket.
My name is Mark Ryan, 97.1 The Ticket. Awesome to have you guys with us. Happy Memorial Day to you and yours. My friends, invite you, as is always the case, to get to me on Twitter. I'm at Mark Ryan On Air. That's at MARC Ryan On Air. Would love to have your follow. And if you do, you will see we'll get to your tweets live and on the air when you tweet in. How about that for a deal, huh? Most interactive sports show you will find around, man. Always upping the interactivity. Your calls, your texts, your tweets, all of the above right here, 97.1 The Ticket. So as you know, I've given you my top 5 sports cities. I've got Buffalo as my first honorable mention. New York would also make the top 10. Denver would also make the top 10. But I've got 5 Chicago, 4 Pittsburgh, 3 Detroit, 2 Philadelphia, 1 Boston. Some folks are staining their hands because I have moved Detroit down a peg from 2 to 3 because you allowed the Blue Jay fans to overrun Comerica Park the last few days, which I find embarrassing. There is no way in hell, and I've got a ticket text here. A ticket text here saying the fans didn't let Toronto fans overrun Comerica Park. Ownership did, putting a mediocre team out there for the last few years. If ownership was competent and actually cared, the fans would care, and none of the Blue Jays would be there. So says Mark from Dryden. Mark, listen here, Mark. It doesn't matter how good, bad, mediocre, awful Boston is. Fenway Park would never allow that to happen with Yankee fans. Never. In a million years. Okay? So go ahead and back that one up just a little bit. Let's get to Martin in Detroit, Michigan, who is up next. Hey, Martin, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Mark, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. Good to talk to you.
Okay, you know, I'm not saying that people have a problem with you moving to Philadelphia up ahead of Detroit, but here's my thing. We know Philadelphia is definitely passionate about their basketball. They're more passionate than we are.
Yes.
But baseball and football, I think we're about even. I think we're more passionate in our hockey than they are. But you haven't added in the element. Our college sports is more intense in the season than our pro sports. So I just don't think Philadelphia, like, they might have Penn State, but they don't have that bitterness like Michigan State. I'm talking about against each other.
Yeah, not only that, Martin, not only that, like, they don't even have, like, Pitt playing Penn State every single year. That's a crime. Right. That's a crime. So, Martin, to your point, I'm gonna tip my cap to you. And here's what I'm going to tell you, Martin. Here's what I'm going to tell you. Here's what I'm going to tell you, Martin. I leave myself open to change the rating based on my observation of football season here. Okay? I haven't yet been here for a football season, Martin. You know that, right? So I'm going to observe. I'm going to have my eyes wide open. In the meantime, Martin, you got to share my embarrassment that we allow Blue Jays fans to overrun Comerica Park, right?
Yeah, I'm with you, but I'm kind of like the last texter about the product. I understand Boston would never allow that to happen, but you also have to say Detroit would never allow a college team like Boston College, which is there, to have empty seats and no ratings. You know, so
that's true.
It's the same thing.
That's true.
You know, it's like their passion for. I mean, it's not just one mission. Man, you got a host on it. He loves New York. He would rather to see Michigan lose. He'd rather New York lose every game there is. I mean, that's how much he hates Michigan versus Michigan State. But he's not alone. I mean, it's sick. I'm telling you, man. I think our sports part of it, I think that moves us to number 2. Even
Martin,
with the
I appreciate you, but listen, Martin, I appreciate your analysis, man, and I love your passion, your fire.
Okay, thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot,
I appreciate you, Martin. Great to talk to you, bud. Happy Memorial Day to you and yours. Let's get to Chris in Ontario, who is up next. You know, Chris, I got to have you give me a little more education here. The other day I was saying, Ontario, why are these people not saying Windsor? And then Jeff told me it's the province. And I said, so that's the state in Canada, right? How many provinces are there in Canada, Chris?
There's 10 provinces.
10 provinces. Territories. 2 territories, 10 provinces. Sounds good, Chris. Are you in Windsor right now?
I'm in Windsor right now.
There you go. Chris, the floor is yours, my friend. What's good?
Here's my deal. So my deal has Chicago at number 1, Toronto at number 2. Then we go over to Detroit in 3, which is what you had. And then at number 4, I think I had who did I have? Boston at number 4. Because with Toronto, you got the whole deal. I mean, you got every sports team in the planet. I mean, you got WNBA too.
Well, you don't have NFL.
They've won World Series.
You don't have NFL there, though.
Basketball champion.
You don't have NFL. You don't have the biggest one.
Yeah, if we only could get an NFL team, man, that no one could touch Toronto as a sports team.
Okay,
opinion.
but you don't have the NFL. That's a problem. Okay,
it is.
I mean that's
because they won't come to Canada.
Right, you can't.
Come to Canada.
And this also was American sports cities, Chris. But I understand, especially here in Detroit, that line is blurred. I want to let you know. Like, because of that, I didn't consider Toronto. But I'll tell you what, man, I'm looking forward to spending some more time up there. Just please, Chris, your people, they have no right to overrun Comerica Park. All right? I know my beef isn't with you. It's with Detroit sports fans allowing that to happen. But come on, Chris. You're making Detroit look bad with this.
Yeah, but wait till you see your Detroit Lions, who are a phenomenal team. They travel well. Look what they did last season. They went into the stadiums and took over stadiums.
They did, man. Listen, I can't wait to see it, Chris. I appreciate your input, buddy. Thanks so much. Next, we've got JD in Melrose, Michigan. JD is on line 3. JD, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's good, bud?
Welcome, Mark. I want to say that first. It's refreshing to have you here. I listen to sports talk radio literally all day long and all night long, so I've caught you across since you've been here across all of the shifts, and I love your energy. And like you said, I like that you're excited about how much interaction you get no matter what time of day it is. That's how passionate we are. Now, with that, I want to ask a quick question. I'm giving you a little pushback on you moving us down from 3 to 2. And the question I want to ask before I give the pushback is, was that your primary, because of the attendance that happened at Comerica this weekend, was that your primary reason for pushing them back?
So I had Detroit and Philadelphia in a dead heat, right? And then the thing that pushed Detroit ahead is, in my mind, I never saw Detroit boo Santa Claus, and I never saw them throw ice. I never saw them throw ice at people. And so then I said to myself, okay, which is the bigger grievance? Allowing the Blue Jays fans to overrun Comerica Park or booing Santa Claus? To me, it's booing. It's allowing another team's fan base to overrun your stadium. That's something that bad sports cities do, and Detroit is a fantastic sports city. So that's the explanation there.
And I'm gonna try to make it quick because I know other people want to get on. Here's why I asked that question. You just got here, so you're still learning the habits, patterns, behaviors of not just the sports fan, but the state in general. This weekend, is one of the biggest go up north, travel out of state, travel out of city weekends that we have here.
Yeah, but JD, that's okay. Okay, like, I understand all that. You're giving me the why. I'm telling you, it's that play. It's like, as you know, JD, I've been to a million places and I've rocked them all. And it's that way everywhere. Still, you will never see Boston allow Yankee fans to overrun Fenway Park. You'll never see it.
Okay, so coupled with, we have a mediocre product. I'm not going to say it's bad because I've been, just like you, champion what's been going on. I love baseball, love Tigers anyway. But you couple those things with the fact that it's early in the season, it's the biggest travel weekend for us, and the product hasn't been that great, especially leading up to this weekend. People care more about getting into their memorial traditions than they did going down to the ballpark. If the team was...
But JD, pause. You know who didn't care more? Blue Jays fans.
Because I don't know the holiday habits of Blue Jay fans. I know Detroit fans are going to travel out. if the Tigers were winning or like they were in May, if they carried that over into in April into May.
JD, what I'm telling you, JD, what I'm telling you is it's got to be a bigger priority not to allow that to happen. I'll give you the final word.
Not during this particular weekend. That's all. That's all. It's a long extended weekend, and that takes priority over going down to the ballpark. That was the only thing I'm saying. If he pushes us down for that, just wait. You'll watch. Continue to watch the patterns be even. Coming into next year, which I'm sure you'll still be here, if there's a better product for this particular weekend, that won't happen.
JD, good to hear from you, man. I do appreciate the perspective. I really do. I really do. I don't agree, but that's okay. You know, like we've reached a place in society where every time somebody disagrees, it's like you feel like someone's about to say something about somebody's mama. I'm not like that at all. We can have debate. We can have disagreement. It's fantastic. Okay? Love the debate. Love the back and forth. Love that we're able to do that together. All right? Truly, truly do. Up next, sticking with this theme, the stadiums you have to see before you die. We'll take your calls. We'll take your text and so much more. Mark Ryan, Jake, Bobby, 97.1 The Ticket.
97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan here with you. Philip Lutz says, excellent topic today, Mark Ryan. Also love the George Patton quote. It is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men lived. Amen to that. Marco tweets in. He says, Mark, I think your list of best sports cities is solid, but you're missing context on the Toronto-Detroit rivalry. When both were in the AL East in the 80s, this was the rivalry. Well, Marco, even more reason for that not to be allowed. Boston, New York is a rivalry. Boston doesn't let New York to run them over, and vice versa. New York doesn't allow that. There will be plenty of Tigers fans in Toronto as well. I don't care what Toronto does or doesn't do. I care what Detroit does. Okay, let's not be guilty of whataboutism here. Marco says, can I get an amen? Julian says, welcome to the D. Keep in mind, there's also a Detroit diaspora all over the country listening on a multi-minute delay. And you're going to tweet me instead. Well, look, guys, you can text us, you can call us, you can tweet us, you can do all the above. You know, the text line, we get to as many of those as we possibly can. But literally, guys, there have been thousands that have come in since our show began today. Thousands. If I did nothing except read your texts, I wouldn't have enough time to get through all of them. If I did nothing except read your texts. But I always want your voices to be heard. So if you feel like, man, I'm sending some texts and they're getting drowned out by everyone else texting in, shoot me a tweet at Mark Ryan on air. That's at MARC Ryan on air. We're talking best sports cities in America. I have Detroit number 3. Alan in Detroit is up next. Hey, Alan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Mark, how are you doing today?
I'm fantastic. Good to talk to you, sir. Happy Memorial Day to you and yours.
Thank you. Same to you. So, Mark, I'll start with the NFL since that's kind of king. But I got, the old topic and the new one. So when I went to Pittsburgh, right, to see the Steelers, Lions play Steelers, they only sold tickets to Lions fans in one section, and all the Lions fans were in one section. And in order to get like a seat license, it's $10,000, and even if a father wants to pass it on to his son, they still have to pay $10,000.
You know what that sounds to me like, Alan? That sounds like a good sports city. Good on them.
Oh, it's great. It's great sports city. But I'll tell you what, Heinz Field, that stadium is trash. But PNC Park, that is a beautiful ballpark. It's top 3, if not the best one out there. Same with, what's the one in Philadelphia? Citizens? I think that's what it's called, Citizens Field?
Citizens Bank, yeah.
That one is really fun. They got a little ballpark in there for the kids to play, and all around the field, they have a whole rail all around the entire field for standing room, as opposed to like just here where we have the fence, and then there's no standing around 80% of the field. It's a really cool place to visit.
No, it is. It is. So, Alan, are you supporting Pittsburgh being in my top 5?
Yes, sir. And Philadelphia.
I have, and Philadelphia. I have Detroit 3rd. Where do you make of my rating for our city?
I have to hate it because I'm from Detroit. But when I was at the game on Sunday, and Saturday and Friday, I was walking around and I heard cheering, and I couldn't tell whether the Tigers made a play or the Blue Jays made a play because it was just so flooded with both. And that was like, that was disappointing.
So here you have, ladies and gentlemen, a local, Alan in Detroit, been here forever, saying what the scene at Comerica Park was frustrating, and quote from him to you, we got to do better. We got to do better.
Absolutely, Mike.
Thank you, Alan, for being an objective voice of reason. You stand out, sir.
Hey,
thank you so much.
Thanks for having good points, and thanks for taking my call.
You got it, buddy. You got it. Thanks so much. Ethan in Warren, Michigan is up next. Hey, Ethan, you're on 97.1 A Ticket.
Mark, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Real quick, I just wanted to give a huge shout-out to all the men and women who have given their lives to preserve the freedom that we have in this country, and I could not be more humbled and more grateful for it. So thank you to all of them and to all of their families as well. I just wanted to give a little bit of context here, along with the fact that I have been very disappointed in the direction of the Tigers for quite some time now. Obviously, the previous regime is not a direct reflection of what the current regime is doing, and I'm willing to give that time and to see how that goes. But when Al Avila was here, as a fan, when your team is doing that bad and when your team is performing that poorly, I don't want people to go to the game. I want people to stay home and to leave the stadium empty because, like you said, I want to make sure that the ownership knows this is not acceptable. This product that we have on the field is not acceptable. Now, this team is still a little ways away from contending, and I understand that. I'm realistic when it comes to those types of expectations. I do think there are some off-season moves that were left on the table that could have been made.
That's fair. That's fair.
To make this team more competitive. And listen, you're asking me to spend my money to go down there and to watch a product that I think they could have improved it in this offseason. And I'm not saying that this team's ready to compete or anything like that. And I'm not harassing people who do go down and want to have a good time. You do you. But this is, and I just want to give a little bit of context here. Toronto to Detroit is the only place in major, and I saw this on MLB Network a few years back. It is the only trip that for the majority of a fan base, it is actually closer for them to travel to Comerica Park than it is for them to travel to Rogers Center.
Again, Ethan, you can't allow that to happen. They still got to cross. They still got to cross the border. You can't allow that to happen, Ethan.
That.
We are allowing that to happen. You're allowing that to happen.
You saw what happens when one of the teams in this city performs. The Lions took over. You've never seen anything like that in NFL history. The Lions took over every stadium they traveled to this year.
It's a beautiful thing.
Every single one.
Ethan, that's why I have Detroit as a top 3 sports city. But if you want to be number 2, don't let this BS with the Blue Jays happen again.
Well,
okay?
The reason I'm not saying you're wrong. What I am saying is the fact that the Tigers and what they could have done in the offseason to push the envelope a little bit further to give us a winning product, there's 2 teams in this division that are currently in the top 10 record-wise in baseball that nobody saw that coming, Cleveland and Kansas City. And what did they do? They made prudent off-season moves to improve their team incrementally.
They certainly did, Ethan. They certainly did. We are up against it, my friends. Cleveland has a bottom-tier payroll. What you can't have is no payroll and no player development. That's a recipe for the disaster. And I think the Tigers are guilty of some of that. That most certainly is fair. Up next on the show, agree or disagree, she has a chance to go down as the most famous female American athlete ever. My name is Mark Ryan. Great to have you with us. 97.1 The Ticket.
Tigers bullpen arm Shelby Miller's rehab is set to begin tomorrow with Toledo after right ulnar nerve inflation put him on the shelf. Miller has been building up to game outings as he threw a bullpen yesterday. He said, "You can't really say what helped with it, but it's feeling a lot better. I know that. It's not nearly as stiff as it was, so that's positive," end quote. Casey Mize gave up 8 hits and 3 earned runs yesterday, but he feels like he's almost where he wants to be. Tigers have the day off today. They'll start a 2-game series with the Pirates tomorrow. Pittsburgh is 4 games below 500, but just took 2 of 3 versus the Braves. Western Michigan baseball won the MAC over the weekend by defeating Ball State 10-3. Minutes ago, they learned that they're heading to the Lexington Regional to face Kentucky. The NHL playoffs continue tonight as the Oilers and Stars battle at 8:30. Both are looking for an advantage in the series as they're currently standing 1-1. The NBA also pits the Celtics and Pacers. Boston looking for the sweep in that one with an 8 p.m. tip. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mark Ryan, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. I keep getting messages, don't say Happy Memorial Day, Mark. No. You're wrong on that. General George S. Patton said it is foolish and wrong to mourn the men who died. Rather, we should thank God that such men lived. So yes, Happy Memorial Day. Because today, those who paid the ultimate sacrifice, we honor all day long. And it is my belief that they're with us here today. 248-539-9797 is the number to get to us on the show. Guys, in my opinion, she has the chance to go down as the most famous female American athlete in the history of American sports. And her name, of course, is Caitlin Clark. Now, this is crazy to me what is going on, because you are witnessing an absolute and total explosion of popularity for women's basketball right now. Now, because you're in the Detroit bubble, you may not be completely and totally familiar with that. So allow me to educate you just for a minute, okay? From 2022 to 2023, the ratings for the WNBA draft went up 40%. This year, Caitlin Clark going number 1, they were up 400%. From 2022 to 2023, WNBA ticket sales went up 16%. This year, they're up 93%. If they had gone up 16% for 5 years, they wouldn't have grown this much until the year 2030. In-season viewership ratings for women's basketball, WNBA. Last year, from 2022 to 2023, the ratings were up 20%. This year, they're up 180%. Caitlin Clark for the win, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm not sure if you guys have been paying attention to this, but there have been some culture wars that are going on here surrounding Caitlin Clark. Jameel Hill told the LA Times this pile of BS. We would all be very naive if we didn't say race and Caitlin's sexuality, she's straight, played a role in her popularity. While so many people are happy for Caitlin's success, including the players, this has had such an enormous impact on the game. There is a part of it that is a little problematic because of what it says about the worth and the marketability of the players who are already there. Can we please flush that BS? I can smell it. It stinks. Ladies and gentlemen, none of Caitlin Clark's success, none of her it factor has anything to do with race, has anything to do with sexuality. Okay? It's awful, and it's really unfair to Caitlin that we are doing that. Really, really unfair. The View's Sonny Hostin argued that, quote, white privilege and pretty privilege played a role in Caitlin Clark's popularity. I do think there is a thing called pretty privilege. This take is pretty awful. There's a thing called white privilege. There's a thing called tall privilege. And what? We're just making up garbage now, aren't we? And we have to acknowledge that. And so much of this is about race. Because you think about Brittany Griner's of the world. Why did she have to go play in Russia? Because they wouldn't pay her, Hostin said, referring to the WNBA. Angel Reese is a rookie this year in the WNBA. And I believe Angel Reese was like the third pick in the WNBA draft. And Angel Reese, right, came out and spewed this BS. Her team won, and she goes, and that's getting a win in a packed arena that didn't involve Caitlin Clark. And we had a charter flight, and that wasn't because of Caitlin Clark. It's all because of Caitlin Clark. We are now watching something that we never watched before because of Caitlin Clark. All right? Since I have been here, I've had something happen to me, women's basketball-wise, that never happened before. I have avoided media for exactly one female sports team in my life, the Women's World Cup team. That is the only sports team that I have ever avoided media for in my entire existence. In other words, don't tell me the score. Don't tell me the score. I got to watch when I get home. I'm taping the game. Don't tell me. Otherwise, I haven't really cared. I'm here. Caitlin's playing in March Madness. Don't tell me the score. Don't tell me the score. Paul Sarah, you told me the score. I wish you didn't do that. Beanie Howell, you told me the score. I wish you wouldn't do that. I'm there now when Caitlin Clark plays. It is must-watch TV. I'm wondering if it's gotten to the same place for you. 248-539-9797 is the number. LeBron James chimed in on the Caitlin Clark hate, on the disrespect, on the jealousy. And, I thank Jake for bleeping out a couple things, but LeBron James couldn't help himself from getting really fired up about this. Me too, LeBron. I haven't agreed with a damn thing LeBron has to say lately. He's constantly making excuses. He's constantly blaming others. On this, he's 100% on point. And I give Charles Barkley a thumbs up as well for backing up LeBron. %100% right. LeBron, applause. Charles Barkley, 100% right. Both of you. This is all happening because of Caitlin Clark. You never had higher pay before. You never had charter flights before. Your television ratings weren't 180% increased before. So my question to you guys is this. What is the it factor that Caitlin Clark has? Okay? Because she's not the best player. In all honesty, she's not even close to the best. But then again, Odell Beckham Jr. wasn't the wide receiver that Julio Jones was. Odell Beckham Jr. has 2.6 million social media followers. Julio Jones had just 600,000. Calvin Johnson was a far better player than Chad Ochocinco was. Chad Ochocinco has 3 million Twitter followers. Calvin Johnson has 120,000. It's not about being the best player. It's about having the it factor. So what, pray tell, is the it factor that Caitlin Clark possesses? I will attempt to define the undefinable, and I'll do that next. But before we do, let's lead it off with Steve in Roseville, Michigan, who wants to chime in agreement. Hey, Steve, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's good, man?
Hey, how are you?
I'm great.
I agree 100%, man. You know what? I'm 5'6". I don't understand tall privilege. To me, that's not a privilege. You hit your head on ceiling fans.
Have you ever had tall privilege, Steve? You ever had tall? I never had tall privilege in my life.
5'6"? At 5'6", hell no. Anyway, there's another crap too. Oh, she's got pretty privilege. Have you seen Aisha Jackson? She's way hotter than Caitlin Clark. So I don't know what this pretty privilege bullshit is. Sorry. But I mean, come on. Can we please grow up as a...
Steve, thank you, buddy. Thank you. We can't drop that word on the air, man. Cannot drop that word on the air. So we gotta cut the call when we do. I'm continuing my track record. Every time I'm on the air here, there's a call that needs to be dropped. Guys, I don't know what that is. It must be the number 3 ranking of the all-time sports cities in America. It must be something the great sports cities do. You guys are that fired up, it happens. Okay? In my last stop, that maybe happened once a year. Here it happens once a show. I've never seen this, man. Never seen this. Never seen this in a million years. 248-539-9797 is the number. What is the it factor that Caitlin Clark possesses? I will attempt to define the undefinable, and I'll do it next. Mark Ryan here with you. 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan, 97.1. The Ticket. Great to be here with you. Happy Memorial Day, one and all. So I'm arguing, guys, that, Caitlin Clark right now is the victim of a bunch of jealousy. And it's a bunch of BS right now. Jealousy can have many causes: negative emotions, past experience, and fears. Jealousy can be called by having low self-esteem, insecurity, feelings of inadequacy. They can all lead to jealousy. Everyone's saying, well, what about the women that came before Caitlin Clark? Didn't move the needle. Didn't make a change. They were not difference makers. Now you have a difference maker. It's not about being the best. There are better players than Caitlin Clark. Okay? What it is about is she's got an it factor that the league hasn't seen before. So what is Caitlin Clark's it factor? Number one, she is a walking highlight reel. She does things on the basketball court that we haven't seen a woman do before. And frankly, we've only seen one man do. More on that in a minute. Number two, she's fiery as hell. She slams the basketball down. Like, it's fascinating how pumped up and into the game she is. She's a blaze of glory, man. Number three, she's from the heartland of America. She's from Iowa. We like to discover people that needed to be discovered. Okay? We enjoy the process of discovering people. Oh, unpolished gem here in Iowa. There's a beauty to that, right? Number four, Caitlin Clark has swag. She's dripping with swag. She's incredible. She's got confidence. She's got a little arrogance. She walks the line between confidence and cockiness. The proof of that is where she shoots her shots. Okay? So she's fiery. She's a walking highlight reel. She's from the heartland of America. She's got swag. And then she's got this. And this, in my opinion, might be the biggest factor. She, just like Steph Curry, doesn't look like she should be able to do what she can. Number one pick in the draft, very slender, very skinny, not especially tall compared to other women's basketball players. Okay? Doesn't look like she should be able to do what she does. Absolutely abusing fools all over the basketball court. Who else did that? Steph Curry. Looks like he's 12. Still looks like he's 12. Nobody recruited him except Davidson College. Went to go see the court that Steph Curry played on in college about a year ago. Nobody recruited him. His father, Del Curry, went to Virginia Tech, tried to get his son a scholarship at Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech said no thanks. Oops. Biggest mistake of your life. Slipped to number 7 in the draft. He was drafted behind 2 Minnesota first-round picks. Minnesota selected point guard Johnny Flynn, point guard Ricky Rubio. Oops. Because he was small, because he was slender, because he's not overly athletic, because he's not going to be able to play defense, doesn't have a lot of muscle. Oops. He doesn't look like he should be able to do what he does, but he can. I'm attempting to define the undefinable. What is Caitlin Clark's it factor? That's what I think it is, to the best of my ability. 248-539-9797 is the number. Let's get to Carson in Rochester, who's up next. Hey, Carson, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
How's it going?
It's going great, bud. How are you?
Good. So I just wanted to make it short and simple. I mean, you kind of took the words out of my mouth here, but Caitlin Clark, she has swagger. She is a bold player, and it is fun and entertaining to watch. That's why these numbers and ratings are going up. I see her as the Neymar of soccer. She's bold, she's creative, and she takes risk, and that's what we love.
Exactly. And Carson, you can tell, I can tell, Carson, we all can tell she isn't the best player in the WNBA, but it doesn't matter. Like, we're tuning in because she is who she is. She does stuff that we can't see anywhere else. And these women should really button it as opposed to all this jealousy and it's about all of us. No, it isn't, Carson. It's about Caitlin. All of this attention is about Caitlin. They owe it all to Caitlin, right?
I don't doubt that. No, she deserves all the respect she's given, and I think the hate is just showing how little people are because they want it to be all about them.
Thanks, Carson. I appreciate the call. Look, we are recognizing other players today, okay? But Caitlin is responsible for us noticing them. Angel Reese, Cameron Brink wouldn't know who the hell you are if Caitlin Clark wasn't shining a spotlight on the sport. You owe Caitlin thanks for that. It's much like a secondary actor getting discovered in a film with Denzel Washington. We never would have noticed the secondary actor. We never would have noticed him without Denzel bringing us to the theater. Okay? Never would have noticed that in a million years. But that's where we are. So another question I have for you guys is simply this. Do you think Caitlin Clark has a chance to go down as the most famous female athlete in this nation's history? You know where I have her today? The same place I have Detroit in my American cities rankings list. Third. I've got Caitlin Clark ahead of Lindsey Vonn, Mickey Wright, Martina Navratilova, Abby Wambach, Diana Taurasi, Carly Lloyd. I have her ahead of Allison Felix, track and field. I have her ahead of Katie Ledecky in swimming. I've got her behind two. Simone Biles and Serena Williams. And that's it. She is already, and she just started her professional career, one of the three most famous female athletes all time in this country. You know, and to me, her appearance has nothing to do with it. It's her game. It's the swag. It's the fiery passion with which she plays. Has nothing to do with it. I'll go Serena 1, Simone Biles 2, Caitlin Clark 3. And if you witness what she's doing to the WNBA, she's already at the level of being transcendent. Would you think that we would get phone calls on a station in Detroit that doesn't have a WNBA team about women's basketball? Would you think that would happen? That's the impact that she has. Ticket Texter says Caitlin Clark is to women's basketball what Eminem is to hip-hop. Hey, Mark, welcome to Detroit. You are a fresh breath in sports reporting for the area. You didn't even go to UM or MSU, so I don't have to listen to those hostilities. You don't have negativity about the 20-year poor history in this. You don't have hostilities about the. I'm sorry. You don't have negativity about the 20-year poor history of Detroit. I would listen to you more if you were always on at the same time. Ticket Texter says all she does is shoot well. She's really not that great of an all-around player. So says Todd in Ann Arbor. Todd, doesn't seem to matter, does it? Right? Doesn't seem to matter. The first letter of ESPN, Todd, stands for what? Entertainment. Stands for entertainment. Okay? I don't think it has anything to do with race. Can we stop the garbage with race? You know, stop it. Steph Curry would have been the face of the NBA if not for LeBron James. Okay? Caitlin Clark is the female Steph Curry. We never saw Steph Curry before. We've never seen Caitlin Clark before. Okay? Ticket Texter says, love the show and your attitude, Mark. You are major entertainment and extremely knowledgeable. I truly appreciate that. Appreciate that so much. Ticket Texter says, I'm not going to read that one. That's hurtful. Not going to read that. Clark is very relatable to the average fan, but is different than most others like Steph Curry. People automatically get behind this type of person. There you go. Mark, one of the WNBA teams she will be playing against moved both their home games to the pro stadium in the area due to ticket demand. Tell me she isn't making a mark already. So says Jeff. Jeff, amen, 100%. You have hit it out of the park, my friend. All right, up next, the stadiums you must see before you die. My name is Mark Ryan. Happy Memorial Day. You're listening to 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Memorial Day, one and all. Hope you are enjoying a great time with friends and family. Blown away, guys. You guys are just blown away at, just the passion, the participation on a holiday in Detroit. I've told my boss here that this station has become the soundtrack of my life. I just want to be a sponge, soak up as much of it as I can, become smarter, become more knowledgeable. And I get the sense that this station is the soundtrack of your life as well. Thank you for making it such. Jason in Macomb, Michigan is up next. Jason, I think Caitlin Clark has a chance to go down as the most famous, most well-liked, beloved female American athletes of all time. And I'm trying to pinpoint what her it factor is, because we never can describe what it is. You want to chime in on that, Jason? What's good, bud?
Good afternoon. And I do. I think she absolutely can. I think anytime there's a polarizing figure, you get pushed to the spotlight.
The thing is, Jason, if you don't mind me saying, she's not trying to be polarizing. She's just going out there and bawling.
Yep, I agree. And, some callers had touched on racism earlier, and I don't necessarily want to go down this road. I think it's the opposite of that, in the sense that she may be one of the first popular female athletes to experience racism as a white athlete. I feel like as white America, it was completely okay for everybody to celebrate Serena Williams or Tiger Woods, who dominated their sports, and we lifted them up. But I feel like she's getting attacked because in a predominantly black sport, she's being celebrated, and it just seems like there's some animosity toward that.
Jason, thanks for the call. I think, Jason, this is what you're guilty of right now, okay? It's that, again, you're still focusing on race. And there could be some validity to what you're saying, okay? But at the same time, I don't think she's popular at all due to race, okay? Steph Curry's popularity isn't due to race. LeBron James's popularity isn't due to race. Okay? Like in Caitlin's case, it's due to pace. Her pace is incredible. All right? And it's not due to her face. Pretty privilege. That's so dumb. So dumb. I'm not going to name names, but the female athletes who are most known for their looks, okay? You can think of some presently. You can think of some in the recent past. They never go down as the most famous athletes in America. And good for us for that, okay? Because if you're known just for your looks and not your game, your face, and not your name or your game, you shouldn't be one of the most famous athletes in America. My argument is Caitlin's success, her it factor, droves of fans standing in lines to see her, have nothing to do with race, okay? She's got the it factor. She's got swag. She's got highlight reel potential. Women's basketball hasn't given us that before. Paul in Pinckney is up next. Hey, Paul, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's good, man?
Hey, brother. I just want to welcome you to the city and the state. I appreciate your passion and your energy. I love it. I love a new voice.
Thank you, pal.
I want to say thank you for that first.
It's great to be here, man.
And it's a wonderful state, underrated. But I want to comment on the one place I want to see Fenway. I want to sit next to the Penske pole. That's the one thing I really want to see before I check out. I've been to Wrigley. I've been to Old Detroit, Old Tiger Stadium. I've been to Lambeau. I've been around, but Fenway has a mystique about it that I think would be the ultimate road trip.
Yeah, that's an awesome guess, Paul. Awesome submission here. Fenway Park. And Paul, I'll share this with you, Paul. I can't stand the Red Sox. Can't freaking stand them. Okay? I hate the Red Sox with a fire of 1,000 suns. And you know what it is about them that I hate? It's that every time they win, suddenly you see those stupid little bee hats. And I love the way I just said that, stupid little bee hats. You see them popping up all over the place, all over America. You never see those stupid little bee hats unless they're doing stupid little bee things like winning the World Series. It's the only time you see them. I've never seen more so-called newly claimed Red Sox fans in my entire life than when that team wins something. And like we've busted on Michigan a little bit in a fun, playful way, Wolverines fans. Caputo gets credited for starting the Walmart Wolverine thing. He says he didn't start it, but gets credit for it nonetheless. In Michigan, this is true, is top 5 in America for the largest percentage of their fan base that didn't go to the school. Red Sox fans are 20 times worse. 20 times worse. These morons, have no affiliation with the school, with the team whatsoever. No affiliation with the school whatsoever. And yet they champion that with the school, with the team whatsoever. And yet they champion the team with their hats, with their gear, only when they win. It's pathetic. Pathetic. That's why I hate them, but you're right. They got a good park. Ticket text. Clearly, Todd hasn't watched Caitlin Clark play. Incredible ball handler and passer as well as elite shooting. Texter, I'd say her greatest skill, like Steph Curry, is her basketball IQ. She's a savant out there playing chess. Everyone is playing checkers. When she's playing basketball, I picture she sees the floor like the Terminator sees enemies. You know, she's got all these percentages popping up in her head. Mark, Caitlin Clark plays with Larry Bird intensity to me. Spencer in West Virginia on the Odyssey app. Great to have you, Spencer in West Virginia. Guys, we did get some just very, very sad news that just came down the pike. Bill Walton has passed away at the age of 71 today. Going out predictably in shocking fashion, okay? Because wouldn't you guess this is how Bill Walton would go out, in the sense that he wouldn't let anyone know he's suffering. It was always it was never about him. He was always just so enthusiastic, so much energy and enthusiasm. It's not surprising to me at all, that if he was going through something and he passed away of cancer, that he wouldn't want anyone to know about it, what he was going through, what he was battling. Bill Walton, man, I found you thoroughly entertaining. Bill Walton passes away today at the age of 71. Bill Walton, rest in peace. We go to Venturi, who is in Southfield, not far from us. Venturi, thanks for the call. Happy Memorial Day to you and yours. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Happy Memorial Day to you, too. And, sir, I must admit that Caitlin had me watching college female basketball. You know, she got that it factor, like you said, Stephen Curry. You know what I'm saying? So if she had that, it's like Maya Moore. You know, if she wouldn't have quit, where would she be at?
That's exactly right, Venturi. You know, I'll tell you this story, Venturi. My dad, in March to me this year, says, Mark, it's great to talk to you, but I got to go. Caitlin Clark is going to be on soon. My dad said that to me, Venturi. My dad is at a place in his life where he only watches the biggest sporting events, okay? My dad considered Caitlin Clark going for the all-time scoring record to be a major sporting event that he should be watching. Caitlin Clark did that to my dad. My dad would be the last person watching women's basketball. Caitlin Clark reeled him in. Caitlin Clark reels me in. She is must-see TV. You're right. The call screen says she deserves her flower. Caitlin deserves her flowers. Those other players need to realize that their increased platform is not due to any of them. It's all due to her. And they need to give her flowers for that.
She's unstoppable.
100%. Venturi, this isn't about race, is it? Please tell me this isn't about. This is about her game.
Hey, look. Let's go back to Larry Bird. Okay? Larry Bird had skills. It had nothing to do with race. If it was race, then stop him.
I love that.
That's my point.
Venturi.
I mean, you can't do shit about that. And he'll tell you, you ain't going to do nothing. He tell you what play he going to run.
Venturi, thanks for the call, man. You said a wordy dirt. We can't say that on the air. But now it's happened twice. What is it about me that attracts George Carlin's 7 dirty words? I can't figure it out. What is it about me that's doing? Am I the only one who gets this? Jake, do you hear a lot of wordy dirds on this station, or do I seem to get more than most?
Oh, it's typically during this time slot.
This time slot? Really? That's fascinating. Let's get one more. Mike on a cell is up next. Hey, Mike, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, great to be on the show.
Thank you.
I really enjoy the topic.
Sure.
I just want to make a couple of quick points. One, Caitlin Clark and my daughters, I love taking my daughters to go see women's basketball. It's a great, far cheaper to go to see University of Michigan women's, Michigan State than it is to see the men. So I'll preface my call by saying I love watching it. Caitlin Clark is a great player, but she is absolutely benefiting tremendously from unprecedented coverage with phones, things like that. There have been far superior female athletes.
Wait a minute. Yeah, but it's not about best, Mike. It's not about best. It's about the it factor. It's about the it factor. Steph Curry was never the best basketball player. He had the it factor. Okay? So it's not about his race. It's not about her race. She is the reason for the increase in coverage.
Okay, so I'm gonna disagree with you on the point of race, and I'll tell you why. And especially, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And she has to do with the it factor. What I'm saying is she's a benefactor of the fact that there's unprecedented coverage, as it's been tremendous coverage of women's athletics. She's hitting it right at the right time.
No, Mike.
Wait, hold on. You interrupted me once. Let me make my point on the race. Before Scottie Scheffler got arrested, Scottie Scheffler could walk down any street in the world. He won 2 Masters in a row, win 5 weeks in a row. But it took Tiger Woods, an African-American, dominating a traditionally white sport. We watch Luka Doncic. When we watch a woman dominating a white, it's not the fact that it's not about race. It's about when somebody from an opposite race that is traditionally dominated by another race, okay, really does well. That's story. That's the news. And to say that it's not about race, if a white guy came out and beat Usain Bolt at the 100-meter finals, guess what? That's going to be a big deal. And it's not saying that, it's only because she's white. It's saying that she is dominating in a sport that has got 80% almost, basically, people of mixed race or African American.
Mike, thank you for the phone call, Mike. I did listen to you, okay? There's been plenty of great elite white basketball players. Okay, you're saying kind of stuff that doesn't make sense around Caitlin is coming along at a time of increased women's exposure. Cart horse, sir. She is the reason for the increased exposure. Okay? And we love Steph Curry because he did things differently. We love Caitlin Clark because she is the female Steph Curry. Okay? She is the female Steph Curry. You're saying, well, when we see something we don't normally see, we have a greater interest. Okay. LeBron James has been the face of the NBA for 20 years. Okay. Larry Bird was a face of the NBA. It has nothing to do with anything other than her swag, her game has all led to her fame. And that's all that has anything to do with anything. Okay. Period. And to the Jameel Hills of the world, put a sock in it, Jameel. Put a sock in it. Pretty privilege, tall privilege. It's just a joke. Absolute joke. All right, guys. We will put a bow on this edition of our show on 97.1 The Ticket with some fascinating Tiger stats that will paint the picture of positivity. That's next. Mark Ryan, 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Ryan, 97.1. The Ticket. Great to be with you guys. One more. We get to Paul in Port Huron, Michigan. Port Huron? Am I saying that right? Huron. Hey, Paul. What's good, bud?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good to talk to you, man. Thanks in advance for your suggestions. What do you got for me?
Oh, yeah, just, I'm a big fan of you. I like hearing you. It's great to have a new voice.
Oh, man, it means a lot. Thank you so much.
Listen to 97.1 every day on my way in and out of work. And I'm a little late to the party on this because I finally got a minute to call in. Get the boys together at the station and go play whirly ball.
What is that?
It's like lacrosse and bumper cars mixed together.
This sounds like a bleep show, Paul.
Yeah, it's great. Bring a case of beer, some snacks, and you just rent it out for a couple hours and have a blast.
Will I remember any of whirly ball? Will I remember the time or no? I'll wake up and I'll be like, how did I get all these black and blues?
Well, moderation is key on that one. You gotta drive home, so moderation's key.
You got it. Hey, I appreciate where do you play whirly ball, Paul?
There's one in Clinton Township, and then there's one on the west side of Novi.
Novi. Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Whirly ball. I will check it out at your recommendation, Paul. Thank you so very much, my friend. Thank you so very much. Appreciate the call. Guys, it has been an absolute jam-packed show today, and we appreciate you guys. Thanks, Rigger. We appreciate you guys doing what you're doing today. I was embarrassed for Tigers fans at what you allowed Blue Jays fans to do at Comerica Park. I have people say, hey, Mark, I got 10 and 9 for the 10 most important lines for success, but what about the rest? Well, 8 and 7 will come up on my next show Wednesday night. I'm on 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Michigan and Michigan State, measure of success. Success to me for State this year would be 6 and 6 in a bowl game, and my prediction is they'll get it. Success to me for Michigan this year would be 10 and 2 in the college football playoff. My prediction is they'll fall just short. I have them going 9 and 3 this year. We've also defined Caitlin Clark's it factor, defining the undefinable, and really, in my opinion, she's got every shot to go down as the most famous American female athlete ever. I want to share with my good friend Jeff Rieger here some stats for optimism on the Detroit Tigers, because he seems to have none. Neither does Jeff Rieger seem to believe that the Detroit Lions are a Super Bowl contender this year by way of his predicted record of 10 and 7, which I find deeply disturbing and upsetting. But Jeff Rieger, the last 2 years, the Detroit Tigers are right now averaging 4.25 runs a game, Jeff. The last 2 years, there have been 4 teams that have made the playoffs averaging at or below the run output production that Detroit is.
Who are those teams?
Okay. Cleveland, Seattle, Tampa Bay, and Miami. 4.07 runs, 4.07 runs, 4.23 runs, 4.27 runs.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, 3 teams have made the playoffs the last 2 years, averaging fewer runs per game than the Detroit Tigers have. Not only that, Jeff, then if you look at the pitching side of the equation, okay? Pitching side of the equation.
Yeah, have you seen that?
3.63 ERA.
Yeah, is that total or bullpen or starters? What are we looking at?
Total team ERA.
Okay.
Total team ERA. Now, hold on. Hold it. You'll have your time.
Oh, yeah,
You got 4 hours coming up.
Do you want to stay another 4 hours? Let's do another 4 hours together. What do you think?
I have a blast.
How about Ryan and Rieger? You get top billing. Let's go.
I have a blast.
Till 6 o'clock.
I have a blast hosting
What do you
with
say?
my friend.
Come
okay,
on.
listen. 6
Apparently
teams.
that's not big enough of a blast.
Six teams, Rieger, last year. Half of the playoff teams had an ERA higher than 4.
Okay.
6.
Yeah.
The Tigers' ERA is 3.63. They're 9th in ERA.
Yeah, but
so what I am doing is
I'm
painting the correlation that this could very well be a playoff team.
I get what you're doing, but what you have to do is then do a little more research, Mark. I respect your stats. You say they're like bikinis. They only show certain things, but not the fat rolls.
What they don't show is more significant than what they do.
Right. But now you have to take those teams with the good pitching staffs and see what their offense was. And you need to take those teams with the great offense or the 4 runs and see what their pitching did and see if you could get them together and how many similar teams are like Detroit. Because I'll tell you this, nobody's talking about this. bullpen stinks now.
Yeah,
it's got a 6 ERA for the month of May.
Yeah.
The bullpen is absolutely atrocious. So now they're hitting a little bit, at least they did on this homestand, but for some reason they can't get anybody out.
They're offering about as much of relief to my acid reflux as a plate of nachos does.
Well, nachos sound good. Let me ask you this. So I'm driving home yesterday, right? I go to the game. It's a great game. I mean, 11:30 start time did end to like 3:20. So that makes an easy day for Mark Ryan because you probably expected.
I was fired up.
Yeah,
I was ready to go at 2.
Right. Well, I know you were. It was a great game. Vierling hits the walk-off 3-run jack and blah, blah, blah. You win it. So I'm driving home. I'm in a great mood. I'm listening to Mark Ryan. And you would not believe I'm going to call them the Mark Ryan flock. This guy is a religious man, and I feel your congregation was calling in yesterday, ripping on any Tiger fan that had the audacity to not love the 3-game winning streak because it's been such a disappointment for the last decade.
Okay.
I heard you. I heard you.
Rager, you can go by league averages, and league averages, using history as our guide, says that there's a very clear correlation to what the Tigers are doing and teams making the playoffs.
So they're not going to win the division.
Just acknowledge that.
They're not going to win the division.
They're 3 out in the lost ball. 3 games out in the lost column of the playoffs right now.
They're 10 games out in the AL Central.
So what?
So they're not going to win that.
Okay.
Acknowledge that.
Yes.
2.5 games out of the wild card.
Yes.
They got to jump 17 teams out. That's the problem with trying to be a wild card. It's like the Wings was, right? And if they get down to the final 3 games and they're in a wild card spot or a game out of a wild card spot, I will get excited.
The
Absolutely.
number one issue with this franchise, is development.
I don't disagree.
When you have a
they
low
got like
payroll,
5 position players
when you have a low
developed.
payroll, you got to ace the development part, Reeves.
I agree.
That's what the Tampa Bay Rays do. That's what the Detroit Tigers have not.
When are we going to have Caputo on? And I think Mark and Pat need to do a payroll symposium. Because it's funny.
That's already happened. It didn't end well.
I know, because it's funny. He went after you for the payroll, and now he's going after me because I had the audacity that I wanted to add bats to this offense.
What's coming up today?
Oh, yeah, we're doing a radio show, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're on for, we're going to call Mike. We should. It's his show. We're going to call Rico. Let's call Kenny. Let's call David. I actually, from the get-go, have an issue that I think probably makes me a total SOB. It makes me an awful human being. It's sports-related. It's Tigers-related. We're going to do that. Also, coming up on the show, we got some Lions stuff. 5 o'clock hour, we're going to have some fun leading into Caputo, okay? Because I saw the weirdest thing at Comerica over the weekend. I got to tell you about it. Also, something's going on where fans have to pretty much... They have to plant their flag because something's going on with the Tigers that everybody's okay with, but when it was the Red Wings, everybody was pitching a fit about. So we'll get to that as well.
I've never enjoyed anyone busting my balls more than I enjoy you busting my balls. You crack my coconuts like none other, and I thoroughly enjoy it. Riggs, thank you so much. Have a good show.
Crack your coconuts. I like that. I'm going to steal that very quickly. You're a very good radio man. I was listening yesterday. I was furious at you, which means you did a good job.
Thank you.
Because you evoke emotion. The number one thing in radio is to evoke emotion. If you're boring, nobody wants to listen to you. You were delusional yesterday, but you were not boring. So I give you credit.
Mark with a C, and the C stands for Cray.
No. I give you a B-.
Have a great time. Have a great show, bud. Take care.
Goodbye.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. This just in, NBA Hall of Famer and broadcaster Bill Walton has passed away. He was 71 and had been dealing with cancer. Tigers TV broadcaster Jason Benetti was his partner on various broadcasts over the years. One game on NBC Sports Chicago. Walton joined Jason for a White Sox game. And what do you know? Former Tiger James McCann hit one out. That kind of encompasses what he did on the air. Jeff, do you know who that was against?
Let me guess, the Tigers?
No, the Angels and Brad Ausmus. The Tigers have an off day today after their...
Why is Brad Ausmus catching straight? Wow.
The Tigers have an off day today after their wild comeback win yesterday to sweep the Blue Jays at Comerica Park. The Pirates coming to town after winning a series with the Braves. Atlanta losing star Ronald Acuna Jr. in that series as he tore his ACL while faking a steal attempt in the first Sunday. It's the second time in 4 seasons he's come down with a torn ACL. 2 Tigers farmhands were named on the minor league team of the week. Shortstop Trey Cruz, who's the 29 overall prospect for the team. He went 12 for 21 for Erie, while number 23 prospect Roberto Campos made the list as well. He drove in 11 runs for West Michigan. At the Coral Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff. Until 6. Who we got at 6? Caputo?
Patrick J. Caputo.
You know, the C stands for Caputo, okay? First of all, before we get going, I got to say, I loved Bill Walton. Absolutely loved him. It's so sad to hear that he passed away. I heard Jason Benetti on with the morning show. It was Stoney and Costa. And they asked him about Bill Walton, and he said he was struggling with a health issue, but he made it sound like maybe Bill was going to get better. So sad. I mean, Walton was one of my favorites because I can't tell you how many times I would stay up till 1 a.m. to watch Pac-12 basketball, and it was Walton and whoever. Like, he was the Pac-12, who no longer exists, obviously. And he was hysterical, and he was deep, and he was kind, and he was great. And I love character. I feel play-by-play guys, color guys, they're just like way too boring these days. And Walton was the furthest thing from boring. Here's the other thing. Do yourself a favor. If you have 4 minutes, whether you're on the toilet or you're in your car in a parking spot waiting for fast food, whatever you're doing, go to YouTube and search Bill Walton, Jason Benetti. So it's Jason Benetti inviting Bill Walton in at a White Sox game. And it is about 4 minutes, and it's hysterical. It's so good, and Benetti does so well with them. I mean, Bill Walton seems like one of those dudes that everybody would want to work with. He's great, and he's so off the cuff, and, I mean, it's a tragedy that he's gone. It sucks, man. It's one of my favorite. So, that sucks. So entertaining. There ain't many guys like him, and I'm looking on TV right now. The TV ESPN is on in the producer's booth, and they're paying tribute to Walton. That's very sad.
We have HGTV on in here.
Oh, okay.
I haven't changed it yet.
I'm gonna go down the YouTube Walton wormhole after this show. I know I am. The dude was amazing. So, anyway, that's very sad news. I did not want to start the show that way. Not at all. But it is a holiday weekend. We got Mike and Rico back tomorrow. And I'm on for 4 hours. I got a lot of decent stuff Should I say good stuff? I think it's good stuff. Tigers are red hot, baby. They've won 3 in a row. They win on Friday. Colt Keith gets his first homer. They win on Saturday. Reese Olson actually gets a win. He got 2 runs of run support. That was exciting. And then yesterday was a very, very, very fun game. I don't know how many people actually saw it. It was on Roku. I was at the game. Started at 11:30. Matt Vierling walked it off at about like 3:45. It's a long-ass game. But the Tigers have won 3 in a row. I drove home to Mark Ryan talking about how good the Tigers are and that they might as well be on their way to the World Series. I got a comment about that a little later on in the program. I thought Mark did a great job because he infuriated me. Like, good radio isn't just radio you agree with. It's if somebody is able to rise some emotion from you. And he did that. I was fired up driving home. But one of the things that happened over this weekend, and I actually contemplated if I should talk about this because it makes me sound like an absolute jerk. I would use stronger language, but we're on radio for crying out loud, and it's a holiday, okay? But this opinion makes me seem like an absolute schmuck. But I'm willing to deliver it to you simply because I think I'm right. And sometimes jerks and schmucks can be right too. Later on this hour, we got to talk about the Tigers and why you're okay with something they're doing, but there's no way in hell you're okay when the Wings did it. So we'll get to that. But I wanted to bring this up. So Friday, Colt Keith, who whined about the dimensions at Comerica Park. And by the way, I agreed with him. I think the dimensions are, as the kids say, whack. They're ridiculous. Do the kids still say whack? They probably don't. But Colt Keith went yard for the first time on Friday, and he's killing the baseball. Dude's hitting like 400 for the month of May. He has been consistent. He's been a revelation, playing good defense at second base. Like Colt Keith seems like after a very rough first month in the bigs, when I was convinced they were going to send him down, he's rebounded nicely, and he's proving to us why the Tigers might have gave him a massive contract right from the get-go. They paid him $27 million before he even played a single game in Major League Baseball, which at the time I thought to myself, this is either going to go really good because you're going to get him for really cheap. He's a really good baseball player, and you're going to have him on the books for $27 million over, 6 years or whatever it is? Or it's going to go really bad because he's going to be a bust, and you just gave away $26 million, which, by the way, in the grand scheme of baseball is not that big of a deal. However, this is the same organization that got upset with Casey Mize over $25,000, right? So they gave him a ton of money, relatively speaking. And he finally goes yard, and he's put in a great month of May. A great month of May. But something that happened after he went yard drives me up a wall. Makes me freaking crazy. I think it's so irresponsible with something that happened. And I know I'm going to come off sounding like a jerk, but that's okay. Because no. Cut that. We're not ready for that. How dare you? Computer glitches. Anyway. I'm going to be right on this, even though you'll never admit it. It's very risky, what I'm trying to do. I want to do it next. Something that happened after the Colt Keith homer, actually happened after the game, to tell you the truth, that I think is such bad decision-making. I want to tell you about it. See if you're with me. We'll do it next. 97 won the ticket. All righty. 2:15 on a Monday. It's Memorial Day. Mike and Rico back tomorrow, 248-539-9797. Here's the deal. I got so much to talk about, but I'm starting with a topic that makes me look like a total schmuck. But I don't think I'm wrong, and all I ask you before we get into it is for you to be honest with yourself, all right? Jake running the board today, producing, Bobby back there. I'll ask you guys too. You tell me if I'm wrong about this. So Colt Keith goes yard on Friday. It's a big home run. It's a big prospect. It's a big deal. A guy by the name of Paul catches the baseball. Now, our buddy Ayande, who works here, was actually right near Paul. Ayande texts me. He's like, dude, I almost caught Colt Keith's homer. I'm like, wow, really? So this dude catches Colt Keith's homer. Bally's immediately goes out there, and a meet and greet is set up. So Colt Keith is going to meet fan Paul after the game. Now, Paul has been a season ticket holder at Comerica since the place opened. Seems like a nice guy, right? And what a payoff to catch a home run ball like that. It's a historical home run for at least Colt Keith, and who knows how good the second baseman for the Tigers turns out to be. So I'm in the clubhouse afterwards, and I'm getting the details about what was given to Paul in exchange for the baseball. Paul got a couple of autographed bats, and he got a couple of autographed jerseys, apparently. So I asked Colt Keith when we were talking to him, I said, Colt, do you worry that a fan might ask you for money, considering the contract you signed, and they want money in exchange for the ball? Would you do it? Here was his answer. All right. Was it a good trade-off, though? A great trade-off for Colt Keith. Because the bats and the balls and the jerseys and everything else, the mitts, that's all Tiger merchandise. That stuff doesn't cost any money. Colt Keith can give it away. He gets another one the next day. Okay, here's where I'm a jerk. I'm kind of stalling. I'm almost afraid to say it. Especially on a holiday. You got to ask for money, don't you? Colt Keith signed a contract for $27 million. He's got more money than all of us combined probably listening. Yes, he's a 22-year-old kid. Sure, but I got to believe that baseball means a lot to him too. Hopefully it's the first of money. Many, I meant to say, but I got money on the brain. If you are the fan that caught that ball, knowing that it's your lottery ticket, don't you have to ask for money? If you're the fan that caught that ball, aren't you saying the bidding starts at $20,000, $30,000, $100,000? Listen, you pay for tickets, you pay for concessions, you pay for parking, you pay to go to these games. And if you're lucky enough to catch an iconic dong, home run, right? I call them dongs. People laugh at that. If you're lucky enough to catch an iconic home run, isn't it financially irresponsible if you don't make good on that? I'll never forget the dude that caught the Derek Jeter 3,000th hit ball. Remember this guy? It was a home run. His 3,000th hit was a home run. Pretty cool, right? Anyway, he catches this ball, and he just gives it back to Jeter. He's the biggest Jeter fan out there. Forget that. Jeter's already a millionaire. Jeter's giving out gift bags to the women he hangs out with, for crying out loud. I'm getting money from Jeter. I remember Albert Pujols was at Comerica Park about 3-4 years ago. He was searching for his 2,000th RBI. Not too many guys have 2,000 RBIs, right? And Pujols, for his 2,000th RBI, hits a solo shot. Fan catches it. Said he was going to give the ball to the Hall of Fame. I think he just eventually gave it back to Pujols. I remember asking Albert Pujols postgame, I'm like, would you pay to get that ball back? And he said, oh, God, no, absolutely not. The fan can keep it if he wants to charge me money. Shouldn't you charge him money? The fan Paul seems like a very nice guy. Big Tiger fan. Maybe he's well off. Doesn't matter. I'm charging money. I am not giving that ball back unless you're willing to pay me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime lotto ticket. Like, I just bought a bunch of scratch-offs at Kroger today because I had $150 on scratch-off. So I just reinvested into more scratch-offs, right? I was hoping that I won the $500,000. I won 20 instead. Still pretty good, but I lost $30. The bottom line is every person, male or female, is hoping that one day is going to be their day where they get lucky enough to just fall into a bunch of money. And I don't care how it happens. I told you it's a mean opinion. But we got people calling in about it. I'll take your calls. I'll read your text. We'll get to some other Tigers-related stuff because there's something Tiger fans are okay with. We're Red Wing fans. We're definitely not okay with it. So we'll get to that as well. But am I a jerk for immediately thinking, as I stood across from Colt Keith, the fans should have demanded money? But you guys were looking at me. Go ahead before we get to the calls. Am I a jerk? Go ahead, Jake. I don't know what that is.
I get it. Nobody's going to pay money because while Colt Keith did get that massive salary, it's a case of, hey, it's awesome. You will hit more homers. So the best a lot of athletes from what I've seen are going to give is merch.
Yeah, but there will never be in Colt Keith's career, unless he reaches 500 homers, which probably won't happen. There will never be a more valuable ball to said Colt Keith. There just won't be. I'm just saying. I know it makes you look like a total ass. I know it's not your sport. I know, I get it. I just got a personal text from my good buddy Diesel. Says you're reaching here. He disagrees with me. First thing I thought of. 248-539-9797. Go ahead, Bobby. Go ahead. Then we'll get to the calls.
Yeah, I think you're saying this right. The ball isn't worth anything to anyone but Cole Keith. To anyone else, it's just another homer, right? You're just getting another ball. So you're either going to get a ball and no money, or you're going to get probably a few $100s worth of merch, and then you give the ball back for nothing.
All I know is I would have said 10 grand. Maybe 15. I think if he wants it bad enough, he'll give it to you. Let's go to Matt in Oxford. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, Reeks. So, listen, I remember this conversation like with the Miggy 500 ball.
Yes.
I was completely with you on that one. If it's a ball that a collector wants and there's street value for it, I'm 100% with you. What you're talking about is personally extorting a young man for something that means something to him that has no value to anybody else.
I told you I sound like a jerk, Matt. I'm well aware of this.
Dude. I know. Because I'm fundamentally with you. You don't owe players anything. I don't care how big of a fan you are. They're all rich. We owe them nothing.
Yes.
But in this case, for the amount of money you're talking about, 10 grand, 15 grand, is that a nice chunk of change? Of course it is. Is it changing your life? Not at all. So to me, in that moment, in that time, I disagree with you completely.
So you're okay.
I'm going to shake his hand.
So you're okay with like holding the ball for ransom for a Jeter or Albert Pujols or a Jim Thome 600th home run, but not for this one, simply because it's the first of what hopefully is many. And I mean, you say extorting. I mean, I don't know that I'd feel this way, Matt, if the guy didn't sign a huge contract. I know, again, it makes me a bad person. I understand that. But, like, you hear a guy signs a $27 million contract and you get a chance to get a free 10 grand for catching his baseball. It's nothing to him.
But the distinction that I'm making is that the other balls you're talking about
are iconic. They're historic.
People.
I got
exactly, right? So if you can sell a ball on the street, at a trade show, to a shop for some value, you deserve and are owed that value. People that give away a ball that's worth 50 grand on the street, they're chumps. And I'm with you there 100%. In this case, the ball's worth nothing to anybody. So now you're to me, you're personally, whatever. You don't like the word extort, fine.
Yeah, that's a little harsh.
It is, but I kind of feel like that's what you're doing, right?
I mean, fair. Listen, Matt, I'm just telling you what I thought. I immediately thought that's why I asked him the question. I immediately wonder, okay, here's what I ask you, Matt. Do you think he would have paid the price tag? Like, let's say the fan that caught it actually wanted $5 grand. You think Cole Keith would have cut him a check? I do.
I do. I actually agree 100%. I think I don't know what that line is. To me, it was 5 or 10 grand. Listen, we're swagging here. We don't actually know. But to me, it was 5 or 10 grand. 20 grand, 50 grand, probably. I mean,
yeah, that's probably a little much.
But 100 grand, yeah, it's a little much. But if someone had said, hey, 5 grand, I bet his agent, the club, himself, somebody cuts that check. I agree with you.
Matt, I appreciate it, my friend. I sound like a jerk. You sound sensible. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you want to chime on in. All I know is the fan that catches the ball, maybe they're financially hurting. Why not take a chance? Extorting seems like a very harsh word, doesn't it? Is that what that would be? It's not blackmail, so I guess extortion might play. It's just asking. Listen, give me $3,000 to $5,000. I get to pay my car note, and you get to get your first home run ball. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. I have something Tigers and Red Wings related that I had to add into this, but a lot of people do want to talk, so we'll take the calls too. I don't think I'm a jerk here. I just think I'm responsible. Who knows what you do with that money once you get it? Maybe you invest, and next thing you know, you're a billionaire. I have no idea. But am I a bad guy because that's the first thing I thought of? And I knew all weekend I was not on the air. I knew I was on this show. I vowed to myself I was going to talk about it. We'll take the calls. We'll read the text. There's a quick text says, the guys you're talking about are millionaires. There's the big difference. Yeah, so is Colt Keith. He's had a massive contract. He's got 27 mil in the bank. Why does that make you a bad person that you just want a little bit of that for something that he really wants, his home run ball? I am getting crucified on the ticket text. Jeff, absolutely would not. I would keep it. That's waiting for bad karma to happen. I don't think so. I think the karma gods understand. All right. We'll take the calls. 97 won the ticket. All right, so if you're just joining us, happy holiday weekend. Maybe you're driving back from up north. The weather outside looks crappy. But this has been on my mind since Friday. Colt Keith, you just heard from him, hit his first home run as a major league player on Friday. It was a bomb, right? So the dude that catches it is a longtime season ticket holder. His name's Frank, I believe. And
Paul.
Paul. Sorry. I apologize. I should have listened. So in exchange for the ball, Paul got some autographed memorabilia. And the entire time I'm in the Tigers clubhouse on Friday night, I'm thinking to myself, dude, he should have asked Colt Keith for cash. That's what I would have done. It's like a lotto ticket. So I'm looking at the details of Keith's contract. He signed a guaranteed $28.6 million deal over 6 years. Makes $2.5 this year, $3.5 next year, $4 million from 26 and 27, $5 million 28 and 29. Am I a jerk, a schmuck? I mean, you could think of stronger names because I would have asked for money. And yes, the ball is worthless except to the dude that hit it, his first of the season. And by the way, that was kind of a knock on Colt Keith. No power, can't hit a homer. Finally does. Would you have dared ask for money? I want to read a couple quick ticket texts, and then we'll go to the phones. Jeff, you're basically a nice guy, but every once in a while, your inner scumbag comes out. I mean, I hear you. How about this one? From reading the story, it sounds like the fan is well off, and the Tigers signed items that hold as much value as a potentially $5,000 baseball. I guess. But I'd rather have the cash than the items. They got the items hanging around. The cash they actually have to produce. And then how about this one? I love this one. I see Jeff introducing himself on Shark Tank. I made my first million by extorting Colt Keith's first home run ball. I invested in AI. I'm now a billionaire, Travis and Celine. I'll tell you this. I would give Colt Keith a job. I'd give him, if I became a billionaire off the seed money for an investment that Colt Keith gave me for his first home run ball, I'd give back. I'd give him $1 million back. Maybe $2 million. 248-539-9797. Am I a jerk? Or as a ticket texter said, scumbag. Justin and Shelby, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Justin?
I'm 100% with you.
Oh, boy.
To me, it's a worthless ball. To him, it's special. Pay me.
Exactly. Like, Justin, the worst that happens is either he says no or thinks you're a jerk. But here's the deal. If you need that money, right, if you are hard up for a little cash and this is your lotto ticket, why not try to take advantage? Here's the other thing. Why do we owe anybody anything, right? We're the ones that pay for everything to be at a ball game. So if you're lucky enough to catch a big ball like that means something or is worth something to somebody, why not take advantage?
Or give me season tickets.
I got no issue. Justin.
Or if not, I'm keeping the ball.
There you go. Like, here's the deal. Like, if I went out and I play the Mega Millions tomorrow and I win $5,000, let's just say, right? That's thought to be honorable. Like, all right, Rieger won $5,000. But if I extort Colt Keith for his first home run ball, that's not honorable? Like, come on, man.
Hey, I'm 100% with you. Pay me. Don't delay me.
I like it, Justin. Thank you, my friend. 248-539-9797. How about this ticket tax? It just goes to show the depth of your character and what a schmuck you are. It's from Gregory. I'm pretty sure you spelled schmuck wrong. He spelled it smock, which is kind of like what you use when you're doing arts and crafts as a kid. So take that. Let's go to Ed in Clarkston. Ed just left. Billy Bob is on the ticket. What's going on, Billy Bob? Hello, Billy Bob.
This is Billy Bob, but I'm from Davison, Michigan.
Sorry about that. What's going on, dude?
I was just calling to say that you're not a schmuck.
So what would you do?
How much money does a person invest for all them years going to the stadium and the odds of catching a ball for a souvenir is astronomical.
Yeah.
So actually, it's not a worthless ball if you're one of these guys that can take it home and say, I got that at a Tiger game. So-and-so hit it. So it's worth something
Billy,
for all the time and money you spent going to the games.
Billy, it's finally a payoff for being a fan. It's not like the Tigers have given you anything over the last decade, for crying out loud. They've stunk. They haven't made the playoffs. So you're just lucky enough to be in the stands, and if you can turn it into a money-making operation, then why the hell not do it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's worth something to me. I'm 77 years old. I never caught a baseball yet.
There you go, Billy Bob. I appreciate the call. Billy Bob's with me. I am not getting killed or crucified as much as I thought I would. Except for the two guys behind the glass disagree with me. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. 100% yes. Get some money, $10K, because he's unproven so far, but he got a ton of money. Go for it. There you go. I know you have money. How badly do you want the ball? I don't think it makes you a bad person. I don't. I think it makes you a smart financial person. We got this ticket text. Says, as a financial advisor, I agree. There you go. I could call that guy, turn that money into more money. And then I love this one. Jeff, I 100% agree with you, but I've been drinking. I might have been too. You don't know what I've done before I came in this studio. Let's go to Robert in Southfield. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Robert? How are you?
I'm grand fabulous there, Mr. Jeff. How's everything with you, brother?
I am fantastic. What do you think?
Hey, man, you're 100% right, man. People crazy, man. You got a negotiation toy in your hand.
Exactly, Robert. Like here's the thing, real quick. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, what I was going to say is, look, these people make millions of dollars. I'm not going to ask for nothing asinine. Maybe, okay, 1,000. Maybe, something like that, 500,000. I mean, that's pocket change to them. Man, run that show.
Robert, every question you don't ask, the answer is no, correct? So why not ask the damn question? And here's the thing, people that negotiate for a living, the lawyers and everybody else, that's what they do for. There's no different from this. This is just, hey, dude, I want some money. I got something you want, something you think is of value. Pay me.
Absolutely correct. Forget that. How is you a slut? Man, you're a fool if you don't. That's all I got.
Robert, I appreciate it. And listen, here's the deal. The fan that caught the ball, if he's independently wealthy, he doesn't need the money, it's no big deal. I'm not going to kill him for not trying to do it. But if you are an everyday working man that lives paycheck to paycheck, or maybe you just simply want to buy a new set of golf clubs, those are like $3,000, and you happen to catch the home run ball. Why not make the best of it? That's all I'm saying. How about a couple quick ticket texts, all right? This one says, I am with you, Jeff. As a fan, I'm wrapping my fingers around that ball and not letting go unless I'm paid a very lucrative amount. You're number one fan. I have a number one fan. How do they know he's or she's my number one fan?
Is that you texting in on your phone?
Yes, maybe. The number one fan was probably a little much, right? I probably could have left that part out.
Put it a little over the top.
Yeah. It's like me tweeting from my burner account on Twitter. Not that I ever do that.
It's Ref Jeager at the 179.
Wait, how'd you know? Here's a couple more for you. Jeff, I think this looks bad on Colt, not you. He needs to take advantage of the fan base and good nature. We did no one in this organization make him better, do better. Ellen in Detroit. So you think Colt should have just offered 10 grand? That would have been cool. Setting the precedent. There's another one. From Mike in Lake Orion. Jeff, you and I don't agree on a ton of things, but you're absolutely right in all caps on this. So let's prorate an amount based on the income. Would I be willing to pay 0.5% of my salary for my ball based on what I make? I make $125,000, so that's $625. Let's ask Colt Keith for 0.25% of his current average annual salary of $2.9 million. That's a measly $7,250 to him. Holy crap. Now, Colt is a new millionaire, obviously. Just got the money in the offseason. So maybe he hasn't bought a house, bought a car, living in the lap of luxury just yet. But $7,000? You get the ball, I get $7K. $7K, I could use $7K. I really could. The big question is, would I tell my wife? Or would I hide it somewhere? So I would never have to pay for golf again or for gambling. Yes, I tell my wife. I'd split it with her. I got one more for you. You know what happens to people that are hard up for cash and depend on a lottery ticket to get rich? They end up hard up for money. Good luck either way with your get rich plan. All I'm saying is this was the perfect opportunity for whatever fan to catch it to make a little cash. That's all. That's all. And you don't owe these athletes anything. I mean, you could be nice, I guess, and just give it away. But why? If the roles were reversed, they might ask you for money. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you would like to chime on in. I want to bring up something that Tiger fans are totally cool with, but Red Wing fans are not. So we'll get to that. We got calls to get to on this as well. Would you extort Colt Keith? I mean, that's the topic, right? We'll just call it what people are calling it. Would you extort Colt Keith? Would you have demanded money for his first career home run? I would have. No. This ticket text says, wait, Jeff, you make $125,000 a year. No, I was reading the ticket text from an individual that makes $125K a year. That's what he said, not me. He was saying all we needed to ask was a percentage of Colt Keith's money. That's all. Anyway, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 97-1 the ticket. Oh, that's right. Tigers won that game 6-2. They're on a 3-game winning streak, and we're talking about that home run ball. I know nobody else is mad enough to talk about this. That's right, especially on a holiday. I immediately thought when I saw the Colt Keith homer, I would... Extort did not reach my vocabulary, but yes, I would ask for money in exchange for the baseball. Now, a fan by the name of Paul caught the baseball. He's a Comerica Park season ticket holder for the entirety of Comerica Park since it's existed. And apparently he had a nice little meet and greet with Colt Keith after the game. He got some autographed merch, and he gave the ball up. Am I a jerk because I would have asked for money? I would have asked for cash. I would have taken Venmo or PayPal, Cash App, whatever Colt Keith or however Colt Keith wanted to pay me. Dude's got $28 million to his name. Now, not all right now, but eventually he's going to be a 28 millionaire. Am I a jerk? People are saying I am a jerk. But that's the first thing I thought of. I believe in honesty. We're asking you, 248-539-9797. I do want to get into something Tigers and Red Wings related, but let me read a couple of these ticket texts, then we'll move on. All right? The people agreeing with Rieger are the same people who hold up the line in the store so they can play their lucky lotto numbers. Degenerates find each other. Well, first of all, they now have those lotto machines. So you're not holding up anybody. Second of all, I would never do that. Just like coupon people. I don't do that. I don't want to hold anybody up. If I know I'm going to be a long time, I let people go in front of me. Here's the other thing. I go to the automated machines. Not holding anybody up, but you go at your own pace, please. You are right, though. Like if you're stuck in a gas station and it's a Friday, you just want to get home, and there's some dude that is in front of the long line at the gas station. Now, I don't have to deal with it. I drive electric, but whatever. But there's some jerk that's going out, I'll do my birthday, which is, 2/26/48, and, I'll do my kid's birthday, and that person is the worst. I would agree with you. Like, just let the computer pick the damn numbers. I have not done the research on this, but I would assume the majority of people that win billions and millions in the lotto, they're probably computer picked. I don't think it's anybody's lucky number. Maybe I'm wrong about this. I've never known anybody that's won. I've never won anything, so I wouldn't know. Couple more for you. This one says Ron. I think he means Rieger. Your mom text. She doesn't have to say you're the number one fan. She could just say mom. She could say that. Yes. And then one more. Jeff, I would honestly leave the park with the ball. It's my ball. No way, dude. I don't care about the ball. What are you going to do? Look at it? Who cares about Colt Keith's first home run ball? Get as much cash as you possibly can. What's the matter with you? I got one more. You deserve $125,000. Oh, thank you. That'd be cool. All right. So if you want to hit on it, it's out there, 248-539-9797. Colt Keith goes yard for the first time. I would have extorted him. It sounds so dirty when you say it that way, but it's kind of fun. I would have extorted him. I would have asked for money for the home run ball. The fan that caught it got some merch. Am I a jerk? Would you have done the same? We're in a safe space. Be honest. That's out there. But I also wanted to bring this up because the Tigers have won 3 in a row. They won 6-2 on Friday. Colt Keith hits that homer. Saturday, they won 2-1. Reese Olson got 2 runs of run support. My goodness. He's now like 1-6 with like a 2 ERA. He's been tremendous. And that, by the way, was coming off that outing where he got hit on the comebacker. I mean, Reese Olson has been a find. And then yesterday on Roku, they win one of the coolest games you'll ever see. Like, ever. They go up 5-0. Late in the game, they're up by 3. They cough away the lead. The Tigers' bullpen has been crap lately. Jays come back in front of a lot of Jays fans in downtown Detroit. They hit a 2-run bomb. They take a 2-run lead. Tigers then come back. They tie the game up. Mark Canha, 2 RBI single, and then Matt Vierling won it. In the bottom of the 9th, what do you had? 2 guys on, 3-run jack, 2 outs, full count, And he went yard, and it was a no-doubter. And by the way, if you look a little deeper into yesterday's situation, it's good that they won it in the bottom of the 9th, because I'm almost certain Kenta Maeda would have had to hit in the bottom of the 10th, because they've used every player. They used both their catchers. They used like all their position players. So it would have been kind of cool to watch Maeda hit. However, Tigers won 3 in a row. Now, the Blue Jays aren't any good. They're worse than you. It was nice to see the Tigers end their losing skid. But after the game, I asked AJ Hinch about the City Connects, because they've been wearing the black, blue, whatever you want to call them. So they look black, but apparently it's the darkest shade of blue known to mankind. It's midnight blue, I believe. They got tire tracks over them. The hat looks like you purchase it at a gas station. But they've been winning with them. They're 4-1 in the City Connects. So I asked AJ Hinch if the City Connects will be continued to war tomorrow against the Pirates. Here's what he said. All right, so keep the mojo going. By the way, the pitching matchups are unbelievable for the next 2 games. I'll get into them. But in addition to the Colt Keith fiasco, would you extort Colt Keith? 248-539-9797. People do want to talk. But I got to ask this question. All right, and I want you to be honest with me. There is nothing more iconic than the Old English D. Nothing at all. These City Connects, I don't like them. You might like them. I don't like them. I don't think they're that attractive, but I don't care because they're winning in them. They're 4-1 wearing the City Connects. Now, when the Red Wings came out and did their patch, people lost their freaking mind, including myself. Why? Because they had lost 7 in a row. They did it during a winning streak. The winning streak ended. They had lost 7 in a row. Next thing you know, they choked away their playoff spot. People lost their mind. It's not the patch's fault, obviously. Just like in this situation, there's nothing more iconic than the Old English D. Nothing at all. But now people are excited that they're wearing these jerseys that, yes, they have a little Old English D on the patch on the shoulder, but the iconic, traditional, gorgeous Tiger whites with the Old English D, they're not being worn. Tigers are like almost unrecognizable, but they've won. They're 4-1. They've won 3 in a row. And I looked into this and I couldn't get a clear answer. But if they win the next 2 against the Pirates, they go to Boston. Can you wear the City Connects in Boston? As a home team, can you go on the road and then turn into a road team wearing the City Connects? I don't know how that works. I asked Spencer Torkelson yesterday. He did not have an answer for me. He said he thought so, but he didn't know. Like AJ Hinch made it sound like if they win the next 2, they're going to wear them to Fenway, which is kind of cool. Are you okay? Are you okay with not seeing the iconic Old English D because it means you're winning? Are you okay with putting what most people represent the Tigers with, that beautiful Old English D? Are you okay with not wearing it because they're winning? 248-539-9797, because everybody hated the fact that they put a patch on the iconic Red Wings logo. Very iconic. They're both equally iconic. But with the Red Wings, people were all kinds of fired up, pissed off about it. It's because they lost. But with the Tigers, I threw out the tweet of what AJ said, and it got thousands of likes. You good with it? Is there a double standard here? It's obviously just about winning. You win, nobody gives a damn what you wear. Like, remember Michigan won the Big Ten tournament after the plane crash? They wore their practice uniforms. Nobody cares. They won the tournament. So I'm curious. You good with it? The Old English D is on the back burner as long as they continue to win. Is that awful? Like you accuse the Red Wings of being awful? Or are you good with it? And listen, all we care about is winning. You can win nude. It doesn't matter to me. I would say be nude again tomorrow. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door. Tigers bullpen arm Shelby Miller's rehab is set to begin tomorrow with Toledo after right ulnar nerve pain put him on the shelf. Miller has been building up to game outings as he threw a third bullpen yesterday. He said, quote, "You can't really say what helped with it, but it's feeling a lot better. I know that. It's not nearly as stiff as it was, so that's a positive," end quote. Western Michigan baseball found out they'll play Kentucky in the NCAA regionals on Friday. Head coach Billy Gernon describes the road there. The Tigers have the day off. A 2-game series with Pittsburgh is on tap tomorrow. Pirates are 4th in the NL Central, but are hot lately. They're 6-4 in their last 10. The Grand Rapids Griffins were eliminated last night in the AHL playoffs, but the Toledo Walleye are still kicking. Toledo is set to face the Kansas City Mavericks today at 5. They're looking to even out the series and send it to a deciding 7th game with a win. The NBA playoffs continue tonight as the Celtics look for the sweep over the Pacers. The Celtics are 7.5-point favorites. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty. Hour number 2. Jeff in for Mike and Rico. And then I believe we got Caputo in for me and Wojo at 6. So we'll get you up to 6 on a holiday weekend. Maybe you're driving back home from up north. Awful news about Bill Walton, one of my favorites. I've been watching clips on Twitter and YouTube all show long during the commercial breaks. But here's what we talked about so far. Number 1, Colt Keith goes yard for the first time. The fan that caught the ball in exchange for some autographed merch gave the ball back to Colt Keith. I brought it up. I know I'm a jerk. I know I'm a schmuck, but I'm asking the question, would you think about extorting Colt Keith? Make him pay you for the ball. These types of opportunities don't come around all that often. So people have been having fun with that. We'll continue that conversation. The other thing I brought up with, it's funny, right? And I think it's obvious, but I got a text from somebody yesterday saying like, hey, dude, it's crazy. Everybody hated the Wings addition to their uniform, but now the Tigers aren't even wearing the Old English D and everybody's totally fine with it. Are you good with winning, making the Old English D take a back seat to the City Connects? I hate the City Connects. I don't like them at all. I'm just being honest. They had 2 years to make those things. They're not all that appealing. With that being said, they've won 3 in a row in them, and they're 4-1 in them. And the Tigers are using them like the rally goose. They're going to wear them until they lose. So tomorrow, great pitching matchup, Tarek Skubal versus Jared Jones. You'll see the City Connects. If the Tigers win that game, then Wednesday day game, you get Jack Flaherty versus the great prospect in Paul Skeens, who everybody wants to see. I got to believe that crowd's going to be great. Maybe you'll get some people from Pittsburgh coming in on Wednesday. It's a day game, 1 o'clock game. Maybe you skip work for that one. Anyway, they're going to be in the City Connects until they lose. You good with that? Are you good with putting the Old English D on the back burner for the City Connects? Because when the Red Wings did it, they lost 7 in a row. And the outcry and the anger was, how dare you do that to an iconic logo? And by the way, I'm not disagreeing. But I would say the Old English D is just as iconic, maybe even more iconic. You got an issue with the Tigers doing it? 248-539-9797. Let's just go to Ronnie, because apparently Ronnie's on the radio. How'd that happen? Hey, Ronnie, you're on the ticket.
How you doing, Jeff?
Hey, bud.
I don't, if you recall, normally agree with you on some topics, but this one, 100%, man. I mean, these are millionaires playing a sport.
That's right.
You know, and I don't call it extortion. I'll call it negotiations. And maybe if you don't want to come off of whatever is proposed, just give them your number and say, hey, give me a call in about 10 years. You'll want that ball.
You know what? That's not a bad idea. You'll be waiting for that call. Then one day, when you really need some cash, you get a call from Colt Keith. There you go. No, Ronnie, I'm with you, man. Like, I'm totally with you, and nobody needs to know about it. It's not like Colt Keith would advertise that he's paying to get his home run ball. Nobody would ever know. It's not like, I have no idea what's going on there. It's not like the Tigers would advertise it either. I just think it's a smart business move. Like, hey, you need some money? Yeah. Colt Keith wants the ball. You need, I need, boom. What's the problem?
Yep. Hey, I wanted to touch on the jersey thing, too. Now, yeah, they are a little ugly. Maybe if they kind of, reconstructed, did a new graphic or something. But I kind of like that darker blue with. But here's another thing, though. I've been big in sports. I was an odds maker for about 12 years. So
nice.
I was up on every sport, every aspect of it. And one thing I did research on is teams that changed their logo, colors, and jerseys, have, for example, in the NFL, every team that has changed their logo and their color scheme has went to the Super Bowl. Every team. So, Cincinnati started.
I mean, Tampa Bay did it, right? No, and I hear you, Ronnie. Yep. The Carolina Panthers did it, right?
New England.
Okay, but Ronnie,
Atlanta,
Cincinnati. You can't honestly be saying change the Old English D for the Tigers. Listen, I understand the organization hasn't won much, but come on.
No. Keep the old D. Like I said, maybe switch to that dark blue, but put the D on there and reconstruct it, and then put your connections or whatever that's called on there too. But kind of have a alternate jersey. I think it would be cool.
Ronnie, I appreciate the comma, man. 248-539-9797. Couldn't hang up on Ronnie. What is going on here?
It's Memorial Day.
I guess so.
Nothing wants to work. Not even us.
Not even the equipment. It's bad enough that we have to work. The equipment's like, screw it. We're not working. Yes. It's interesting reading the ticket text. I get a text, lose with pride. So they would rather the Tigers lose wearing the Old English D than wearing the Connect jerseys winning. Here's another one. It says, I do care. I hate the City Connect jerseys. I want the Old English D. Doesn't matter the outcome of the ball games. That's interesting. That's wild. People are uniform snobs. I totally get it. It's part of being a sports fan. But the fact, and I know 3 games is not much of a sample size, but I haven't heard a ton of anger towards not wearing the Old English D because they've been winning in the City Connects. And again, I know a tweet is a very small sample size, and I understand my tweets don't reach everybody. I mean, I like to think they do, but they don't. But I got thousands of likes on this one tweet simply saying AJ Hinch says they're wearing the City Connects. You good with it? Are you good with putting the Old English D on the back burner? Quick ticket text. Sorry, I just cannot agree. English D must stay. Well, it's not going anywhere. But in the meantime, they've said no. Absolutely not. Here's the other thing, and the last caller brought it up, and nobody's saying to get rid of the Old English D, but the Tigers have not had much success. In over 20 years of being around, they've won 4 championships. That's it. Maybe a little refresh on the uniform? It's like blasphemy to say that. I get that. I just think it's so interesting. And we got people that want to talk. We'll get to all the calls, I promise. I think it's interesting that when we all lost our top about the patch on the Red Wings jersey, the Tigers literally are wearing other jerseys. And you can't even see the Old English D. And it's so far away from the color scheme, it's not even funny. And people are good with it because they're winning. It just goes to prove, and by the way, we knew this already. If you win in anything, it doesn't matter. We will support it. Winning trumps everything. That's all we care about. Everything else is fine when you're losing. You can bitch about whatever you want when you're losing or you're mediocre. But if you actually win, it doesn't matter. People will adapt, they'll adjust, they'll sing whatever it is praises. That's all I care about. And we haven't done enough of that. So you good with it? 97 won the ticket. All right. 318. Man, oh man, Bill Walton was great. Sad news, they hear that he passed away at the age of 71. I've been doing nothing but watching old YouTube and Twitter videos about Bill Walton. Such a funny dude. I can't tell you how many guys or how many games I stayed up. I wasn't even all that interested in the game, but it was a great commenting crew. Walton was great. Sad news that he passed away. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Also, talking about the Tigers City Connect jerseys. Simply put, they ain't going anywhere until the Tigers lose. So you want the Tigers to win, so that must mean you like the jerseys. We blew a fit, understandably so, about the Red Wings and the patch. But the Old English D is way more iconic, or just as iconic. And now people are totally fine with wearing those jerseys. I happen to find them ugly, but it doesn't matter what I think. Who cares what anybody thinks as long as they win, that they've won 3 in a row? Is it a big deal? Are you okay with the, trade-off? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Kevin's in Windsor. You're on the ticket. Hey, Kev, how are you, bud?
I'm good, and I hate those uniforms. How are you?
I am great, and I dislike them as well. What's up?
I'm disappointed. First of all, you've got the most iconic jersey in baseball. I don't know if the Yankees will ever do it, but that's not what we have the best uniform in baseball.
They do.
And here we
or
are.
At least one of them.
It's brutal. And get rid of the NASCAR crap, too. We save enough money by staying under the league average in salary. We don't need to advertise for somebody's, whatever, or Meyer, or whatever it is.
Well, Kev.
Why don't we just get rid of the English D and put a Meyer thing on the... Anyway, no, I don't like them at all.
So, well, hold on, though. Answer the question, though. If they continue to win, it's something you'll put up with, though, correct?
No.
Interesting.
No. You can't link one with the other. No, that's just... Nope. No.
So you'd rather lose looking great than win looking ugly?
I don't think that's a fair statement, Mr. Rieger, but no, that's tough. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say to that. The jerseys have to go. I can't link one with the other. You can't make me answer that.
Kev, you called up. I have you on the line. I appreciate the call, my friend. If you won't answer it, I understand. I ask the hard-hitting personal questions, apparently. Isn't it funny? At the end of the day, they are jerseys. But jerseys are something, uniforms are something that people lose their mind over, as we've seen. Couple quick ticket tags. Alan says, Jeff, I think these City Connect jerseys are pretty cool, but why blue? If they had gone with dark orange, they'd be way better. Could you imagine all dark orange? I disagree. I think they'd be worse. Here's a couple more for you. Your team sucks when you're talking about uniforms. Very fair. However, I just thought it was interesting because so many people seemed hyped up about the fact they're continuing to wear the City Connects. The social media people are saying, listen, we'll wear whatever it takes. We just want to win baseball games. But people that have called this radio show are just get rid of the jerseys. I don't even care about winning. I got a couple more for you. Rieger, isn't that the issue with the Tigers? It should be a privilege to wear the Old English D. Not this other garbage. It should be iconic like the Yankees pinstripes. Well, I think every team does it. I just saw Cleveland's. It's hideous. I just saw Toronto's. It's hideous. I actually think the City Connects are made to look bad, so maybe you appreciate your original jerseys more. I'm sure the Yankees have them. I know the Mets have them. I know the Dodgers have them. So it's a thing throughout Major League Baseball. Everybody does it. But I know how people feel about the Old English D. I got a couple more for you. Tigers should have used the Old English script on the hat. Ed from Clarkston says, they say it's bad luck to be superstitious. LOL. I can't blame them for being superstitious. The players seem to dig it. Word was that they won on Friday to end the losing skid. Reese Olson, who pitched on Saturday, asked to wear them. And then they won that game, so you can't go away from them. And then they won in insane fashion yesterday. coming back after they were up with a walk-off 3-run blast from Vierling. So I got to be honest. Like, I understand it. I think it's kind of fun, to tell you the truth. I like the baseball superstitions. I dig it. But a lot of people aren't on board because it's with your Old English D. Like, there's a lot of things you can mess with, sports-wise, that people are going to put up with. But I do think it kind of ends with the uniforms. If you love a logo and it's thought to be untouchable, like both the Red Wings and the Tigers are, people got a real problem if you do anything to mess with them. There's another one. Jeff, are you taking drop requests? If yes, play a stiff from Longwood. Yeah, we'll take some drop requests. I got to find it. Here, I got this one. Okay, and this one. We're talking jerseys. He might be right. I don't know what that is. That's Jansen. I know that. Anyway. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Hour and a half into the program, we've covered the hard-hitting issues. Colt Keith hitting a homer, and would you extort him to get some money if you happen to catch that ball? And then talking about the City Connects jerseys as well. Are you good with the Tigers going away from the Old English D if it means they keep winning? That's out there as well. But coming up next, I got a little football for you. I saw this article about the Lions. I think it's interesting. I want to share it with you. We'll do it next. 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men's. Bill Walton has passed away at the age of 71 from cancer. A few years back, he joined Jason Minetti on NBC Sports Chicago for a White Sox game.
I mean, how could you not love that guy? He was so great.
So many cuts to celebrate throughout the day, I'm sure, throughout radio and TV. The Tigers have the day off today. They'll start a 2-game series with the Pirates tomorrow. Pittsburgh is 4 games below 500, but just took 2 of 3 versus the Braves. We'll have quite the pitching show on tap. School starts tomorrow, while Skeens goes for the visitors on Wednesday. Heavyweight boxer Mike Tyson needed medical attention during a flight from Miami to LA yesterday. He's reportedly doing great. His representatives denying reports that the flight was delayed because of him. Tyson is scheduled to fight 27-year-old Jake Paul on July 20th. Did you know that?
Wait, he's okay, though.
He's
I need
good.
to see this fight.
Yes.
So wait.
July 20th.
People are saying there's no medical thing at all. He just was disrupting the flight.
No, there was. He had some dizziness, so something with an ulcer. I haven't looked.
He's going to fight at age 58 with some dizziness.
He is. We'll see.
Wow.
The NHL
What a
playoffs
warrior.
roll on later as the Oilers and Stars battle at 8:30 in Game 3. The series is tied at 1 apiece. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty, 3:33. Maybe you're making your way back from up north. Memorial Day. All right, so Jeremy Otto stuck around. In your update, Tyson apparently medical issue, 58 years old. He's okay, though.
He's okay. He's great, according to his officials.
He
Yes.
better be great. You cannot dangle that fight in front of me. Tyson at age 58, I got my nostalgia kicking. You can't dangle that in front of me and have it not actually work out. Like, you're going to watch, right?
Yeah, why not?
Everybody's going to watch.
I don't know where we can watch it, but
it's free on Netflix.
Is it? Okay.
Do you have Netflix?
I do, yes.
Yeah, so they're going to live stream it, kind of like the Tom Brady roast.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't seem into it. You're young, though. How old are you?
30.
Oh, you're not that young. Jake, how old are you? 23?
22.
Okay, you're going to watch, right? Or do you have no interest?
Dude, I do not like Jake Paul. I'd love to see Mike Tyson.
Oh, so you want Tyson to knock his ass out?
Oh, I will for that.
See, I'll be honest, I've never been a fighting person, but I'll watch this. Why not? I don't know.
Okay, so as a youth, me, in my 20s, I used to get Tyson on pay-per-view. We used to have, we play cards and we get a pizza and we pay the $69.99, whatever it was. And Tyson usually kicked the other guy's ass, but it was awesome. Like the kid out of Catskills. And now the fact that he's coming back and he's crazy enough to fight at age 58, I am not missing this at all.
Is it real, though? I mean, you know better than I would.
It better be. I want to believe
Can
it
it
is.
be, though? I mean.
Okay, so, I mean, Tyson is 58. We're all old. Like, I just played 2-on-2 football the other day. And, I mean, I'm 48 years old, so Tyson has 10 years on me. I couldn't move the next day. And I like to, consider myself a guy that works out every now and then. So I do think Tyson probably doesn't have the advantage. I'm sure Jake Paul is a decent enough boxer, but I'm going to watch because I want Tyson to kick his ass.
That'd be a fun story, right? From what I hear about Jake Paul, he's kind of a YouTuber that's become a boxer. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently he's rather good. Like, he's looking for a heavyweight bout, and apparently beating Mike Tyson is in his path. I don't know. Okay, so he's good.
Wall-to-wall updates I'll
He's
give you.
good.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you call the hospital?
I'll try,
Could
yes.
you find out?
I don't even know if he went to the hospital, Jeff. I
I
think there was medical staff on.
Give me a blood pressure reading.
The plane landed, and 30 minutes later, he was good. He was all good.
Good to hear. Mike, I'm thinking about you. I mean, I need to see this fight. I've already circled it on my calendar. I asked for the day off of work. It's on a Saturday in July. I'm watching.
You're serious?
I am serious. Who isn't? Like,
I
honestly,
triggered something here. I had no idea.
If people are interested in the fight, 248-539-9797, I don't think I'm alone. This thing is going to kill on Netflix. Now, will it be as good as the Brady roast? I have no idea, but I'm going to watch. I can't wait to watch. Mostly because it makes me think back to when I was a young person. And I had my whole life in front of me. Now I'm damn near dead. But at least I get to see Tyson one last time, I hope. You know what's the problem? When you're an older person, you cannot dangle out to the public that you're going to do something without knowing that you're actually going to be able to do it. Like, for instance, Aerosmith. I'm a huge Aerosmith fan. They're in their 70s. They told everybody, hey, we're going on tour again. They even went on tour for a couple of actual concerts. Went to a couple of different venues. And next thing you know, Steven Tyler, who I love and adore, I think he's the greatest frontman of a rock and roll band of all time. He comes up with bloody vocal cords. And they had to cancel the rest of the tour. Now they say they're going back on tour. But I'm skeptical. Don't say you're going to do something and not be able to do it, okay? Tyson better be able to box. What?
Are you old enough that if you and I said we would fight, we would have to do it?
Well, I would never fight. I'm a wuss. I'm not fighting anybody.
We got a free win, buddy.
I quick story. So Saturday, I went to the pool. Gorgeous heated pool. And I ended up playing, dumb idea by me, but I ended up playing 2-on-2 football with my buddy who was the all-time QB. So he's my age, right? So it was his kid and one of his kids' friends. They're both 15 on one side of the field. They both play high school football, right? A lot more athletic than me. And then on my team, it was me and my buddy's other kid who's 17, right? So it's me and the 17-year-old versus two 15-year-olds. And it kind of got heated, I'm not going to lie. It was two-hand touch, obviously, but I fell a couple of different times. I took an elbow to the head, and I also, on one play, I'm pretty sure I broke my toe, but I continued. The moral of the story is we fell down 3-0. Then we decided to play a little zone, which was my teammate's decision, and it worked. And we ended up winning 5-4, all right? I can't walk on my big toe on my left foot, and I couldn't think clearly for about 20, 30, 40 minutes after the game because I took the little elbow to the noggin. But I also didn't realize how badly I wanted to win the damn game because when we were down 3, the 15-year-olds were talking a lot of smack to me, right? Which deservingly so. Then we came back and we ended up winning, okay? And I went up to one of the 15-year-olds and I said, you just lost to a 48-year-old. That's right. Felt pretty good. I didn't realize how badly I wanted to win the game until we actually won the game. I actually celebrated. I shouted. My daughter was in the swimming pool. She's like, Daddy, what are you yelling about? I'm like, dude, we just won. Not that anybody cares. So the moral of the story is enjoy your small victories, people. And I'm not fighting anybody because I'm way too old. 248-539-9797. Thank you. The ticket text, the exact same number if you want to chime on in. Doug's in Oxford. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Dougie?
Hey, Jeff. How you doing?
Hey, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about the whole exploiting Colt Keith thing, and these people that said, they would never do that. If you went to a garage sale and somebody's got a Mickey Mantle rookie card that they're selling for $3 because the wife doesn't know it's a value, are you going to tell her, hey, wait a minute, you don't want to do this? You got millions here. Or are you going to say, oh, yeah, I'm taking this, and I'm going to exploit her, and she doesn't have a $28 million contract.
That's right, Doug. I'm exploiting everybody. You're absolutely right. I mean, you're the winner there, right? You understand the value of what they're selling. They have no idea. You go on, and next thing you know, you're auctioning it off for $1 million.
Yep, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the call, Doug. Take the money when you can get the money. Couple quick ticket texts, then we'll move on to the Lions next segment. Dave in Detroit, this Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight is insane, can't be real. It would be like if Jordan came back at this point, I smell the fix. Dave, you're probably right. I don't want to think that, though. In my head, I think it's real. But you're probably right. It probably isn't. I'm sure Mike is getting paid a ton of money. But is he really going to take a dive? That's the thing. Is he going to allow Jake Paul, who is half his age and kind of snotty, to knock him out? For how much money? I mean, Mike Tyson is about as ferocious as they get back in his heyday. I'm stupid enough to think he can actually still win this thing. Can you bet on the fight? If so, I might bet Tyson. Here's another one. I'm mid-40s. I want Tyson to beat Paul's ass. We have a watch party with food and drinks. That's from Glenn. Glenn, I'm right there with you. I got a party myself. Wojo makes fun of me. I got a TV on the back patio. I got the awning. It's lit. We're going to play some cards. We're going to get some pizza, and we're going to watch Tyson kick a little ass. I agree with you. Yeah, if you're an older dude, and when I say older, middle age, like you want Tyson to win because you remember how dominant he was. Here's another one. Jeff, I'm also 48. Don't play sports with teenagers. You're asking to get injured. LOL. You know, you're right about that. There was a couple of times when I caught the ball, and in the past, when I caught the ball and would run, I burnt somebody, right? I feel pretty good about myself. I was untouchable. I was unstoppable. On Saturday, I watched every step. Like the entire time I was out there, I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, I'm going to get injured. Oh my God, I'm not going to be able to play golf. Oh my God, I might blow something, right? Might blow out my Achilles. Might blow out my knee. You're right about that. It's not worth it. It's funny. I told a group text of my friends how victorious I was. I was very happy with myself that we won this game. And everybody responded saying, you are a dumbass. You do realize that, right? You're supposed to be poolside drinking a beverage, not playing 2-on-2 football. Quick ticket text. Jeff, have you seen Tyson's workouts? They're pretty insane. I would agree with you. They look awesome. He looks ferocious. I can't wait to watch. All right. I got some Lions stuff I want to throw out there. The stuff about Colt Keith and the homer, that's out there if you want to hit on it. And are you okay with the Tigers wearing the City Connects and turning their back on the old English D because they're winning? That's out there if you want to hit on it. Coming up at 5 o'clock, by the way, something I saw at Comerica Park, I guarantee you can add to this discussion. So we'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. Talk a little Lions next. Oh, here we go. Quick ticket text. So what we've learned today is Rieger likes to cheat old ladies out of Mickey Mantle cards and belittle 15-year-olds on the basketball court. John in Lake Orion. Well, first of all, it was football field, not basketball court. Let's get it right. Second of all, I was getting crap talked to me. So, Jake, you're a young guy. You're almost 15, right? You're closer to 15 than my age.
I'm closer to 15 than you. That's
correct. I had every right to say the comment I said, right?
Knowing 15-year-olds nowadays from my sister, yeah.
Yeah. The kid was a little arrogant. He had every right to be. He was shutting me down. And then we came back to win. So, I never get to talk crap in my life, okay, guys? I don't know if this shocks you, but I'm not a great athlete, all right? I had a moment. I don't feel bad. 97 won the ticket. Oh, man. At the break, watching Bill Walton talking about how he got his teammates when he was with the Celtics into a Grateful Dead concert. You know, we took him backstage. Oh, man. You know, usually I'm not affected by death and celebrities. I don't really know these people. I mean, it's a tragedy. It sucks when anybody dies, obviously. However, the Bill Walton passing away, that sucks. Just because I loved him so much on TV. So good. I know a lot of people didn't, but he was a true original. Creative. Always very positive, which is weird for a guy like me to like somebody that's always very positive because I'm always told I'm negative. But anyway, yeah, sad. Very sad news. Bill Walton no longer with us at the age of 71. Passed away of cancer. We've talked Colt Keith, Tigers, no more iconic Old English D. They're wearing the City Connects as they continue to win. Oh, some of the stuff we've talked about, the Mike Tyson fight as well. Apparently Tyson had a medical issue. He's okay, and the fight is still on. So that's all out there. But I wanted to hit this because I have not been on the air since, I want to say Wednesday maybe. And this happened on Thursday. It was big news. The Lions had their OTAs, the organized team activities. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Thursday, they talked to the media. And there were some whoppers as far as quotes are concerned that came out of Allen Park. The one that got everybody talking was about J-Mo. Dan Campbell said J-Mo's a man on a mission, most improved player hands down, and J-Mo should have a massive season. And everybody was excited about that because we know receiver could be an issue with the Lions next year. Like Amon-Ra's an all-pro, there's no issue there. But depth at receiver. Donovan Peoples-Jones, Jamison Williams, did they need to go out and get another receiver? Like, just some of the stuff we've talked about ad nauseum over the last couple weeks, right? So I think that was the quote that got everybody's attention. But this quote by Dan Campbell, I thought was super interesting. So my good buddy, I call him a friend, I golf with him, Carlos Menares from the Free Press. He's a columnist. He asked Dan Campbell about the Super Bowl or bust. After all, Sheila Ford Hamp at the uniform unveiling ceremony said she wants to hoist the Lombardi. Brad Holmes came on our morning show, Costa and Jansen, and did not run away from those expectations. Like in this city, I feel everybody always runs away from expectations. Scott Harris did. Derek Lalone did. I feel everybody's always running away from expectations. Not the Lions. The Lions are like, dude, it's Super Bowl or bust. So Dan Campbell, of course, was asked about the Super Bowl or bust expectations. Take a listen to his answer. All right, so he says he sees Super Bowl, no bust. I think a lot of people see Super Bowl, no bust. It's weird being a Lions fan these days because it used to be all we do is bitch and moan about how bad things are, and we were paper Lions. We really were. The first sign of adversity, the first time things went bad, we all pretty much go in the fetal position. That's what we've done our entire lives because the team has always stunk. However, now things are definitely different, and it's the most wild thing ever. I never would have envisioned or predicted that a bunch of Lions people would be saying Super Bowl or bust. Now, I don't know what bust is. Is bust legitimately saying it's a crappy season? Like, if you don't make the Super Bowl, is the season a disaster? Is it dead? Is it a failure? Is that what bust is? I am not exactly sure. But here's what I know. Everybody's asked this question. Is it truly Super Bowl or bust? And the fact that the organization is saying, yes, I freaking love it. However, am I soft because I don't see it? If the Lions simply go back to the postseason, First time since 93, 94, and 95 when they went to back-to-back-to-back postseason appearances. They lost all three of those, by the way. They lost to the Packers, they lost to the Packers, and they lost to the Eagles. That's when they won 7 in a row in 95 down the stretch, and Lomas Brown guaranteed victory, and they got their ass kicked. Wayne Fontes was wearing like a snowsuit on the sidelines. I keep hearing this Super Bowl or bust. I know how hard it is to get back. Dan Campbell, after they lost the NFC title game last year, said, we might not make it back. It's very difficult. And now everybody is saying you got to go to the Super Bowl or it's a disaster failure of a season. Is that accurate? I'm usually that guy. I'm usually the guy that would say something like that. I'll shout about have some expectations. I yell because Scott Harris didn't make any moves in the offseason because he thought this offense was good enough for one of the young guys to get at bats. I want to win. I don't care about that kind of stuff. But the Lions specifically, when I drove around listening to the conversation about is it truly Super Bowl or bust, I surprised myself because it's not. It just isn't. Go back to the postseason. Now, Wojo and I did a topic, and we asked what would be considered great. Like a great decision to re-sign Jared Goff in the next 5 years. I said you got to go to a Super Bowl. Wojo's like, yeah, you got to win 7 playoff games. But if we're talking about this year specifically, we're talking about 2024, right? And all the great things they did last year. The division is harder. The conference is tougher. You got a big target on your back as well. I'm curious. And maybe I'm soft. I don't know. I don't see it Super Bowl or bust. I just want to go back to the postseason. That's what I want. And maybe that's me being a small-time football fan, small-time radio host. I have no idea. But what is the expectations for Lions fans? Is it truly you got to go to the big game, and if you don't, it's a disaster? Are there shades of gray here? What is considered success? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. I've always thought of the Super Bowl as something that's been unobtainable. Always. And now it seems like, yeah, you're a little closer. Hell, I hear Tom Milliken on the morning show, they call him the Gov, predicting they're going to go to the Super Bowl. I thought I'd be dead. I keep bringing up death. I don't know why. But I thought I'd be dead before the Lions went to a Super Bowl. I never thought that game was for us. Ever. But now everybody's saying it. And I love it. I do. I love the expectations. But for me to say it, I feel rather insignificant because I just want to go back to the postseason. I just want to witness another playoff game, and hopefully the Lions win and get hot, and then they can go to the Super Bowl. So 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. The phone lines are filling up. I would love to know from you, is it truly Super Bowl or bust? Do you believe in that? 5 o'clock, we'll have a little fun. 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. AJ Hinch let the media know yesterday that the City Connect jerseys will come out in the Pittsburgh series. Detroit has an update today after their wild comeback win yesterday to sweep the... Wait a minute.
3-4 against Toronto. Close enough. Are they allowed to wear that on the road, though?
That's a great question. I mean,
Find that out. I asked Torkelson. He said he didn't think so, but sounds like Hinch says yes, they are.
All right, I'll get a text out for you. The Pirates coming in town after winning a series with the Braves. Atlanta losing star Ronald Acuna Jr. in that series as he tore his ACL while faking a steal attempt in the first Sunday. It's the second time in 4 seasons he's come down with a torn ACL. 2 Tigers farmhands standout performances last week, which landed them as representatives of the minor league team of the week, where the MILB lists the top player at each position. Shortstop Trey Cruz was the 29 prospect for the team. He went 12 for 21 for Erie, and 23 prospect Roberto Campos made the list as he drove in 11 runs for West Michigan. Angels superstar Shohei Ohtani is progressing after Tommy John surgery. He's begun throwing at 60 feet at a rate of 60 to 70 pitches per session. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty. We got 2 hours in the books. We got 2 hours to go. In for Mike and Rico. Mike and Rico back tomorrow. Capoots comes your way in about 1 hour and 56 minutes.
You know what? Okay, Rigger, you're a dumbass because you want Matt Chapman. Okay.
So we got Capoots coming in. You know, I will actually imitate more of Caputo in the 5 o'clock hour when I know he's driving in, because I know he really enjoys it. For some reason, I really enjoy pushing Pat's buttons.
You know I'm a big fan, right? Okay. I covered Sparky, all right?
So that's out there if you want to hit on it. Before the break, we played the Dan Campbell cut. We asked the question, is it truly Super Bowl or bust? Have Lions fans been able to embrace that mindset? And there's no way it is. There's no way you believe that. Like, it's great to say, because you want to believe like you're every other franchise that have been to a Super Bowl. But until you go, I kind of feel you're never thinking you're actually going to go. Now, yes, you have the couple lunatics every year when the Lions stunk that used to call up the radio station and said, oh, yeah, Lions are going to the Super Bowl. And we all laughed. We all like, let's see here. Maybe I can find a laugh on this Mike Valeni board here. We all did one of these. That's not what I was looking for. That we did one of those. Yes, we did. I did my Joker laugh from the movie. That's what we used to do. I think now when you call up and say they're going to go to the Super Bowl, you don't get that anymore. And that is impressive. The fact that we're now living in that world where we could go to a Super Bowl, where you don't make fun of somebody that says it, where people can actually say it out loud instead of keeping it in their inner thoughts. I think that's a great place to be. And that's where we're at. But we're not in, if they don't make the Super Bowl, the season is a disaster. That's nonsense. Everybody's different. And if you think that way, you're a hell of a lot tougher than me. But after the season, you people talking about Lions fans, there's no way in hell if they make it back to the NFC title game and lose to San Francisco or Philly or, I don't know, Green Bay. There's no way that you're going to say, oh, that's a failure. There's no way. Now, the window, of course, is open right now, so you want to take advantage? And they absolutely could. And without a doubt, they're one of the 3 best teams in the division. There's no question about that. Maybe 4 best teams. But I'm so curious, do we buy into this? Do we buy into the Super Bowl or bust mentality? It's really a big jump to make from being SOL to now, as somebody put it, SBOB. I like the acronyms. I'm a big acronym guy. I got a couple ticket texts. We'll get to some calls as well. 5 o'clock hour, something I saw at Comerica, and I'm curious if you can add to the discussion. I'm betting you can. Here we go. Says SBOB means 2024 Super Bowl, or then we have to blow it up to reconstruct for 2025 and beyond. Now, listen, you make a good point. Nothing's getting blown up. Your window is wide open. You just paid 3 dudes on your offensive side of the football. Goff and Panay and, of course, St. Brown. The window is right now. But if you don't make the Super Bowl in 2024 and you only win 2 playoff games, let's say, maybe you only win 1. It's not a disaster of a season. It isn't. Here's the other thing. I was reading this article about ranking the Lions' offensive units and how worried the people that wrote the article are. And it's funny because nobody's worried about the offense, nor should you be. The O-line, no reason to worry. Maybe you worry about a third receiver potentially, but for the most part, no reason to worry. Your tight ends, fantastic shape. Running backs, fantastic shape. Just re-sign your quarterback, fantastic shape. But then you get to the defense, right? And the defense should be better. You can't overhaul the entire secondary and have it be worse. The last 5-6 games of the season, you got routed by really good receivers, but you still found a way, for the most part, to keep them out of the end zone, whether it be Puka Nacua or CeeDee Lamb or Justin Jefferson or Mike Evans. But is the defense good enough to go to the Super Bowl? I ask you. The first 2 games are rather concerning, believe it or not. You got to go against Nacua and Cooper Kupp on the first game of the season with a brand new secondary filled with a bunch of dudes that never played together. And then the second game is against Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. So I think you take these kinds of things into account when you're like, oh, yeah, you got to make the Super Bowl. I just don't think Detroit Lions fans are capable of saying, oh, it's a bad season if you make the playoffs. So that's the question. If they don't make the playoffs, you throw a fit. But if they don't go to the Super Bowl, what do you call the season? Are you saying it's a bust, a disaster, a failure? What word would you use? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. If they don't make the Super Bowl. Like if they go to the playoffs, good season. It's a good season. And you hope they get to the Super Bowl next year. Now, if 5 years goes by and the Lions are the Buffalo Bills and they miss their window and the window opened and then boom, closed right in front of them, then yes, it's a different discussion. And we're talking about different things. But right now, in 2024, after choking away the NFC title game in a 17-point lead, if you don't make the Super Bowl, I don't think the season's a disaster. Couple quick ticket text. Lions fans are so pathetic and delusional. They have one good season and act like they've been dominating the league for decades. There's more to it, but it breaks up. I don't think Lions fans are thinking like that. I think they're excited that the window's open. I think they're excited at the progress they've made in 3 years. I don't think they're delusional. What's delusional about wanting and thinking you can go to the Super Bowl? I think that's reality. Like, I think they can get there. You were almost there last year. Will you get there? I have no idea. But it sure in the hell isn't a colossal failure if you don't make it, and let's say you just make the postseason. So if you don't go to the Super Bowl, what do you call the season? Is it truly bust? And furthermore, feel free to comment on my psyche, because I got to be honest. If they make the playoffs, I'm rather happy. 97 won the ticket. 97 won the ticket. Hanging out on Memorial Day. Coming up at 4:30, sad news, Bill Walton passes away. We're going to hit on it a little differently than you might think we would. So we'll do that in about 15 minutes. Also, the 5 o'clock hour, something I saw at Comerica on Friday night, and I guarantee you can add to the discussion. So we'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. Right now, we're talking about Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell says, I don't see bust. I see Super Bowl. And we're talking about something that you can't really even define. But it is the weirdest thing in the world that Lions fans who have been battered and bruised and tormented and tortured over the years, they now say, if we don't make the Super Bowl, it's a bust. Bust to me means a disastrous season. That's what it means to me. It means stronger than disappointing. It means a colossal failure is what it means. So are you willing to say if they don't make the Super Bowl, it's a failure of a season? There's got to be shades of gray here, right? There's got to be different levels of satisfaction, right? Can you take from going to the tortured fan to the expecting fan in one season? The Lions have really only been good a year and a half. Now, they were really good last year, and they were really good the last 10 games of 2 years ago when they went 8-2. But as a Lions fan, can you stomach saying if you make the playoffs, but don't make the Super Bowl, it was a bust of a season? Are you really over the fun of just get me back to the postseason? For the longest time, the barometer was always like, hey, got to win a playoff game. And you could never do it. You finally win 2 in 1 year. And now it's got to win a playoff game too. You better go to the Super Bowl or you're all failures. Is that what we're thinking? I'm not. I'm just being honest. By the way, Jake came up with a great acronym. So we've gone from SOL to, go ahead.
It's people are debating right now in the ticket text on whether it's initialism or an acronym. You can call it SBOB for Super Bowl or bust, or you can just call it SPOB.
SPOB. Super Bowl or bust. So we've gone from SOL, same old Lions. I gave that terminology to the Leafs. They can take it, same old Leafs, to SPOB. I like that.
You're welcome, by the way.
Sounds like a cologne. Have you been spobbed? Spobbed. Spells like Super Bowl. Spobbed. Spells like Ford Field on a Sunday afternoon. Although they don't play any more afternoon games. They're all like prime times. Here's some ticket texts. Then we'll hit the phones. It's funny how negative people are. Super Bowl or disappointed? The Eagles and Lions are the only NFC contenders that improved this offseason. The time is now with the best Lions team of our lifetime. I feel that's a cop-out. You can't just say Super Bowl or disappointed. It needs to be like bust or, dude, make the playoffs. Disappointing is kind of in the middle. Is that fair? There's another one. The Lions are one of the best teams in the NFL. If they don't go deep in the playoffs, it's a bust season. Super Bowl is our goal. How about this one? You see the Detroit Lions are leaking at the seams, and none of you guys want to realize that. They have a quarterback who needs his offensive line to play. Great. Not good, but great to succeed. Number 2, how many errors does Dan Campbell have to do before you guys see that he cannot get this team to the Super Bowl? Jared Goff will do well for a while, but when it comes down to the very end of it, the Lions, oh, come on, it keeps breaking up. Oh, he will throw an interception, a bad incompletion, or a fumble. Mark my words, this will happen. Well, you probably said the same last year. Don't get me wrong, man. Don't get me wrong. It took me a while to get over SOL, but I think last year got me over it. Like, if you talk to a guy like Brian Chapman, I'm pretty sure he'll say the 17-point blowing lead in the second half in San Francisco, that was same old Lions. I'm not willing to believe that because you won 2 playoff games. You did what nobody thought you would ever do. However, SOL is dead. It is, I think. And this whole belief of, oh, the Lions are still going to screw it up because they've screwed it up for our entirety of existing on this world. I mean, they've done non-SOL things for the last 2 years. They hired the right GM. They hired the right coach. They went out and stuck up for the coach when he was 1-6, 1-5 at the time that Sheila spoke to the media. And now look at them. They were in the NFC title game. Now, yes, that's happened one time in my lifetime, but they never stood a chance in that one against the Redskins at the time. Point spread moved right before the half. So, yes, I'm willing to leave SOL in the past, but I'm somewhere in between SOL and SPOB, Super Bowl or bust. I'm like, make the postseason again, be a competent, awesome franchise, and then, listen, I hope one day you find yourself in the Super Bowl. But I'm not going to say bust. I got a couple more for you. It's amazing how people are just taking pot shots at the Lions. Nah, Lions fans are delusional, Jeff. A season and a half of good football got them talking or down in another organization as if they make the playoffs. Let me try this again. I apologize. Sometimes when you read these things, they get a little scattered. Says Lions fans are delusional, Jeff. A season and a half of good football got them talking down on another organization as if they make the playoffs and deep runs every year. Accept Super Bowl, but temper the delusional arrogance. I think Lions fans are allowed to have a little fun, for crying out loud. They lost to the Packers in every big game of my lifetime, it seems like. And maybe they'll do it again because the Packers seem pretty legit. But my God, come on. A little bit of positivity. Look at me. How about this one? When Campbell wears his hat to the side and looks like the cartoon character, you know you're in trouble. He doesn't wear his hat to the side.
Elmer Fudd does on occasion wear his hat to the side.
But Dan Campbell doesn't.
He has turned it to the side in a few games.
Has he?
Yep.
He's turned his hat to the side as if the brim of the hat is on the right or left of his head. No, he hasn't. What, like when he was befuddled? When they were losing? I don't recall this.
I'll look up a few examples for you.
Get those to me. Interesting. And then one more for you. Shut up, Jeff. The window is wide open. Why are you trying your best to diminish what we possibly can do this season? Fair enough. So if you want to hit on it, 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. If they fall short of the Super Bowl, what do you call this? That's out there. Also, coming up at 4:30, I'm not lying to you. The Bill Walton news that he passed away kind of hit me a little hard. So I think we pay homage to Bill Walton, who I think was one of the best color guys out there. Like, I don't ever care what he had to say about basketball. He was just awesome. He was unique and creative, rather positive. Might have been high the entire time. I have no idea. The biggest advocate of tie-dye and the Grateful Dead that you'll ever see. I'm curious, and we'll do it next. Who else is in that category? There are so many, and I do mean so many, play-by-play and color guys that are so forgettable. Now, in Detroit, we're lucky to have a couple great ones. Like Ken Cal is about as good as it gets with play-by-play for the Wings. Ken Daniels is great, too. I thought yesterday was a great day for the Tigers, right? They win that awesome game, and you had Benetti on TV, or actually Benetti on radio, and Dickerson on TV. I mean, those are two really good broadcasters. Cal, Dickerson, these guys are legends. They're like Ernie Harwell-esque. But I'm curious. I think Bill Walton is a legend as well. Who else falls in that category? We'll talk about it next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, 4:30. Mike and Rico back tomorrow. I think it's been a fun show, right? Talked about Colt Keith's first homer and how I thought the fan that caught the ball should have made Colt pay him for the ball. So people automatically thought I was a jerk. Talked about the City Connects, which the Tigers are continuing to wear. They don't care about the Old English D right now. They believe in superstition. Are you good with not wearing the Old English D until they lose? Because that's what they're doing. That's out there. Why was the patch such a big deal? But the City Connects, not so much. And the Old English G is just as iconic, obviously, as the winged wheel. So that's out there, too. We talked about Dan Campbell's comments. Doesn't see bust. He only sees Super Bowl. Is it truly Super Bowl or bust? Or as Jake says, SPOB, the new acronym. I don't think it's that. I've been called soft and a wuss and everything you can imagine. So that's out there, too, if you want to hit on it. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Something I saw at the ballpark on Friday, and I guarantee you can add to the conversation. So we'll get to that in about 28 minutes. But before we do that, so it sucks because Bill Walton passed away today, age 71. I can't stop watching all kinds of clips from that dude. I used to stay up, watch UCLA, watch Arizona State. The Conference of Champions, Bill used to call them. Pac-12 no longer exists. And Bill Walton passed away, 71 from cancer. And I usually don't get affected by so-called celebrity deaths. It doesn't do much for me. I know sometimes when somebody that you truly love passes away, you go to Twitter. I retweeted Jason Benetti's tweet because, of course, he worked with Bill. Very cool tweet, very nice tweet. But it got me thinking, and I needed to ask this question, and I think it's a good, in honor of Bill Walton, topic almost. Bill Walton was one of those dudes that I would watch because of him. I'm not even kidding. I would never watch because of the matchups. In fact, I was hoping that Bill Walton was going to be doing some Michigan games, some Big Ten basketball, because UCLA, USC, Oregon, they're all in the conference now. So I was hoping we get some Bill Walton broadcast of the Big Ten. But every time I watched the guy, he was unbelievable. His head was in the space. He was a unique, original guy. Always very positive, and the game was almost secondary. Like he had the gift of gab, and he could totally keep you interested without any watching of basketball. The game didn't matter. Like I saw somebody tweet it, and they're right. It was almost better if it was a blowout, so Bill could go full Bill. And everybody that worked with him seemed to love the guy. So I wanted to ask this question, because I think there's only a select few like it. Give me your announcer / color guy that you watch because they're simply doing the game. There's not many. There's not many that you watch because of the broadcaster. And that was Bill Walton for me. ESPN, 11:30, 12 o'clock, I'm not sleeping, I'm watching him. In his tie-dye shirt. 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number if you want to chime on in. Like, I do think it's an iconic group that we're talking about. Guys that could keep you engaged during a blowout. Guys that are so good, you're not going to change the channel. Now, we're mostly talking about TV, but you could do radio as well. Like, I do think Benetti's one of those dudes. I watched him when he was with the White Sox. And the White Sox, towards the end, like last year, not very good. That dude can keep you engaged. That guy finds a way to find something going on in the ballpark or out of the ballpark and make fun about it. And have fun. It doesn't even matter who he's working with. Like how he was great on the radio broadcast yesterday with Andy Dirks. That was their first time working together. So I think he's in that group as well. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Somebody says Doc Emmerich for NHL games. I would agree. Emmerich was great. You might be listening right now. I believe he resides in Port Huron. So I wanted to ask the question. Somebody texted in, Dick Vitale, love him or hate him, he's not forgettable. Vern Lundquist, Billy Packer. Yes, I would agree. Absolutely. We are blessed. We really are. We have great broadcasters here. Cal is amazing. Dickerson's great. Daniels is awesome. Who am I missing? I feel like I'm missing people. Blaha's a legend. 248-539-9797. Greg is in Vegas, apparently. He's on the ticket. What's going on, Greg?
Hey, Rick. How you doing today?
Good, man.
On this day where we celebrate our veterans. I'm a veteran, so let's give it up for our veterans. Today.
Absolutely. Thanks for the service, Greg.
I wanted to, first of all, there's Keith Jackson, there's Bill Raftery, there's Bill Walton. That's the list.
Yeah, Raftery is amazing, isn't he? Onions.
Raftery's the best.
A little nickel and dimer.
That's right. Man to man.
You know, Greg, I have no idea how old that guy is, but he still is energetic and gets it done. And when I watch the NCAA tournament.
Yes, sir. Real quick, I wanted to share how I met Bill Walton in Houston. This little black boy from Detroit, right? I met Bill Walton in 2006, believe it or not. The Pistons had the Going to Work Pistons team. And I had a big 11 by 18 poster of the starting five. And I'm about 20 rows up behind the backboard. The Pistons were playing Houston. I look down on the court. It's Bill Walton. Oh, I got to go. I got to get down there. I don't care who. Nobody stopped me, Reeks, nothing. I go down to the court, and I start talking to Bill Walton about his career. You went 1 for 22 versus Memphis. You beat the Philadelphia 76ers, and I'm telling him all about himself. You know what Walton says to me?
What did he say?
Now, we all know about his Grateful Dead love for the Chronic. Bill Walton looks at me and says, you remember more about my career than I do.
So, Greg, was he like a spectator or was he doing the game?
He was doing one of the games. He was doing the game at that time. He was doing the game. He looked nice, had a suit on and everything. You know that's not Bill unless he's doing a game. But Bill's 6'11", I'm 5'8". Bill's white from California. I'm black from Detroit. He gave me a hug. Dude, I will never forget it. I'm very, very melancholy right now. But I wish all your listeners, especially the young ones, got to see Bill play when he was at his best.
No, Greg, listen,
he was healthy.
I don't even think about the playing career, and he's one of the greatest college basketball players in the history of the game, right? But that's what made him amazing. Like, he was almost more of an entertainer than a great basketball player. I think he got to be pretty amazing.
Sam Jones?
What, say again?
Him and Sam Jones announcing on NBC?
Yeah.
What a team.
No, but Greg, it's pretty amazing, right? When I think he's going to go down, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think he's going to go down as being remembered for being a great broadcaster, not for being a great basketball player. It's amazing when you can do that. Like Charles Barkley's another one. Charles Barkley, when it's all said and done, like Charles Barkley's going to be remembered as one of the more entertaining dudes ever to pick up a microphone.
You are so right. And that's what people have to understand. Before, if it wasn't for Bill Walton, there'd be no Barkley. Because you couldn't just express yourself as a play-by-play man and an announcer until Bill Walton came on the scene and started telling these crazy, amazing stories. Barkley got that from Bill Walton, and Barkley probably be the first one to tell us.
No, Greg, I think you're right about that, and I appreciate the call. It's good to hear from you, man. 248-539-9797. I think he's right about that. I do. Like, he was, Walton, a different kind of announcer. And Charles Barkley isn't like a color analyst, right? He's essentially an actor, right? But he's on the crew of Inside the NBA, and he's awesome. And I totally buy what he said. Without a Walton, maybe you don't have a Barkley. It's funny, though, isn't it? It's a gift that you can go from being a great player, and Walton and Barkley were. Now, Walton was a better college player than he was pro. Barkley is a fantastic basketball player in the NBA that obviously never won a title, so that's the knock on him. But I do think, I don't even know if people realize like that, watch that show, how good Barkley was at basketball. But he's like twice the broadcaster that he was a player, and he's a Hall of Famer. 248-539-9797. By the way, I screwed up. I forgot to mention Dan Miller. That is my fault. I'm sorry. I was doing this on the fly. All our local broadcasters are fantastic. Dan Miller is awesome. And not to mention, he retweeted my tweet from yesterday as I'm trying to help out a dog adoption agency, trying to adopt some puppies. So I do appreciate that. Miller's great. Miller's fantastic. Dickerson, Benetti, fantastic. Blaha, fantastic. Who am I missing? Cal is amazing. Ken Cal's my favorite. Paul Woods is legendary. Ken Daniels, phenomenal. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob and Troy. You're on the ticket. Hey, Bobby, how are you, bud?
Hey, Riggs, how you doing, man?
Good, man. What's going on?
I'm going to throw you a curveball.
Yeah.
Doris Burke.
She's great. She's very
one
good.
Of the best. They should kick Reggie Miller to the side when he speaks. Let her speak more. She should be a lead analyst. She should be the lead. She shouldn't just be a color analyst. That woman knows basketball like nobody's business. And I think when I hear that she's on, I'm like, well, I watch the NBA anyway.
Sure.
But when I hear that she's doing the game, I'm like, cool.
You know,
hey,
Bob,
Reggie,
you could tell you got somebody really special. In the NBA, where I feel there's a blowout like every day, especially in the postseason where guys are winning by 30 and 40, like Doris Burke keeps you engaged, right? Like I think Stan Van Gundy is another one of those guys too. I just like hearing what Stan Van has to say. Now, I know what he did in Detroit. I know that he wasn't a great front office guy. I know that he was responsible for probably setting the Pistons organization back a little bit by the whole Blake Griffin thing. With that being said, and he screwed up the draft too, but I still find him super interesting.
Well, his brother was very good too.
Yes, he was. You're right.
I mean, even when he was grabbing ankles on Alonzo Mourning. I mean, when he was coaching.
Thank you,
remember
Bob.
that?
I got you, Bob. Can you say that? I don't know. 248-539-9797. Somebody's saying Riggs, the voice of hockey, grapes. Yeah, Don Cherry, who lost his job with the controversial comment that he had. But Cherry, believe it or not, true story about Don Cherry. Don Cherry came after me on Facebook. I made a comment about how Don Cherry always didn't seem to like the European players. He was always talking about the great old North American tough Canadians, essentially. And I made some comment, and I forget what it was, but Don Cherry came back at me and said what I said was uncalled for. So there you go. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you want to chime on in. We'll do one more segment, and then we're moving on at 5 o'clock. But it's sad news. Bill Walton passes away today. And he's one of those guys that I tuned into to watch him. Not the basketball so much, but him. He was that good. He was that original. He was that creative. I mean, he's iconic, man. So who's in his camp? The broadcasters in sports that, even if it's a blowout, you still watch because of them. 97 won the ticket. All right. Talking about Bill Walton, he passed away today at the age of 71. One of the greats. Somebody upset with me on the ticket text saying I'm not doing his NBA career enough justice. One of the greatest college players ever to play the game. One of those dudes that I always stay tuned, even if the game was a blowout, even if I bet on the game and I lost the game because Walton was so good. Fantastic storyteller. Now, Walton did win an MVP in his third or fourth year with the Celtics, I believe. I'm not saying he was bad in the NBA. And maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think people, when they hear the name Bill Walton, especially the further we get away from his career, they think like, what an awesome TV color analyst. And I didn't give a damn what he had to say about basketball. It was everything else. He's just so entertaining. And it's funny because I always wondered what it would be like for the play-by-play guy to work with that guy. And maybe we could ask Jason Benetti one of these days. But again, I said this early in the show. If you ever got 4 minutes, go to YouTube and just search Benetti Walton doing a White Sox game. So instead of Steve Stone filling in, it was Bill Walton. It was hysterical. That's what you got when you watch the guy. He was that good. So who is Bill Walton-esque? And we're taking your calls. Kind of paying honor to one of my favorites. The guy that when the game is already a blowout and you have no reason to watch and you should turn on Netflix or go to sleep, you kept watching because the guy was that good. That's him. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Somebody says, whoa, Nelly, Keith Jackson. That's true. Keith was fantastic. Vern Lundquist. He's one of those guys, too. He just retired this year. I'm sure you've seen the photo of Tiger Woods shaking the hand coming out of the tree from the Masters. That's Vern. Vern was great. Let's go to Steve, Mount Clemens. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, Jeff, how are you? Yeah, I appreciate you honoring Bill Walton. He was when I was growing up, I know everybody talks about him, from the color analyst and this and that, but I got to tell you, man, I saw him play when he was at UCLA. 2 undefeated seasons, 30-0, 88 in a row before they finally got beat by Notre Dame. He is by far the most dominating center in college basketball history. Forget the pros, I can't argue that, but man, college basketball, he was unreal at UCLA. 30-0, 2 years in a row, 88 in a row before Notre Dame finally beat him. And then 2 years later, he won the Portland Trailblazers' only title. It was because he had bad ankles that he was sidelined for about a 4-year run there before he finally came out and went to the Celtics. But, from a college basketball standpoint, he was by far the most dominating player you'd ever want to see. Nobody goes 30-0, man.
Yep.
2 years in a row.
No, Steve.
88 in a row.
Steve, I don't know if you're still there. You broke up there, but I just watched. I just watched a video at the break, the last break, about him. I think paying honor to John Wooden, and just listening to him talk. I mean, the guy was amazing. I hear what you're saying about the basketball, and again, it's a total generation thing about when you grew up and when you started watching sports. But like there are a couple of iconic dudes in broadcasting that I always felt like, hey, it was my honor to watch these guys. Bill Walton's definitely one of those. Sure. The local guys are fantastic, but I'll give you another one, and you'll laugh at this, but Harry Carey was, some people say, a drunk. Some people say he was so freaking entertaining. Steve, I was a young kid, and I used to come home and watch WGN, and the Cubs were playing. I didn't care about the Cubs. Harry Carey made the summer.
It'd take me out to the ballpark, 7th inning stretch, man. He made it iconic in Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
And you're right. He was great. He was just a terrific Bill Walton, he and he was such an unselfish player, especially when you saw him with the Celtics, but he was great during the 80s when in 90s when basketball took off, and then he was a color analyst. He brought so much to the game, and just not just X's and O's. Like
No, well,
a lot
that
of
was the
guys
great
did.
thing. And Steve, I appreciate the call. Like, he broke the mold without a doubt. And I think a lot of people probably, when it started, when Walton was doing his thing, said, oh, this isn't going to last. This guy's annoying. I remember, I think it was Valenti and Terry Foster doing a segment on Bill Walton. This is about 10 years ago. And it was like the Pac-12, the Pac-10 back then, after dark. And like Tuesdays on ESPN, I think it was Tuesdays and Thursdays, Walton always did the game. And they did a topic like, do you like Bill Walton? And the majority of people called up and said yes, but there were some that like, no, stick to the X's and O's. His head's in the clouds. Like, I love that stuff. So interesting. Let's go to Nick. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Nick?
What's up, man? I'm not sure if this will really resonate with you, but it'll definitely resonate with some of my hockey nerds out there.
Who we got?
Chris Cuthbert, man, he is just, when I was younger, and I'm only 20, but like when I was like 10 or 15, man, and I knew that he was calling a Wings game, I used to get so excited. I don't think he does much national broadcast now, but man, when he was on,
So Nick, let me ask you this. So Chris Cuthbert, like Hockey Night in Canada, national dude. Like, what do you think? And I'm not comparing the two, I swear, but you sound like a hockey guy. What do you think of Biz from like the Spittin' Chicklets, and now he's on TNT and he's on their playoff and hockey coverage? You like that guy?
Yeah. I honestly, his personality is okay, but I mean, to have a guy that scored 8 career goals in the hockey league sitting on a desk with Wayne Gretzky and Henrik Lundqvist, it makes me laugh sometimes. It really does.
No, Nick, the funny thing is, I really liked him, like, through his podcast, and I'm like, wow, this guy, when he worked for Arizona, the Coyotes, who no longer exist, I'm like, this guy is really creative, and he's really fun. But the more I watch him, and it's not just because he's a Maple Leafs fan, I swear, but the more I watch him, the more annoyed I get by the guy.
Yeah, I think that just might be who he was. Definitely an annoying hockey player, so, maybe it rubs off on his personality a little bit. I don't know.
Nick, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Ryan on the ticket text. Dick Enberg was worth watching any game he did. Yeah, so Dick Enberg went to Central, correct? And, and I remember Dick Enberg before he passed away. He did a Tigers game, and he flipped, I want to say, was it Mario and Pemba? Or he just called the game, or they brought him in for a couple innings. And, I mean, he was great. He was great. He did Padres games for the longest time. Yeah. Dick Enberg is a legend for sure. Somebody says Bob Uecker was the man with the Brewers. I'm pretty sure he's still doing it.
He is.
Yeah, so Ueck, I worked in Milwaukee in a former radio job. Do you know, this is a true story, Bob Uecker had a stalker. It was like a big deal. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, Bob Uecker from, like, Mr. Belvedere and, like, Major League, right? He had a stalker, and I was always fascinated by it. True story, at Miller Park, outside of his broadcast booth, there's a big, huge poster of Major League, the first one. So, some great lines. And that broadcasting career is really paying off, Marty. Anyway. All right, so I thought that was fun. Sucks. Bill Walton no longer with us, passes away at the age of 71. But we can continue to talk about it. But coming up in 5 o'clock, after a Jeremy Otto update, something I saw at Comerica that I know, I guarantee, I will bet you have something to add to the conversation. We'll get to it next. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Following their sweep over the weekend, the Tigers had the day off. Pittsburgh coming up tomorrow. First pitch at 6:40. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket as Tarek Skubal makes his way to the mound. Tom Brady was on the herd today. He was asked if his highly competitive spirit would impact his performance in the booth this upcoming fall. Basketball Hall of Famer Bill Walton passed away from cancer today at the age of 71. ESPN announced that they will air his 30 for 30 titled The Luckiest Guy in the World tonight at 5 and 10:30 on ESPN2. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty, we made it to hour number 4. 248-539-9797. It's been a jam-packed show. We've covered all the big issues today. All the hard-hitting issues that you never realized you needed to hear about. Talked about Colt Keith going yard for the first time and how the fans should have demanded money for the ball instead of merch. People hate me for that opinion. Also, we talked about the City Connects. Apparently, the Tigers continue to wear the City Connect jerseys until they lose. You good with throwing the Old English D aside for the City Connects because Wings fans hated the patch, but Tiger fans seem to love the City Connects, which just goes to show it's all about winning. So that's out there, too. We've talked about Dan Campbell's comments about Super Bowl or bust. We've come up with a new acronym. It's called SPOB. Go ahead and give Jake credit for that one. Bobby gets credit too behind the glass. Jeremy Otto looking at me. Super Bowl or bust. SPOB. SPOB.
Those guys have been working hard all day.
I know.
Can we get them a pizza or something?
You don't have to credit me with SPOB. I assure you.
I would go for a pizza. You guys want to work? Can we DoorDash?
We can probably DoorDash.
I've never done the DoorDash.
Maybe some barbecue on a day like this.
I listen, make it happen, dude. I get to get out of here in an hour, so I'm good. I'm going to go have dinner with my family, but you guys do what you guys got to do. You guys have been amazing today, though. So we've talked about that, and then we talked about the passing of Bill Walton. You know, who are your announcers that, even when a game is a blowout, you stick around simply because the announcer, and Bill Walton was one of those guys. Now, I did mess something up, apparently. Sometimes I don't even know what I say. Somebody says, did Rieger just say Walton played for Boston early in his career? Yeah, no, I meant late. Sorry. I apologize. Somebody says Jay Rieger will know Bill Walton's resume. I never had a problem with him until he dogged the Fab Five. I never dogged the Fab Five. I love the Fab Five. One of my favorite teams of all time. It's a weird text. Never dogged the Fab. How dare you? I coached the Fab Five back to winning a game against UCLA in the tournament. I got banished to the basement because I was so loud yelling everywhere. How dare you? I mean, I didn't like Jawan last year as the coach of Michigan, but what are you going to do? And now C. Webb taking the money doesn't even matter because now it's legal, right? So this is all the stuff we talked about in 3 hours of radio, but I'm excited about this next topic because I've been waiting for it, and I think you will have something to add. And if you want to hit on anything we've already talked about, 248-539-9797. Pat Caputo coming up at 6.
You know, he's probably driving in right now, okay? You know, Rieger, you're a dumbass for wanting Matt Chapman. Whoa! And J.D. Martinez. Whoa! And Cody Bellinger. Whoa! You're a dumbass because you wanted to give away long-term contracts like Baez. Whoa!
Of course, Pat doesn't admit that it'd be a short-term contract, but whatever. He can't let that one go. A big fun crosstalk coming up close to 6.
You ever heard of a quarterback called Matthew Stafford?
Whoa.
I once got a hit off of Steve Howe, okay? All right.
Anyway, so we got Pat in about 54 minutes. But I wanted to bring this up because I think you'll have something to add. So I'm at the game on Friday, covering the Tiger game. And I'm looking around the ballpark. There were a lot of Jays fans there. Like all week long, there were Jays fans, and I heard Mark Ryan call Detroit an embarrassment because all the Jays fans flooded Comerica Park. But what are you going to do? Like, Windsor's right across the river. Not to mention, the Tigers aren't very good, so the local fans don't want to waste their time with that team most of the time. So the Jays fans come, which is funny because their team stinks too. Even worse than Detroit, but whatever. So I'm sitting at the game. Tigers are up like 4-0, something like that. They ended up winning 6-2. And right behind home plate, I saw what I think is a collector's item. I saw something that I was a little surprised, so much that I took a picture of it and I tweeted it out. You know what I saw? I mean, the guys behind the glass won't even remember this guy. They might. They probably should. But I saw a number 8. Who wore number 8 for the Tigers? Anybody? Anybody? I saw a Robbie Grossman jersey. Robbie Grossman. Like, who among us, living or dead, remembers that Robbie Grossman played for the Tigers? I remember one home run he hit the right field. That's all I remember. I think it might have been a walk-off. I vaguely remember Robbie Grossman. But that's the beautiful thing about baseball more than any other sport. There's so many players. There's so many random players. There's so many people that like leave your mind. But as soon as you see the name, you're like, oh, yeah, I remember that dude used to play for Detroit. But it got me thinking. And I don't think I'm the only one here. I threw out on social media, I'm like, take a picture of the dude. I did not get his permission. I hope he's okay with that. And he had this really weird mohawk haircut going. And I asked the question, how many of these do you think they sold? Robbie Grossman jerseys. So then it got me thinking about it. I thought about it all weekend, to tell you the truth. And I'm like, I'm going to bring this up on Monday. It's a perfect holiday conversation topic, I feel. I don't think anybody else ever bought a Robbie Grossman jersey, with the exception of Robbie Grossman and his family. Maybe his kids, maybe his wife, maybe his dog has a Robbie Grossman jersey. Maybe his dog uses a Tigers Robbie Grossman jersey as a chew toy. I don't know. But I got to believe they were not hot sellers. I would love to get the receipts from the Tigers. See how many Grossman jerseys they sold. I'm thinking maybe 5, maybe 7. I mean, come on, 10 tops. I don't know too many Robbie Grossman fans. Like, hey, Robbie Grossman was my favorite player of all time. That's not how favorite players work, I don't think. Unless you happen to meet him one time and he gave you an autograph and you've been a fan ever since. So it got me thinking, whoever this individual was, I don't know his name. I should have gone talk to him. I'm pretty sure he has the only Robbie Grossman jersey not worn by Robbie Grossman in existence. Which brings me to you and me. 248-539-9797. Do you have a jersey that you are convinced only you own? And I'm not talking about the jersey specifically. I'm talking about the player. I'm talking about the player. Do you have a player's jersey that you are convinced only you have their jersey? Because that dude that was rocking the Robbie Grossman jersey, I guarantee you, he's got the only one in circulation. I guarantee it. Like, I have one. I can start. And I think you have one as well. 248-539-9797. The back of your closet, you don't often see it, but your wife or your girlfriend tells you to clean out the closet, so you're like, fine, I'll get to it. And you go clean out your closet, you're like, oh, wow, there's my Haram Boca Chica jersey. I can't believe, where's that been? Right? Oh my goodness, there's my Oliver Miller jersey. Wow, it's been a while since I wore this one. I wonder if I can still fit into it. Oh my goodness gracious. There's my, why am I blanking on the Lion? David Kirkus jersey. Circus Kirkus. Didn't he go to Grand Valley State, I believe? I wanted to ask you this question. I'll give you mine. 248-539-9797. In honor of the Robbie Grossman jersey, the one jersey that must be in existence. What jersey do you own? Because I think every guy, every girl is the same, that you're convinced you have the only jersey of that kind. Mine is a Michigan number 5 Jalen Rose jersey. Speaking of the Fab Five, I loved the Fab Five. Jalen was my favorite player of all time. I loved the baggy shorts, the black socks, the shaved head. I loved Jalen Rose. I was the biggest fan of Jalen Rose, so much that I followed his NBA career as well, which I usually don't do when you're a college kid going to the league. Usually I kind of forget about you. But I loved... What? What are you looking at?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. I loved Jalen. I'm convinced that nobody has the Mays number 5 rose on the back jersey. Nobody's got that anymore. I'm the only one. What about you? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. How about this one? I have a Dwight Gooden jersey. I'm not proud. I got no problem with Doc. Doc was a stud. How about this one? I have a Greg Monroe and Brandon Jennings Pistons jersey. Does that count? Absolutely. I don't think there's a whole lot of Moose jerseys out there. Brandon Jennings, probably not so much either. How about this? Rieger, I have a Huey Krupp Red Wings jersey still in my closet. That's where they usually are. Oh, look at this one. Nino in a car. Brennan Bosch actually won a single photo of Bosch at the only game that I wore the jersey. There we go. See? I'm not the only one. Does it get any more random, though, than Robbie Grossman? 248-539-9797. Somebody says, I have a game-worn Jeff Backus practice jersey. I'm convinced I'm the only one. Yeah, I would agree. A game-worn Jeff Backus practice jersey. How about that? All right, we'll take your calls. A lot of people want to talk. I knew it. I knew you could get interested in this conversation. In honor of the one dude with the mohawk that I saw Friday night wearing the Robbie Grossman jersey, dude, if you're listening, please call in. Can the guy with the Robbie Grossman jersey please call in, please? What's the one jersey you own that you're convinced you're the only guy or girl that owns it? 97 won the ticket. All right. Sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're right. Told you the heroic story of me spotting the Robbie Grossman jersey Friday at Comerica Park, the number 8, sitting right behind Comerica, or home plate, rather. If you're that individual, by the way, please call in. So I thought it was so random. I'm like, who in their right mind is buying a Robbie Grossman jersey? Robbie Grossman, I guess I could look it up for you. But not all that great of a Tiger. What was he here? 2 years? Then you got rid of him at the trade deadline, I believe, 1 year. Here, let me get this for. I feel like I need to do this for you. Spent a total of 2 seasons in Detroit. 1 year he had 239 with a 772 OPS. Not bad. Another year he hit 205 with the 595 OPS. That's not good. So I see this jersey and I think to myself, like, how many people could have purchased that jersey? The answer has to be like 1. I want to see the receipts. It must have been a giveaway. Let's be honest. Or severely on clearance. So I ask you, because we're all like this individual that I saw, not to point him out, I don't know his name. What's the one jersey you own that you're convinced only you have? Whether it's the player or the style of jersey, 248-539-9797. And then I think we can be the judge if other people actually own the jersey that you own. Let's go to the phones. Let's pick up Joseph hanging in Farmington. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Joseph? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Good. What's going on?
I have the one jersey that I'm ashamed of, Joey Harrington. As soon as he got drafted out of college, I went to Dunham's, spent $75, and I bought it, and I don't want it.
Wow, but yet you still have it in your closet, Joseph.
I still have it, and I still wear it, and every time I wear it, I got a lot of flag for it.
What are you, a lunatic? Why would you wear that? That's like wearing a shirt with like a political candidate on it. You're going to get crap for it.
Because I love my Lions, but I don't like Harrington.
Joseph, I mean, that was long enough. I think he was drafted in 03 maybe, right? Maybe 02?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You could probably buy a new one. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe you could do the jersey exchange where you can trade in Joey and get like an Amon-Ra St. Brown jersey.
That would be great, man. If you can pull that off, I love you.
Thank you, Joseph.
I love your show, man. Thank you.
I love you. Thank you. I did not pay him to say that, I swear. I didn't. Although I'd be willing to. Just a couple bucks. How much would I pay somebody to say in print that they loved my show? 20? 25?
Give me a crisp high five and I'll write it down.
Yeah, but you got to like send it to somebody. That's going to cost me more, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris hanging in Royal Oak. He's on the ticket. What's going on, Chris? How are you? Chris, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I got you now. What's going on?
2005, 2006 used to be a part of group of guys, 7 of the starting 9 for the 84 Tigers.
Okay.
I had a Chet Lemon jersey, and I know there's lots of Chester jerseys out
number
there.
34, right?
Yes, number 34. And if you want the park with a Chet Lemon jersey, and you'll get lots of people calling you out. But that's not the jersey that I know I'm the only one that owns. That happens to be a Barbaro Garbe road jersey that I had special made.
You had really? Why? Does it have your name on the back?
No, it says Garbe, 27. He only played here in 84 and 85. He went to Texas, I think, in 87 or 8.
So why'd you have it specially made? You couldn't find one on the rack?
No. They didn't have Barbaro Garbe jerseys on the rack.
Fair enough.
They didn't. So
fair enough.
But just for the sheer novelty of having a Garbe jersey. That's really all it's for.
Chris, I got to tell you, I didn't think anybody would answer this question and be right, that they had literally the only jersey like it, but I think you won. I mean, I don't know of any. I don't think there's another Barbaro Garbet custom-made jersey, except for maybe the Garbet family, that is in, southeastern Lower Michigan or the continental United States, for that matter.
Yeah, it's pretty special, and it gets no attention. I don't think half the people that see it even know who the heck he is, but it's pretty special. I kind of dig it just because of it.
Fair enough. Thank you, Chris.
Maybe I can text Barbaro, get a custom one made.
Mr. Garbet. I don't know what Barbaro is up to these days.
Doing Spanish broadcasting for the Tigers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I worked with him all last year.
Look at you. Wow. Well, you actually know him then.
I do. I have his phone number.
Call him up. Get that jersey autographed. I got to be honest. I don't know what's more shocking to me. Seeing a Robbie Grossman jersey or a guy that I'm working with, Jake, today, great guy, knows Barbaro Garbet and has his number. Or the fact that Barbaro Garbet's name came up on the ticket today. What a day. Let's go to Mike in West Bloomfield. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Mikey?
Oh, not too much. How you doing?
Good.
I have a Charlie Villanueva jersey.
Charlie V. Now, Mike, I kind of understand the Charlie V thing because that was a big acquisition. Joe was spending a little money. You got Charlie V. You got Ben Gordon. I kind of understand that a little bit, I guess. But I don't think anybody's wearing a Charlie V. Do you still rock it, Mike?
No, I've never put it on. What happened is I was a season ticket holder, and I got my name called at the end of the season when they have the giveaways to come down onto the floor after the game and get a random jersey from one of the players. I was hoping to get Rip Hamilton or whatever, and they came up and I got Charlie Villanueva, but he was kicked out of that game for fighting like 2 minutes before the game ended, so he couldn't come out and present me with his jersey. The locker room attendant had to come out and give it to me.
So it's authentic and everything.
Oh, yeah, it's a game worn. It still has a sweat on it and everything. I never
that's pretty sweet, actually. I mean, talk about a collector's item.
It's 4 XXX, so it's slightly too big for me. I'm only 6'5", so Charlie was a little bit bigger.
Just a little bit. Like I'm 5'8", Mike, 5'9" on a good day, so that would go down to my ankles. But thank you, Mike.
Yeah, I would. You could wear it as a dress. Just put a little belt on it and it'd be all right.
Maybe I'll try that this weekend. Maybe I'll have to borrow it. Thank you, Mike. It's crazy where this show's going. I'm not gonna lie. By the way, I mentioned that I would pay people to say that they like my show in writing. Somebody says you can get an OnlyFans account. People could pay you there. LOL. Then he can do strange things. Haha. You know what? In fact, OnlyFans called me. They're paying me not to have an account. All right? You guys know all about OnlyFans, don't you? It's radio.
I'll let
You got to
Bobby
say
answer
something.
this one.
You don't have to.
I don't want to answer this.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We'll get to the calls. In honor of the Robbie Grossman jersey I saw at Comerica on Friday, I'm asking the question, what's the one jersey you have that you're convinced only you own? Whether it's the player, the type of jersey, what do you got? I mean, so far, the custom-made Barbaro Garbet jersey or the Charlie V game-worn jersey, those two take the cake, I kind of feel. Somebody wants me to send them $10, and they'll tweet it for me, that they love the show. Will that give me a raise, I wonder? Can I write that off on my taxes?
I think that would count as a tax write-off.
Oh, good. All right, $10 coming your way. All right, 248-539-9797, 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. No Tigers game today. Tarek Skubal will pitch tomorrow to kick off a 2-game set with the Pirates. Skubal looking to bounce back after a 4-run, 6-hit loss against the Royals. Western Michigan is heading back to an NCAA baseball regional. Their destination Friday will be Lexington, Kentucky, as they will face the host Wildcats in Game 1. Head coach Billy Gernon credits this former Tiger for their run. A sprinter who nabbed the U20 100-meter record had their honor taken away after he tested positive for an illegal performance enhancer following eating, quote, recovery gummies. He's been suspended for the next 4 years. Dallas and Edmonton are getting ready for Game 3 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Dallas has limited their opponents to just 1 goal 4 of the last 6 playoff games. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
.97 The Ticket. All right, Jeremy Otto is still here. We'll put him on the spot. Then we'll go back to the phones. So, Jeremy, I told you the story. I saw a Robbie Grossman jersey. You remember Robbie?
Yes.
At Comerica Park on Friday. I thought to myself, that has to be the most random jersey ever. Nobody's ever bought that jersey with the exception of that dude wearing it. Or maybe it was a giveaway. So you're a big sports fan. What's the one jersey that you own that you're convinced nobody else owns?
See, I don't have a lot of jerseys with names on them. I have a very unique Placido Polanco gray jersey.
All right.
I'm not even sure it was that shade of jersey was ever used, but I found it on major discount, after he had retired maybe or been traded away. I'm not sure which, but yeah, that's mine. I think I told you I saw on Twitter one of the beat writers in town, maybe Jason Beck.
Yeah.
He said he saw an Anthony Ghost Blue Jays jersey.
Remember that? So Ghost was a Tigers position player that one day couldn't make it, so he became a pitcher.
Yeah.
And then he
Is
went
he
to the
still
Blue
in the
Jays.
league? I don't know.
I don't think so. Yeah.
Because he was doing well at that for a minute. But
he was actually a pretty good pitcher. And I'm like, how did nobody know this kid could pitch? So that's a good one. Beck's always doing that. Yeah. I mean, listen, I texted Pat Caputo a picture of this. I saw a Matt Chapman Blue Jays jersey yesterday. Just had to take a pic and send it over to Pat. Shockingly enough, I did not get a response. So, anyway, thank you.
Maybe he'll rectify that today.
I doubt that. 248-539-9797. The Ticket text, the exact same number. Man, oh man, I cannot stop with the Bill Walton tributes. All break, every break, I don't get affected by celebrity deaths. I don't at all. In fact, I kind of mock people I feel that do, but man, him passing away sucks. Not that anybody passing away doesn't suck, but oh man. Dude was so good. 248-539-9797. The Ticket text, the exact same number. How about Rick in Highland, Michigan? You're on the Ticket. What's going on, Rick?
Okay, not a Detroit one, but this is pretty bizarre. I have a Ryan Leaf San Diego Chargers jersey still.
Wow. Yeah, I got to believe a lot of those probably don't exist anymore.
No. I grew up as a kid in San Diego through Air Coryell and everything else, so diehard Lions Chargers fan, and when he was drafted, he was going to be the savior, so I still have it downstairs in a box.
Rick, how often you rock that thing? Probably never, right?
No, I have, just to goof on my son.
Oh, okay.
He's 26 now, because I do have my, obviously my LT jersey, my Danny Fouts jersey.
Very nice.
But I've done it just to goof with my son, and my son's like, "Who's that?" And I'm like, look it up."
Yeah, exactly. Hey, there's a 30 for 30 on the guy. Get ready. Thank you, Rick.
Okay.
Appreciate it, my friend.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. 248-539-9797. The Ticket text, the exact same number. Let's go ahead and pick up, how about Jim in Harper Woods? You're on the Ticket. What's going on, Jimmy?
Hey, it's moving along, but I wanted to call you and tell you I had to have a custom-made jersey for the significant other of Tom Brady when he was in college.
Wait, so your wife obviously was attracted to Tom Brady.
Well, yeah, she was a big Brady fan all these years, and I got to take her to the last time that Detroit played the Patriots, and Brady was still the quarterback there. And, she got a lot of compliments because it was a custom jersey because they didn't make them anymore. The guy couldn't get any at the sports shop. So I had to have it custom made, and she wanted the away jersey, and then I had all the lettering was, embroidered. It wasn't the other crap that they had. And
I gotcha.
She got a lot of compliments, man. She
So,
turned
Jimmy,
a lot of heads because it was pretty cool.
Did you guys sit down together and watch the Tom Brady roast?
Well, we didn't. I didn't know it was on, and I'm not into those roasts. To get people to come on and bash people, I'm not into that. But
I got you, Jim. All right, I appreciate the call, my friend. 248-539-9797. My wife has never asked me for a jersey, ever. She also doesn't like sports, but whatever. Patrick in St. Clair Shores, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Patrick? How are you?
Good. How are you, Jeff?
Good. What's going on?
I got an obscure one. I got a Dre Bly all-black Lions jersey from that era.
Dre Bly, the only Pro Bowl corner, I think, what the Lions have ever had?
Correct.
Yes. That's a pretty good one. So, Patrick, not that anybody remembers, but I got into a shouting match with Dre Bly on the last game for the Lions. I want to say, gosh, what was it, 2000, maybe 9? Do you remember they lost to the Bengals and everybody showed up in Bengals colors?
Yep.
Yeah, and they got embarrassed, and I asked Dre Bly how it felt, and he didn't like that question. So I have a soft spot in my heart for Dre Bly.
I got another one, too, if you got a second.
Go for it.
I had, two. I had a Pierre Turgeon Islanders jersey with that Gordon's Fisherman looking.
Oh, see, that's cool.
Logo
That's a
on
good look. I like that.
Yeah, I bought it at a card shop that was going out of business. And then I have a signed Brian Bosworth jersey.
Oh, wow. From Oklahoma or what?
No, from, I can't remember what team he played for in the
Packers,
NFL.
right?
Was it? No, it wasn't. Was it the Eagles?
I have no idea.
I can't remember.
I'm not thinking of Bosworth.
No, Seahawks.
Yeah.
It was the Seahawks.
Yes. You're right about that.
So, yeah, I for some reason bid on an auction and won that. I have no idea why. So that's just in a box in my basement. But
Thank you, Patrick. Boz was a big deal at one point. All right, we got one more segment of radio to go. We got Caputo coming in. Pat and I will talk lovingly, I'm sure, about the Tigers. And then he's going to take you. Is he on till 10?
10 p.m. with the Capootster.
All right. Is anybody on at 10?
Infinity Sports Radio, no longer CBS.
All right. So we got one more segment of radio to do. We'll bust out some calls. Coming up next, 97 won the ticket. All right, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We got Capuch coming in here at 10 o'clock. What did I say 10 o'clock? 6 o'clock. Sorry, I'm just used to being on at 6 to 10. I apologize. We got people that want to talk. So I brought up the fact that the Tiger game on Friday, I saw a Robbie Grossman jersey, and I thought to myself, like, dude, there can't be any other of those that actually exist. So I'm asking the question, what's the jersey that you have that you're convinced only you own? Back to the phones we go. Chris is in Northville. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, Rieger, how are you?
Hey, man. Good. How are you?
Well, good, man. Long-time listener, first time I've ever called. So
No, look at this. All it took was a jersey topic, Chris, for you to finally pick up that phone and dial. Thank you.
That's it. So I got a couple. My first one is in 2000 when Comerica opened. Jeff Weaver was one of my favorite pitchers.
Oh, I remember Jeff Weaver.
Starting pitcher in 2000 opened up Comerica, and I spent $170 in the gift shop for one of his jerseys that had the nice Comerica 2000 patch on it. But I haven't seen too many of those around.
Chris, that could be the only one. And then Jeff Weaver, of course, traded to, was it St. Louis, where he actually was on that world championship team that beat the Tigers, if I remember correctly.
In 06, that's correct. Yeah. I think he went to the Yankees before he made it to the Cardinals.
No, you're right about that, yeah. And his brother was always the better pitcher. And
Correct.
That was the one where, remember, we got into the brawl where Jared threw at Alex Avila because he was pissed at Maglio Ordonez, like loving the home run that he hit.
Yep, that's it. And I got one more for you from the previous caller. I own 4 Joey Harrington jerseys, 2 blue, 1 black, and 1 silver. And I wore a Harrington jersey to the NFL draft downtown a few weeks ago, and my wife was so embarrassed.
I'd be embarrassed too.
I'm not going with you.
How many comments you get on that thing? Like, were people like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Oh yeah, I actually like to wear for the ridicule, if that makes any sense.
You just like people pointing out the fact that you're wearing an awful quarterback's name on your back.
Hey, listen, he was drafted in 2002 up to 2005. Remember when he got traded to the Dolphins in 06?
He came back on Thanksgiving and beat him.
Thanksgiving.
I remember. Chris, who knew that there was still a market for Joey Harrington jerseys? Nicely done, my friend.
All right. Thank you so much.
See you, bud. Here's the thing about Joey. Like, I was excited that Joey was drafted. I watched him in Oregon just like you. Captain Comeback. I thought that was a great pick. What the hell did I know? About the same as Millen, right? Let's go to Joe in Detroit. You're on the ticket. Hey, Joe, how are you, bud?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. What's going on?
Hey, the first number 8 I remember is Don Wirt. I don't know if you remember him.
I do. Yes, vaguely.
He's. I think he won the World Series back in the day. But anyway, that was the Grossman guy. I mean, that was the number 8. I remember it first.
Yeah, I got to look up most popular Tigers that wore the number 8.
Yeah, and the other thing is, would just say I'm sorry, first time caller.
All good. No, on your comment section, it says you want to talk about Bill Walton.
Oh, yeah, Bill Walton was the only guy that would attempt to block Dr. J's dunks. And I think he did block a couple of his dunks, but Dr. J did get him back several times. But Dr. J had a very, very, very hard shot to block. It would, he had big hands, and you could break your hand if you put your hand in the way.
So you remember Walton more as a player than probably as you dig him as a commentator. I wasn't around.
He was a good defensive player.
Yeah. No, I mean, he won an MVP with Portland.
Yeah, he was good. I didn't like him as Celtics. I didn't like the Celtics at all. But
well, who does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate the call. 248-539-9797. By the way, best Tigers of all time by uniform number. Ray Boone gets the honor of number 8. Ron LaFleur has a strong case, but Boone was a two-time All-Star who led the American League with 116 RBIs in 1955. I do not remember who Ray Boone is. Then again, that was in 1955, a little before my time. Robbie Grossman apparently did not even make honorable mention for the number 8. Oh, yes. Let's go to, how about Sean's in Canada? He's on the ticket. What's going on, Sean?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's going on?
I was listening to everybody talk about iconic broadcasters, and I just, I'm 56 years old, and I grew up listening to Ernie Harwell, and I just shook my head thinking, how could this name not come up? It just blew me away.
It did, Sean. I think either by me or a caller. I loved Ernie, just like everybody else. I mean, you talk about Ernie Harwell, everybody says the same thing. They fell asleep during West Coast games with the radio under their pillow listening to the Tigers and Ernie. He was amazing.
I went to school down in Missouri, and a few miles away there was a hill, and if it was a clear night, I could pick up 760, and I would drive out there and park on this hill just to listen to Ernie. Well, one more thing. It's not a jersey, but back in the day when Bo Schembechler, for whatever reason, decided to can Ernie Harwell, I had a T-shirt that said, and I can't remember where I bought it, but it said, Bo don't know Ernie. And I wore that around, and I used to get so much attention. I used to have people asking to buy it off my back because it was such a unique T-shirt.
Really?
But anyway, yeah.
Do you still have it, Sean?
No, it's long gone, unfortunately.
You mentioned Ernie. Long gone. That was his catchphrase.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sean.
There you go.
Appreciate it, my man. I remember the first time, not that anybody cares, I met Ernie Harwell, and I was doing pregame segments for the Detroit Tigers. I had to do like 1 to 2 minute pregame little features, right? So I'm on the field. It's probably back in like 04 maybe 05, 06, one of those years, 07, I can't remember. And Ernie was there walking around. And I'm like, oh my God, if I could just talk to Ernie, I could bust out like 7 of these pregame segments. Not to mention, I grew up listening to Ernie, like my idol, one of them, right? So I walk up to Ernie Harwell, could not have been nicer. And I introduced myself. I'm like, oh, Mr. Harwell, I was a little nervous. I'm like, my name is, and he's like, Jeff Rieger. And I'm like, what now? And he's like, Jeff Rieger. And I'm like, me? He's like, yeah, you do a good job. That's what he said to me. I didn't even introduce myself. He said, you do a good job. And I'm like, how the hell did he know who I was? Now, it turns out I was wearing my credential, so he probably just looked at the credential name. There's no way Ernie Harwell knew who I was, but for a split second, I felt like, this guy knows who I am. Ernie Harwell knows who I am. Anyway, it's my claim to fame, I guess. I have no idea where Pat is. Is he going to make his show on time?
To be determined.
Okay. So, okay. All right. Well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to call my wife and tell her that I'm probably going to be late.
Oh, no, you're still good to leave, Jeff.
Oh, you guys want to take over?
We'll figure something out.
What are we going to call the show? Jake and Bobby or Bobby and Jake?
Bobby and the dude.
What are you guys going to talk about? What would be your first topic?
Bobby, what are you thinking?
The jersey topic is pretty good, so I think we'll roll with that in our first subject.
Just so you know, you can't steal the topic. It's copyrighted. Yeah. Anything we discussed on my show and Mark Ryan's show, you guys can't use. All right?
I'll just call up Woj, have him guest star.
That's fine. We could do that. 248-539-9797. Uh-oh. This is not good. My kid is waiting for me to come home to eat pizza with her. I'm going to break her heart. All right, so maybe it's me next, or maybe it's Pat next. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by 1877 Cards for Kids. Tigers bullpen arm Shelby Miller's rehab is set to begin tomorrow with Toledo right after ulnar nerve problems. Put on the shelf, Miller has been building up to game outings as he threw a third bullpen outing yesterday. He said it's feeling a lot better. It's not nearly as stiff as it was, so that's a positive, end quote. The Tigers have an off day today after their wild comeback win yesterday to sweep the Blue Jays at Comerica Park. The Pirates coming to town after winning a series with the Braves. Atlanta losing star Ronald Acuna Jr. in that series as he tore his ACL while faking a steal attempt in the first Sunday. It's the second time in 4 seasons he's come down with a torn ACL. Bill Walton passed away today at the age of 71. Few White Sox fans will forget when he joined current Tigers TV man Jason Benetti on NBC Sports Chicago. Heavyweight boxer Mike Tyson needed medical attention during a flight from Miami to L.A. yesterday. He's reportedly doing great. His representatives denying reports that the flight was delayed because of him. Tyson is scheduled to fight 27-year-old Jake Paul on July 20th. You got that one on your DVR?
In actuality, no, because I bought into the Manny Pacquiao fight and then the Conor McGregor fight.
Jeff took the day off. Did he tell you that?
No.
I found that out live on the air, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Big deal for him. Yeah. At the Coral Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Then we got open lines. Jeff had a great topic, actually, the Robbie Grossman jersey thing, which I really enjoyed. And, we're talking about it, 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. And, Travis, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, buddy? I'll roll through all these calls.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Happy Memorial Day weekend. I hope you're safe and enjoyed it and remembered what it was all about.
Yeah, you too. So I was just calling in, I guess, about the jersey thing. There was a couple different ones that came to mind, but the first one that
flea
market in Taylor.
Who was it?
There was a flea market in Taylor, and it was always we would go there like every Saturday. And I was there at one point, and I think it might have been $30. It was a whole warm-up outfit, including the jersey and the shorts, and the tearaway pants and the jacket of Michael Jordan Wizards jersey. And I remember sitting there, and I had to go on Google to look it up because I'm 25, so I didn't really see him play growing up much. I had to go to Google to look it up because I was like, Michael Jordan's only ever played for the Bulls. And I thought they were trying to sell some counterfeit fake jersey. But yeah, I still have that in my basement with the whole tracksuit with the 23 on it and everything. And it was like all Wizards and everything. I thought that was the craziest thing in the world. I've seen kids wear T-shirts, like when I was in gym. I've never seen a Jordan Wizards jersey, but I assume most of them probably went in the trash or the fireplace.
Yeah, well, I would think so, probably. The Michael Jordan thing that's not an obscure guy. You know what I'm saying? Robbie Grossman, somebody rocking a Robbie Grossman Tigers jersey, that is amazingly obscure. I think probably the most obscure jersey that I've seen would be doing a remote before a game at Ford Field and seeing a Jermaine Crowell jersey. And to me, that's something that, I never thought I would see. Jermaine Crowell, probably the most obscure Lions jersey that I've seen at a remote. I've never seen an R2 spinner one or anything like that. And at Tiger games, you rarely see one that's not Verlander or Cabrera or somebody that's real famous or might be a player from way in the past. I don't remember any Brennan Bosch ones that came up, and I thought there might have been some Sheldon ones. Now, there were a few in 2012 that were Quentin Berry jerseys. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. Dave from Armada must have a really good one. What's up, Dave?
Hello. Yes, I have a Red Wings Troy Stetcher jersey. He was defenseman for a couple of years. And the main reason I acquired it, my last name is Stetcher. And I used to play a lot of hockey back in the 60s and 70s and been a big Wings fan. And it just seemed natural when all of a sudden there's a Stetcher on the Wings. I got to have that jersey.
Yeah, well, that to me would be one I could understand with your name on it. But he wasn't exactly a stellar Red Wing. I think the one...
You're absolutely right.
You know?
And kind of funny, before he joined the Wings, and I don't remember who he was playing for. I mean, I didn't
New
even
Jersey,
know...
I think, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't even know there was a Stetcher playing pro hockey. And whoever he was playing for before the Wings acquired him, I was driving home from work one night, and I'm listening to the Wings game, and I'm hearing, pass to Stetcher, he shoots, he scores, and I damn near drove off the road, because I wasn't aware that there was a Stetcher out there. So that's just, a long about reason as to why I needed to acquire that jersey.
248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. Mark must have a good one. He's been waiting a long time. What's up, Mark?
Oh, hi. Yes, I have a good one. Ray Oyler.
Really?
Yes. I'll tell you why. I remember the 68 Tigers, and he had a great glove, horrible bat. So Mayo Smith put Mickey Stanley in at short.
Right.
And so that's sort of a unique story. But for another reason, Ray used to drink an awful lot, and he got sober. And I used to drink an awful lot, and I got sober. So I thought that was a good jersey to have. I wear it to every game. Now only the old-timers even know who he is.
Well, yeah, just so a lot of folks don't know, I'm working with Dustin today. You ever heard of Ray Oyler?
I have not.
Yeah, he was the Tigers shortstop when they won in 68 for most of the year. He hit 135. Yeah, the Tigers won the World Series with a shortstop that hit 135. But when the World Series came, and this was before they had the playoffs, Al Kaline had returned to health. So they had Al Kaline, Mickey Stanley, and Willie Horton in the outfield with Jim Northrup, and he wanted to get all four of those guys in. And to do that and get rid of Ray Oyler's weak bat, they moved Mickey Stanley, who was a great all-around athlete, as a Gold Glove center fielder to shortstop. And he played shortstop in the World Series, one of the more gutsy moves ever by a manager. And, it was kind of a legendary move, but Ray Oyler had a sad life, man. He I don't know if he was an alcoholic and all those different things. That escapes me, but he died young. He was taken in the expansion draft by Seattle, which is now Milwaukee, the following year. And he had his best year, offensively. And he died very young. He died in his early 40s. He might have been the first or second. No, I think he was the first of the 68 Tigers to pass. 248-539-9797. Rolling through these calls for Jeff's little world here because people were waiting a long time. Chris, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Pat. Me and my buddy a few years back, we decided, hey, let's every season buy a new Lions jersey, but make it a little obscure. So the first year he got an Orlowski, I got an Ernie Sims. The next year I got a John Jansen, he got a Ryan Broyles. And then this past season I got an Eddie Drummond and he got a Titus Young. So, you don't really see any of those names, maybe Orlowski, but definitely not the rest of them out there. So we thought it'd be kind of funny, and we definitely get some looks.
Well, yeah, those would be a little bit different. Orlowski. That would make a cool T-shirt with him running out of the back of the end zone.
That's kind of why we did it, right? We were like, you know what? We're sick of buying jerseys of guys, who are here for a year or two and then disappear. So we're like, let's just make it fun.
Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. I just thought people were waiting a long time, the opportunity to get on the air and talk about that subject, about the jerseys. I saw Jeff's tweet out about it and laughed really, really hard when he showed the Robbie Grossman jersey. And if the guy that had the Robbie Grossman jersey with the mohawk or whatever, you can call it any time.
So, Pat, I was actually at the Tiger game Sunday, and I was rocking a pretty obscure jersey.
What was it?
Austin Meadows jersey.
That's an obscure one. Did it have A Meadows or just Meadows on
it? It just said Meadows, so if he wasn't in AAA, I could get by with Parker. But.
Yeah, Parker, would be one. By the way, he's doing pretty well down there. That's pretty obscure, but, in fairness to you, man, there was a lot of excitement.
I was pumped for that move.
Yeah, it was, something that everybody was happy about, and nobody, and I don't care who they are, and I know Rieger likes to troll people about that trade, but there isn't anybody who could have predicted that. That, one, Austin Meadows would have the issues that he unfortunately has. It's not, something you should be down on Austin Meadows about. I mean, that's a very serious part of life. Or that Isaac Paredes all of a sudden be hitting with power. Because watching Isaac Paredes a lot, and I saw a lot of him, he showed no sign, zero sign that he would be that prolific of a power hitter. Zero. But there have been a lot of athletes, and particularly with the Tigers. And I was thinking about this the other day, doing a show with Mark Ryan. Mark asked me, he said, well, what is it, player development or, payroll? Because I always rail in on people who start talking about payroll and how that is. And I said it's a player development issue with position players for the Tigers. And I said, this is why. And I've been thinking about it since. Eugenio Suarez left here. There was no inkling he'd be that kind of a power hitter. Zero. And he goes to Cincinnati, starts hitting 45 home runs a year. Now, the smaller ballpark, but come on. And he's still playing and is a productive major league player. You talk about a player like Isaac Paredes left and became a pretty good player. I was watching today the Kansas City, Minnesota game, and Willie Castro was playing left field. Willie Castro was a disaster here. And you see that quite a bit with Tiger position players where they leave the organization and go somewhere else and all of a sudden become better. And you can talk about pitchers to a degree. Scherzer was really, really good here, won Cy Young, same with Verlander, but they were better after they left here. So there's been a lot of that that has happened down through the years. And I just, the Schneider, the right-hander for the Red Sox, who all of a sudden was very dominant and started striking out 1,000 guys after he left here. Why has that happened? And the answer is the Tigers have to get better at player development. And I when I look at their current team and I see somebody like Torkelson or I see Riley Green or one of these other guys, that situation to me is something that I wonder if they left the organization and all of a sudden they would be better. I can't help but think that. Javi Baez, if he left here, would he all of a sudden have a resurgence in his career? But anyway, we'll talk about that, your other calls here on your jerseys. And I'll take calls on it. I know it's at Memorial Day. We're just having some fun. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. I'm Pat Caputo. You're listening to 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. If you're driving home Memorial Day weekend, be safe. We'd love to hear from you today. John, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, John?
Hey, Pat. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I just wanted to say, back in '91, I had to actually make a Eric Kramer jersey, and nobody had any. And I made a number 12 Eric Kramer jersey. Still got it.
You mean from 1991 when they won the NFC and Eric Kramer played so well? Yeah.
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 Yeah. He was he was nobody, of course, before that.
Well, I think back in that time, and I'm trying to go into some kind of time tunnel on that. I'm not so sure they had jerseys that they just made up as quickly and mass produced and made it the closet industry that it ultimately became. I know it was a big deal, but not to the degree that it is now, where unless you wanted a Barry jersey or a Herman one, from that particular team, that anybody would have thought of Eric Kramer and mass produced it in a relatively short period of time, or a Rodney Pete one, because they shared basically the quarterback spot until Kramer won it. Now, these days, all of a sudden, they make them in a week or 2 minutes. I think mass producing them and marketing them, the most important thing, the ability to sell them is a lot easier because of online sales.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, you go to any Myers or wherever you want to go, during football season, any sporting goods, and you can,
Well, you can go to Walmart and get a lot of Michigan stuff. I know that. Whoa! You set me up. You teed me up for that one. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding the Michigan fans, honestly, about that. That's, I know you're sensitive about it. Yeah, I appreciate that. 248-539-9797. See, I would have had a Spindler jersey in honor of Mark Spindler or Pritch, the guys from those teams that I've done shows with. 248-539-9797. David, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, buddy?
Thanks, Pat. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I was just wondering when this actually started, when you could actually go out and buy a jersey of a favorite player. Like what year? A long time ago, I was at Tiger Stadium, and I saw someone with what looked like a very old jersey that actually said Stanley on the back, like Mickey Stanley.
Right. Number 24.
Yeah. Mine would have been Jim Northrup, because I was a kid then, and he was my hero back.
Number 5.
Yeah, number 5. Yeah.
I would say the first time that it ever really came into my mind was during the Red Wings playoff run in '97, and a little bit before that, but certainly after that. It seemed like there were an inordinate amount of and people, I don't think, understand how popular those teams were. Dustin, you're younger. You probably know all about those teams, and you like hockey and everything.
Of course.
But
sure.
you weren't actually there. You were maybe not even born or something, right?
I was born. Early memories of Brendan Shanahan and stuff like that being my favorite player. But it wasn't probably till 2002 that I was able to really appreciate the wins.
Yeah, because, at a certain point, it's like with me with the 68 Tigers, man, I don't appreciate it as much as people who are a little older than me. But I do now that I know all this history about them. But they were bigger than anything NFL related than the Lions. That sounds weird because the Lions had Barry Sanders, and they had the remnants of that team that we just talked about with another caller. But the Red Wings, with Yzerman, Shanahan, and it became kind of we used to do topics on it. Would you go to the game wearing a Red Wing jersey and putting the name on the back? Was that somehow kind of weird? Because you're really not that person. That's what it was we would talk about in a previous radio life on it. And that's the first time that I really remember it coming into vogue. I don't remember it like when I was a kid and, that group from 68, when I was a little bit older and I could understand it, they were still on the team. So it was a little bit, I never remembered from then. And in the 70s, the teams were all bad. So, whose jersey did you want? Maybe Bubba Baker's or something? And I don't remember a lot of Billy Sims jerseys. So the first time I really remember was the late 90s, if that sounds correct, because I remember the Barry jerseys. I remember some Herman Moore jerseys. And like that guy said, he made up his own Eric Kramer jersey.
I'd like to ask you one other thing, Pat.
Yeah.
Who and why dreamed up the idea of these horrible uniforms the Tigers are wearing now? I mean, they are just a disgrace. They look like some semi-pro softball team, and it just reeks of no class. We have the Old English D. That's a classic. It goes back to 1901. Why are we doing this?
I don't know. I guess it's everybody wants those jerseys. They're real popular, and I'll say this. Appreciate the call. I like the retro jerseys 99% of the time when they come out. I love what Oregon does and what they did to initially get that jump start in college football. And for the most part, the retro jerseys that the Lions, I really like the ones they wore that were just the silver helmets and the blue jerseys. Some of the teams have had lame ones like that. Green Bay and Chicago, those are awful. Pittsburgh, where they look like they just got out of jail or they were the killer bees. But for the most part, they're really, really cool. The Michigan State's done it. I've liked it. And I'm not against change that way. But when it comes down to the Tigers and the University of Michigan football, I don't know why they would ever mess with it. Because how do you get such classic uniforms? The Yankees are another one, those pinstripe uniforms. You really don't want to mess with it. I know Boston last year started wearing some odd-looking uniforms. It just didn't look right because the Red Sox have that classic uniform. The Dodgers, there are certain Green Bay Packers that have uniforms that are so classic, I don't really think they should mess with it. Now, having said that, I understand why the team's wearing it every night. Because they're winning games and there's a little bit of superstition there. And it's kind of funny in a way because they're so friggin' ugly that you can like it. Now, that's my opinion. It looks like the Ravens celebrity softball team's uniforms. It has nothing to do with it. And right across the top of the hat, and I've heard people go, I like that. It says Detroit instead of the Old English D. So I really don't like them at all. But the Tigers are winning in them, so I can understand why the players are wearing them. But it's just not a good look. And I guess they're not comfortable, like on a hot summer day. They're meant for like once in a while. But I don't know. I'm with you on them. Those things are ugly. And here's the thing that I found, I don't want to say insulting. I mean this in a joking way. But when you were reading the press release on it, it said it took them 2 years to design them. 2 years to design those things? Just tireless work. I think they're terrible. But anyway, coming up next, I want to talk about, we had the passing of Bill Walton. Means different things to different people. We'll talk about that. He was definitely an iconic figure. We'll also get into some talk about the Tigers now that they've won a couple games. And we got a lot on the plate, a little college football, and we'll talk, obviously, the Lions after the first round of OTAs. Got a lot on it, and I hope you're having a wonderful Memorial Day. And if you want to do any more Jersey talk, I'm cool with it. I'm flexible today. 97-1, the ticket. Was that Jason Benetti with Bill Walton? 248-539-9797. Yeah, I'll talk about Bill Walton. That's kind of an iconic figure in a lot of ways, passing. I was stunned by it. I wasn't aware he had cancer. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that. I'm sure a lot of people have some memories of him. And, yeah, we'll get into a lot today. We'll talk some Tigers and everything. But Rieger came up with the Robbie Grossman picture at the ballpark and famous obscure jerseys that you've owned. Dan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dan?
Hey, good to talk to you, Pat.
Hey.
So, a buddy of mine talked me into getting some Michigan Panther season tickets at the Silverdome, and actually ended up being the year they won the championship.
Right.
And I bought a Bobby Hebert number 11 home jersey.
Well, that's one. You still got it? Those are cool uniforms, that plum color that they had. Yeah, that was cool.
Plum with the gold and the light blue.
Yeah.
It's awesome. And they still have the same colors. I was so glad they had that.
Yeah, well, people remember. That was there have been a couple things that have happened in this town that were big deals. And
that was a big deal to me.
And totally forgotten, why and what happened. One of them was when the Panthers won that championship.
Yeah, they had Carter was on the same team.
Yeah, right.
Anthony
And
Carter.
John Corker and Novo Bojovic was the kicker. Novo from Central
Great
Michigan.
kicker.
So there, and the thing about it is, the Lions were really bad, and people were really frustrated with them, and they were frustrated with William Clay Ford as their owner. And Alfred Taubman, the shopping mall mogul, bought the team, the Panthers, and brought them into the league. And the league, unlike these other spring leagues that have come up, the UFL now and, some of the others, it actually had a following. People watched it far more than they watch these other leagues that have come up, the XFL, whatever leagues that have been here in recent years. They're still trying with that.
Well, they had big stars back then in that league. That's why.
Right. Well, they got Herschel Walker, Anthony Carter from Michigan was another one that signed with that league. There were a number of Doug Flutie was the big star with Herschel Walker. Donald Trump owned the franchise in New Jersey.
Yeah.
And, it was – and then the league looked like it might have some legs, and then it went to court. And it won its verdict, but they were only awarded $1.
Well, they tried to compete. Trump decided they wanted to compete with the NFL in the fall, and that killed it.
Well, when they tried to go to the fall, and plus they didn't get their desired thing, and then it really stopped rival leagues from forming in all sports. I think because the AFL and football was so successful that way, and the ABA and basketball. WHA, not so in hockey, they all ended up with teams that merged, with the big league, but football wasn't going to happen again. All right. And so I think it kept, but when the Panthers won, just to make a long story short, the Silverdome was basically sold out.
Yeah, it was great.
When they won that championship game, it was out in Denver against, I think it was the Philadelphia Stars.
Yes.
We had Reggie White on their team. It was, was one of the, it was a big major event here. And then just kind of, totally is gone and forgotten, even with the Panthers coming back in a way. So that, to me, and the other one was when we had a WNBA franchise here.
Oh, yeah.
Detroit
Shock, was it?
Yeah, the Detroit Shock. Bill Lambier was the coach. Rick Mahorn was his assistant. And they won the championship, and it wasn't a small deal. The Palace would have, I don't think it was fully sold out. It was like 18 to 20,000 people, and they had these thunder sticks, and everybody got pretty excited about it. And I've been thinking about this quite a bit lately with the success of the soccer team in Hamtramck, right? And I guess they're going to build their own stadium or whatever. And I've been thinking about this with the WNBA and the success of the emergent Caitlin Clark primarily, but Angel Reese and some of the other great college basketball players, because the NCAA tournament for women was far more interesting than the NCAA tournament for men this past year. I mean, it just was. And, you know, and I used to be one of those people that had his head buried in the sand, didn't like women's basketball. But I changed, you know, over time. I got my head out of the sand. I used to hate soccer. Now I like soccer because I got my head out of the sand and stopped acting like a dolt. And I wonder if in our town, I think 10 years ago I would have said it won't fly, but maybe they should have an MLS team here now. Nothing against the league. It's a big league, and a lot of people go down to Hamtramck Stadium to see those games. They still call it Keyworth Stadium. I'm not sure. And WNBA is growing. Shouldn't the Pistons have a WNBA team? Because girls basketball is a big deal around here. It is in high school level. And Michigan and Michigan State do have formidable college programs. Oakland has a team. Detroit has a team. But Michigan and Michigan State, the Big Ten schools, have been doing very well in college basketball. Why don't we have a WNBA team here? You know, Caitlin Clark, would you pay to go see Caitlin Clark play? 248-539-9797. I'm Pat Caputo. It's 97.1, The Ticket. That was Jason Benetti on the call. Tigers, that was a huge win. Best game of the year. And I've got to tell you this. I don't know, we're discussing certain things lately. Obviously, today I was watching the tennis, the French Open. My wife enjoys that. And more than I do, but I get into it. It's fun, tennis. It's great athletes and everything. And I was like, okay, how do I get this on here, honey? And it's like, it happens to be on NBC. I always look at those majors. They're usually on ESPN, right? Except for Wimbledon, isn't it? But that's on ESPN now too, I think. But this one happens to be on NBC. And it's like, well, I want to watch this different match or whatever. And he had to have Peacock, which I happen to have and everything and sign into it. But it's a little bit different. The game yesterday, I come on the air. I was on from 11 o'clock or whatever or 10 o'clock until it started. Okay, so last year they had done a few of these games, and it was on, I believe, Apple TV. I'm thinking there were some games on Apple TV. It might have been on one of the other networks.
YouTube had a lot of games too. YouTube TV.
Right, YouTube. Yeah, right. But YouTube, most people know how to get onto YouTube, youtube.com, and you look for the Tiger game, and it'll pop on live, right? You didn't have to have a subscription for it, correct?
I thought you did. I'm not positive, though.
No, I don't think you did. Yeah. But you had to watch it on YouTube. And it turned out yesterday's game, and you could have watched it on Roku. I called it Ragu on TV yesterday just to be sarcastic. And, I was sitting there, I was thinking about this. I'm like, how much money are they getting for that? Is it really worth the money considering? And if you're going to do that, you have to make it pretty clear to your fans where you're going to be. And also, the play-by-play announcer for the individual game, I was on yesterday, and I'm like, well, coming up next, Double D Dan Dickerson, because Dan has a big following. But there are a lot of folks who like Jason Benetti. So if Jason Benetti's flipping with Dan on this particular day, it would be nice to know that, especially if you're on the station that it's going to be on and you're trying to promote the announcers. In the case of Dan, he's a longtime friend. So I say Dan Dickerson, and he's great at what he does. Benetti, I don't know him, but he's doing a terrific job. Promote them a little bit. Get people to listen to the broadcast because the broadcast, especially with baseball, it's oriented. Major League Baseball, Tigers to a degree, and I don't know how much the Tigers are to blame for their TV thing, to be honest with you. It's important for me to be fair to those who are involved. I don't know if it's Xfinity's fault or whether it's Bally's fault, but it's getting to the point where it's really, really absurd. All right? That the Tigers, they're not out there. Now, we were talking about those jerseys, the Motor City jerseys. That's not a good way to promote them, to have your best game and your team is wearing them because they feel lucky in them. And nobody really is seeing it. Or a lot more people could have seen it if you just said, just go to Roku.com and you would have been able to stream the game. At least on your computer. And most people can figure out a way with the smart TV to get it on their television if they really want to see it. But suppressing your product, for what seemed like fairly minimal revenues is not good business. I mean, you don't have to be somebody who's a genius to figure that one out. You don't have to be Warren Buffett. So I feel bad in a way for baseball fans in this town because it's, I don't know, you're really having trouble seeing a product. Now, for me, I'll always be able to get the product, and I have a personal situation in my life that keeps me from going to the ballpark or going to live events now, which I'm not going to get into with anybody. Very personal. But I will say this, if normal situations, I have my baseball writer's card. I go down there real fast and, watch the game. Not everybody's in that situation. So And as much as I know about all these things, I got Peacock, I got Paramount Plus, I've got Amazon, I've got Netflix, you name it, I got it. All right, and the Tiger game comes on, it's like, oh, I know what Roku is, but I know what Fire Stick is, I know, what those things are, but it's like, really? I've got everything, and they come up with one more thing that I don't have, but it turned out the game was free anyway. Well, could somebody please explain that? It's the same with the NFL when they come out with their schedule and, what games are going to be on Amazon, what games are going to be here and there. Whatever revenue you're getting for it is maybe not worth the degree of ticking off fans or suppressing your product. The NFL, people are used to, and one of the reasons for its popularity, and networks pay $1 zillion for it, is you can get it anywhere you want. And if you're going to do that and do different things, because I'm all for the world going forward, you have to have a little bit better plan than just throwing something on the wall and hoping it sticks. And I was looking today, and I'm just doing it on the internet. I didn't call anybody or whatever. I'm that interested in it. But I wonder what their schedule is for these Roku games. Are the Yankees on here? Or is it just going to be teams like Toronto and the Tigers? Because I'm thinking, the Tiger fans are sitting here just taking it, right? And you got half the town, seems to be. I don't know if it's that many, but it's definitely a vocal group of fans who are constantly calling in here and are very upset with the Tigers. And it's justifiable to a degree because of how bad they've been for an extended period of time now. They haven't been to the playoffs. Their drought is longer than any other team. The last time they won the World Series was 40 years ago. So fans are getting kind of tired of hearing about the next one and all this. And I understand that. It's justified. But can you imagine if they did that with the Yankees game yesterday?
Well, they will be doing that with the Yankees game. Another 11:30 start next month. Yankees and Orioles on Roku TV.
Whoa. But here's the thing. That game will be on for free, right? I guarantee you in New York, everybody will know where you can get that game. I guarantee you the Yankees will let their world know. Because they know what hell will be paid for if it's like, I got to go out and buy one of them sticks for my computer. I sounded like half Southern there. Don't do a very good New York impersonation. But come on. I'd love to see Major League Baseball get its act together. I really would. They're trying some things, and the rule changes and everything have worked. But stop doing that. And I would blame the Tigers, but I don't know how much they're actually at fault for some of this stuff. Chris, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Pat, let's get on a topic that you and I both like. And you're the only hockey junkie that I know at that station. So I'm heading right now to the Memorial Cup coming up here on 675. And I'll tell you what, it's been awesome, Pat. The OHL is 3-0. We got Moose Jaw going against London tonight.
Right.
London's probably prohibitive favorite. London should win the game, but that's why they play the games. If that's the case, Saginaw and London will both be 2-0.
Yeah, Saginaw beat Drummondville, eh? That was interesting.
Yeah, they did. They beat them 5-4 last night. It was a good game, Pat. It was 3-2 going into the third period. Drummondville lost the night before. They came out with desperation, and it was a great game. Saginaw came back, tied the game up. Saginaw scored. Drummondville pulled their goalies. They scored.
Right.
And then Saginaw scored again. There have been some great games. The only one's missing is you, my man. I'll tell you what, if you can make a game, if you can, depending on your situation, I was listening to you earlier, come up Wednesday, it is going to be London and Saginaw, and it looks like they're the two best teams, but they're playing Wednesday.
Yeah, well, it just so, like, you and I, we both all know about that, and I watch it because I got the CHL package, But it's the Memorial Cup, which is the Canadian junior hockey version of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And it's even more difficult to win because it's another round You know, you go through all the rounds to win and get to the Memorial Cup, except for Saginaw. They got to bye because they host the tournament, and you know, and it's in Saginaw, and in Canada, this is like the NCAA tournament, and it's in our state, and nobody knows about it. And you've got you got all these brilliant hockey prospects. The defenseman for Saginaw is going to be a first round. All this stuff.
Parka, he's awesome. He's awesome. You got Dickinson for London,
right?
Who's the top 10 pick, number 3. And you know, I was rooting for Portland Winterhawks to beat Moose Jaw because I wanted to see Danielson play.
Yeah, well, they didn't. But they went down. But you know, Danielson got a chance with the Griffins. Griffins lost last night, by the way. So I'm going to get into some hockey a little bit later. I'm glad you called. But if you want to go see something that's really exciting, I don't know, those games are probably, I would imagine, sold out because London's not that far from here. And it's almost like an NHL team there. They're the one junior team that doesn't go through cycles. They're always great.
Yeah, the Hunters got them going, man. No question about it.
Yeah.
They're an outstanding team. And, you know what's interesting, Pat, is I was reading the goalie for Saginaw is a kid from Utica High School.
Right.
He's 5-0 in the playoffs, and he won again last night. His name's OK, but he's a local kid from Utica High School. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. It happened with Cam Johnson a few years ago from Troy. Led North Dakota to the NCAA title. You know, so there's all kinds of great stories. We always forget about that. And I understand why. But, you know, the Memorial Cup is in Saginaw. And it's one of the biggest events in the entire sporting year in Canada. And nobody's like, hey, you know, Drummondville lost to Saginaw yesterday. 248-539-9797. I was just thinking about it, I brought this up. Do we need an MLS team here, or is that team in Hamtramck just what you want for the soccer fans? And you want to see the WNBA come back? Whoa! Also, we'll get into the Lions a little bit tonight. And coming up next, I'll talk some Tigers. And also give my thoughts on Bill Walton. 97-1 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. Got a lot of ticket text here. This is from Ticket Text. It's not just the Detroit problem. This is a league-wide problem. Rob Manfred needs to step up and get this issue resolved. He is missing in action. That's from Ticket Text. I don't know if Rob Manfred could do that. There's a lot about those contracts that I simply don't know. And quite frankly, and a lot of times situations come up and I'll know somebody to call to find out and, sources. Quite frankly, I haven't had sources on this. So I don't know what is going on with the Bally's, the Xfinity, and with the situation where they don't promote enough or at least talk about, hey, the game is not on Sunday. Hey, why don't you inform somebody? And you can't rely all the time on news outlets for that. You have to let people know, or those news outlets know that. For example, the Free Press, all right? The Free Press, one of the two mainstay Detroit newspapers, correct? Detroit Free Press always puts in, hey, the next game. And they'll say, well, the game's not available on Xfinity. Everything they do, and they'll always say it's on Fubo and it's on DirecTV. But it's also on Spectrum, it's on WOW, it's on these other things. But they don't ever mention that. I don't know why. Well, the Tigers or Major League Baseball or whatever should let people know that. They should. I mean, that game yesterday, was a travesty to not have it on because it was a great game. It was everything that people want to see in baseball. Baseball is a game in which you never know what's going to happen. Yeah, and any given day, you could be going to a baseball game that looks like the most innocuous, hey, who cares about this game, baseball game, and something will happen in that game that never happened before in baseball history. Or it is completely out of the realm of what you anticipated. More so than any other sport. Now, that game yesterday, by mistake, I don't know, it was by mistake or whatever, I was looking at the preview, I think it was on ESPN's website, of the Tigers game against Toronto yesterday, the preview of it before the game started. And they lined up in one of the spots their offensive numbers. Batting average, runs, home runs, RBI, the whole thing. And Toronto, even though they have some of these great offensive players, Vlad Guerrero and others, their numbers were almost identical. So you're thinking, well, man, Toronto just scored 9 runs against the Tigers the other night. They got some famous players here that are doing, you think reasonably well. Guerrero's been kind of a disappointment lately, but he's still Vlad Guerrero Jr. for crying out loud, pretty good. And you wouldn't think that looking at those numbers that those two teams would combine for 25 runs. And they did. And you wouldn't think that the Tigers would fall behind, get ahead and then fall behind and then come back and win. And the Tigers, is as frustrating as it's been watching them night after night sometimes because of their situational hitting, their defense had been, starting to fall apart a little bit and all those things, that they would come back in that game and hit a number of home runs and on top of it, do some very good situational hitting in that game. And you're sitting there looking at it and say, okay, and who saw it? I did a poll on X, Twitter, one of those polls. Oh, they're always so exciting. But it was, I think, 73% of the people didn't see that game. Now, those are the people that are following me. That would include a huge contingent of Tiger fans, I would think, right? So I'm like, wow, that's pretty amazing. So try to build up, like, hey, this isn't the worst team in the history of the world. Look at that game. Try to take away that narrative. Actually, because a lot of people have tuned into that team this year after they got excited after an 18-13 start and said, man, this team can't hit. This team isn't good. It's not fundamentally sound. It had that series in Kansas City that was like from hell. They blew games in New York, against New York and Cleveland that they should have won. And yet they come back and they win 3 straight. And the third one's this thriller that pretty much everybody at the game will always remember. And it was, the team looked enthusiastic and exciting and everything. And, they got to change that. You can't do that. Now, I said this yesterday when I was on. I said, look, it's not I don't care. All right? Because I work for 97.1 The Ticket. For us, it's good. It's not good for the team. It's not good for baseball, but it's damn good for the flagship station of a team on radio when they're not on TV. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. Would love to hear from you today. Scott, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Scott.
Yeah, my question is, I know we got to realize we're not going to ever spend like the Mets or any of those teams, and that's fine. My goal is to be able to become as good as the Kansas City Royals. And if you look at their history, they started going for it in 13. They made the World Series and lost in 14, made it again in 15 and won, kept a pretty good team until 17. Then they threw in the towel in 18, and right now, I know it's early, they have a 64-game turnaround from last year. And they don't spend barely any money. They only spent $20 million. This is all player development they did.
Well, there's a number of things that separate the Tigers in Kansas City. And one of the narratives, which is a phony one, and I'm glad you didn't bring that one up. So, well, they went out and they spent all this money.
No, they did.
Their payroll is $9 million more than the Tigers, and their payroll was starting pitching.
They spent $20 million, and a lot of that was on players they already had.
Well, they have Waka. They picked him up, and Lugo. Those guys have been really good. Yeah. And they get $15-16 million. They got Salvador Perez, who's in my opinion, a Hall of Fame player.
But they should be similar to us. We're in the same situation.
Right, but here's the thing. You're right. I mean, Witt Jr., Pasquantino, they got some other guys that have developed into pretty good hitters. They drafted Brady Singer, and has he been better than Mize? Probably overall, and some of their other guys. So their bullpens, they revamped their whole bullpen. They picked up a couple starting pitchers. Their position players they picked up haven't been good. Renfroe and the other guy, Hampson. They haven't done anything. They've been terrible, actually. But they're that shows you can pull it together. But the Tigers' problem isn't that they didn't spend money.
It's player development, I think.
It is, and it's players that they were counting on just didn't come through. Right now, Spencer Torkelson is in the category of he hasn't come through. Right. Colt Keith has hit a lot better lately, actually. He may come through, but he didn't early in the year. Javi Baez is a walking, breathing, living disaster. Their third base situations, who's on third instead of who's on first. And their catchers, are below replacement level. Carson Kelly hit a 3-run homer yesterday and Rogers. But they're not, every player that's on the dirt, during the game with the exception of the pitcher and on the mound. The catcher, the first baseman, the second baseman, the shortstop, and the third baseman are all below replacement level players.
Jesus.
And then combined, they're like -4 or something like that, or -3.5. In other words, they're on pace to be, by the end of the year, -9, -10 WAR. That is an incredible development that the Tigers did not count on. Were you going to sit there with Torque all year and all, number of years with him as your first baseman? How long do you go with that? Because, like I said, if you trade him somewhere else, he's going to be good. Cole Keith, he started to come on. Okay, I understand that. I said yesterday, And every time I say this, he ends up getting a double or something. He did for 2 runs yesterday. But they should eat the Javi Baez contract.
I'm not against that.
Because they're paying him an inordinate amount of money, $25 million this year, to help them lose games. Because
maybe some team will pick him up, hopefully in a World Series run, although I doubt it.
Well, they're not going to. If they do, the Tigers will have to eat all their salary except for the minimum. That's how that works. Nobody wants them.
Well, here's something I'm sure you know, but Javi Baez, last I checked, is second on the team in ribbies, first in stolen bases, and he's like 8th in strike. I mean, I'm concerned, Javi. That was a bad player to pick up. But Riley Green, 50-plus strikeouts already. Torkelson, 40-plus.
Well, that's the other one. Riley Green, okay, starts out this year. He's healthy. He's obviously a talented player. Like Torkelson, there's no problem with work ethic or anything like that. These are
good dudes,
consummate pros, and their approach. But Riley Green starts out, he's got a 2.4 WAR. So I'm on social media going, hey, he's got the 3rd best WAR in baseball. It's ahead of Ohtani, all these guys. Riley Green has come into his own. Since then, he's been a -1 WAR in like 3 weeks. That is an incredible collapse. All right? He hasn't gotten hits. He hasn't done anything. Why? Why are their players not developing?
Well, I got a question. Last year we dropped Torque down to the minors, and that gave us another year of control.
That was 2
now
years.
We got him through 2028.
2 years.
Now,
2 years.
Can we do that with Riley as well? Will we get another year of control?
Well, Riley Green right now is a plus 1.4 plus, and he's arguably your best player, so I wouldn't suggest that. And I'm not big in doing that to save player control or to punish a player. Right. I just don't understand why. And this is Scott. This has been going on
since Travis Fryman almost.
Well, it's been going on since Tram, Lou, and those guys came up. Fryman was an aberration.
Do we have bad guys down there?
I don't know. Well, I knew what the problems were in the 80s. They went cheap on that and didn't get ahead of the curve because they were selling the team to eventually to Monahan in 84. So when they had that core, they cleared the books out so that they could sell it. And then Monahan had problems, trying to get the farm system up. Bo Schembechler wanted to do that, but, in a couple of years he was gone, and he had started to do that. But they always had lesser instructors, all that. And when Dombrowski was here, they didn't pay attention to analytics at all. They had one part-time guy. And I'm not exaggerating. Not a part-time, a full-time employee, but he was part-time on the analytics. His name was Mike Smith, and that was it. That was their analytics department, while all these other franchises, including, not just Houston and those teams, we're talking about the Yankees, Dodgers, all these teams, Braves, they all got up on analytics. And so the Tigers fell way behind in that realm. And
so what's your solution? You're the baseball guy in town. What do you see the solution as?
Well, I think they need to be a lot smarter as an organization and develop better player development. What I'm puzzled about is I think they've done that. I think Ryan Garco, it seems like he's doing a great job, and he was promoted. And, they put a lot of money into this. But the bottom line is, why does somebody come up to the major leagues? Come up to the major leagues when they've flown through your system. They're obviously talented, and they get here and they can't play. Or they start out well and there's no consistency of play. I don't know. I don't, like Spencer Torkelson. I was talking about it with John Nio yesterday, kind of in between our TV takes, and I said, "Hey, John, what do you think of Torkelson?" He said, I think he is going to have some years where he might hit some home runs, but it doesn't look like he's a star to me. And I'm like, yeah, right now I hope I'm wrong, but, and same here with John. Nobody's rooting against him. But in Green, it looked like he was coming on and they would have that guy. In the meantime, the Yankees, everybody talks about their money and everything. Look at the shortstop Volpe. Look at that pitcher that they come out there. He's nasty as heck. You think they were going to be bad without Garrett Cole? They're flying through that. The Braves just lost Acuna for the year. Okay, and the Braves might win the World Series. Last time they won the World Series, it was without Acuna. So when I look at these top organizations, they're just doing a better job that way. It isn't payroll. And Cleveland's a classic example of it.
And so was Kansas City.
And Kansas City, has had few moments, right? Look, they were really bad for a long time before they got Gordon and all those players, Perez and Hosmer and all that, and won it. But and now they've come on strong, but they've had a long time of bad baseball in Kansas City. But Cleveland, for some reason, why do they keep having success even though they're ridiculously cheap? Well, one of them is Ramirez signed a contract with them, which was, friendly, to the team. I mean, amazingly friendly. Now, I mean, he's getting $141 million on his deal, but the guy's got 51 RBI coming into today. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is the exact same number. Hope you had a wonderful Memorial Day. Hope you're safe if you're driving home. Give me a call. I'd love to hear from you. 248-539-9797. Or you can shoot me a ticket text. It's at the exact same number. 248-539-9797. This is from Ticket Text. Why are we talking OHL hockey? Are you trying to intentionally lose your listeners? Is this real? WNBA talk next. That's from Dave. We had a caller who called up talking about the Memorial Cup, and that's all. And it's if I want to talk about OHL hockey, I will, because a lot of times it's pertinent. Because for those who often get on the air and start waxing about the Red Wings, and they don't know anything about the players that they've got in their pipeline or who may be involved in the NHL draft, those type of things, that's where they play, the OHL. And also it was a discussion point because the Memorial Cup, which happens to be in Saginaw, which if you asked me 20 years ago, I thought, man, the last place you'll ever see the Memorial Cup would be Saginaw, is a major, major sporting event for Canadians because they love the Memorial Cup. It'll be the lead story on TSN. Second to the Stanley Cup Finals. So if you're one of those folks who's like, all I ever want to hear about is the NFL. Okay, fine, man, you're doing that. But, with me, I sometimes go a little bit deeper. And if there's caller interest in it, I'll take phone calls on it. And I'm not intentionally trying to lose my audience. Actually, I gained some audience because there are a group of hockey fans in this town and, baseball fans and NBA fans. I don't abandon those sports, so to speak. And the WNBA right now is, kind of at the top of the list. Although I will say this, it's a bit too much on ESPN. When they start treating it like it's the NBA or whatever, I think it's too much. I don't think the interest is there to that degree. People care about Caitlin Clark. They care about Angel Reese to a degree. Cameron Brink, because she's an unusual player that tall or whatever, and so stylish, it's unusual. So they have a lot of personality in the league, and it may lead it to something. But, I'll talk about the Memorial Cup if somebody wants to. I know, quite a bit about that stuff, and, I'm not going to apologize to you or anybody else about it. And I'm surprised that somebody listening would actually send that in. I'm kind of curious about where that came from. Who's Dave? Dave to tell you what you're interested in. I actually appreciated the call. A guy was going up to that tournament, and he's like, "You're the one guy I can talk to about this." I'll talk to him about it. Also talked about soccer today. Oh, my gosh, am I going to get shot? If the MSL gets their head out of there, you-know-what, and institutes promotion and regulation, then DCFC would have the ability to make it into the MSL on its own merit. I don't know. You look, I got calls, and this is where, I kind of agree with that last texter. Guy's like, quit talking baseball. The team in Hamtramck soccer team's way bigger. Okay, we were getting those calls. Well, not so much lately, but we did a couple summers ago. Yeah, but I watched some of their games. And to me, it's pretty interesting. It's obvious the crowd is enthusiastic. I just wonder if it's a niche with that particular group. I've been to that state. I played baseball at that baseball stadium that's adjacent to it that they fixed up when I was a kid. A couple different tournaments there, state tournaments. And it's very, I don't know how to describe it. It's a great place to go. You get kind of a certain feeling in Hamtramck that's a little bit different than if, say, they were playing it in Livonia or something. Or even in Detroit. So it's a cool thing. Is it just a cool thing that's a niche? Or is it something that could grow? And I brought up the WNBA because I remember it was close to sold out for those playoff games at the Palace. Why don't we have a WNBA team here? Do we need one, or is it like, I don't care, the Lions are good, talk some Lions. Okay. Then we'll get people like, all you ever do is talk Lions. Take it from me, we can't win that way. But somehow we get a lot of people listening. Our numbers are good. They're real good. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. I'm Pat Caputo. It's 97-1 the ticket. Uh, 248-539-9797. This is from Ticket Text. That was Jason Benetti on the Tigers radio network. Yeah, that was the radio call. Torkelson is the new Tony Clark from Ticket Text. Only produces and hits home runs in the second half of the season when the pressure is off the Tigers and they are effectively eliminated. That's from Bill in Lake Orion. Bill, that's what Tony Clark was. I mean, he put up decent numbers, and a lot of times it weren't clutch hits. And It took the aspect on of like the home run torque hit where they were way behind, and he finally knocked a home run out of the ballpark, you know. And he has 3 now. And he's got a share of doubles, but his OPS is just barely over 600. On base plus slugging percentage, which is, to me, the key offensive number. If you were to strip away all different things and said, Pat, what numbers matter the most to you? Except for a hitter, OPS. Because it combines on-base percentage, which is extraordinarily important, with power. How many bases do you accumulate, not just hits? And then the other one is, for me, wins above replacement. I look at those 2 numbers first when, say a team's coming in and I want to look up Dalton Varsho's numbers or something. So torque is not good in either one of those aspects. And then you go into the fielding metrics. Both the technological ones, which it measures on Baseball Savant, which anybody can look up. His ability to show range, and also his, what his throwing arm's like. And he's in the bottom 2%, That's not good. So he hasn't been good. But last year he hit a lot of home runs. Second half of the year, 23 in the last 82 games. That's prolific power. If you were to match that, into another half a season, it's 45, 46 home runs. So obviously he's got some power. Obviously there's some potential. But it's true. When he started to hit the home runs, the season had already gone bye-bye. And this year, they started out 18-13. Their pitching was brilliant. And instead of like, hey, you know what? They're pushing Cleveland. The division's like way better than what was anticipated. If the Tigers were 26-27 like they are now, at the beginning of the year, you would have thought they would be right in the race. Well, it turns out Cleveland's playing as well as any team in baseball, and they're way behind them. What is it, 9.5 now? And they're 2 games, 7 some behind Cleveland, or the Royals. So, unexpected. But if Spencer Torkelson say, I'll use some relatively conservative stats. If his wins above replacement wasn't -1, but simply 0.1, which is barely above a AAA player, according to wins above metrics. A AAA player is a 0.0 for a guy in between the two levels. It was just that, and say instead of 3 home runs, he had 7. And instead of hitting 205 or 220 or whatever it is, he were hitting 250. That's pretty mediocre stuff, right? And his OPS, instead of under 600, was 720, which is still about average or below average. Say it was even 700. The Tigers would have a couple more wins. And if there were more clutch, and I know he hit a home run to win a game, but if there were more clutch hits, better situational hitting across the board, one better situational hit every game, like Canna had yesterday. Mark Canna does not take a 98-mile-an-hour fastball against a guy who had only given up 8 hits the entire year. To right field. Just laid his bat on it and just shot a line drive to right. For the 2 runs, it doesn't happen. If Verlaine comes up and does like he did against JV that day, after JV walked 2 guys and hit a guy, and then he swung at the first pitch, instead of working deep into the count and getting a really good pitch to handle and knocking it a mile, they don't win that game. So those are the things that they haven't been doing that they need to do, in my opinion. 248-539-9797 ticket text is at the exact same number. Would love to hear from you on all those different ways. This is from ticket text. Your whipping boy, Baez. Whoa, he's my whipping boy. Remains ahead of Torrey Green and Canna in RBI. And also less strikeouts. Best defensive player as well. Release him in Livonia. That's from Ticket Text. I don't know what to say to you about it. Javi Baez has an OPS below 600. And he's, according to advanced metrics, one of the worst players in Major League Baseball. So, and I don't have anything against him. If you think I just want to blame everything on Javi Baez and, hope the worst for him and everything, I don't. But when I come on here, I try to tell you exactly what I think. And what I think with Javi Baez is this is a player making $25 million. He's making $5 million more than Salvador Perez is in Kansas City. He's making more money than Jose Ramirez is in Cleveland. The two teams that are taking off. And what he's doing for that money, which, by the way, the Tigers owe him roughly that amount for the next 4 years until he's 35 years old, is very detrimental to their team. He's their most decorated player, having won a World Series with the Cubs. He's been an all-star. He's done well in MVP award things. He's had a decorated career. And he doesn't owe apologies to anybody. The Tigers were stupid enough to sign him to that contract. And people shouldn't be mad that he didn't opt out of the contract. All those things. And he's not somebody that's bad in the clubhouse and all these things. So I just want you to listen to what I have to say about it. To have somebody in the lineup every day, when your mantra, Scott Harris's mantra from day one, that he became president of baseball operations with the Tigers was discipline hitting, controlling the strike zone, correctly too, by the way. And you've got the absolute worst player who, for that as an example, as your highest paid player, who you're actually paying money to lose games for you, according to metrics. I am not going to go, hey, you know what, this guy is a tremendous player and all this. I heard somebody yesterday texted, I don't know, I was listening to, I think it was Mark Ryan, and the guy said, well, Javi Baez is, the best batting average for the Tigers with runners in scoring position. And then you look at what he's doing in clutch situations. I mean, those are usually when the Tigers have got a lead or are way behind. But in high leverage situations, awful. So I don't know about you all, but I've seen enough of Javi Baez, and there's a certain part of me, and I believe this. And he'll probably hit 2 home runs tomorrow because I said it. Because every time I say it, and maybe it's good luck for him. And I'd be more than happy to be completely wrong about that. But I just don't see them winning with that at their starting shortstop and one of their centerpiece players. I just don't. 248-539-9797 on Pat Caputo, 97.1 The Ticket. That was Javi Baez, maintaining the positive attitude. And I have no issue with that. I have no issue with Javi Baez. I'm the guy that often will come on and defend somebody when they're unfairly criticized. I'll do that. I'll raise my hand in the middle of the room. I've done that with the Tigers as a whole sometimes. This year, they were 18-13 and people saying they stink. They didn't deserve that. I said it. They've been bad lately. I'm not defending the indefensible. They should be playing better. Javi Baez, his performance, which is what people count. Trying to defend his performance is indefensible. I mean, he has been he's been one of the worst signings ever in the city, at least so far. And maybe I'm missing something, but I'm not expecting a miracle turnaround tomorrow. Although, like I said, every time I say they should release him, he'll end up with 3 hits. So maybe it's a good luck charm for him. Got that RBI double right away. I said it yesterday, too.
Brian Chapman is actually – so Spencer Torkelson, he actually has 4 home runs. All 4 home runs.
I forgot about his home run yesterday.
Yeah,
and it was a big home run.
Because Chapman said the night before we were doing crosstalk, Spencer Torkelson put money on him not to get a home run. 3 of his 4 home runs have come after Chapman said that. So.
Well, it happens sometimes.
You might give Javi Baez the luck for tomorrow.
And I don't mind people, calling me out on the whole thing or whatever. I tell you what I think. All right? That's it. I tell you what I think. And it's like, okay, Dustin, I'll ask you, all right? What do you think Spencer Torkelson's going to be as a player?
The ceiling is very high. Right now he's looking like he might end up just like an average ball player.
Why would you say the ceiling's high?
Because, I mean, obviously where he was drafted, and we've seen the potential just from last year alone, the second half of the season.
Right. But that would involve one thing's power. All right. And obviously if you hit what would be the pace of 45 home runs in a season, you get up over 30, you contribute. So I didn't think he had a bad year last year. Overall, it was pretty good. But as somebody, pointed out, it's often when you produce. So when a guy starts raking like crazy, when the team is out of the pennant race, which the Tigers are dangerously close to, at least for the division title, and the wild card is a little more appealing than it used to be, although Kansas City did win their World Series as a wild card team. There have been others. But, it's not as meaningful. So that's how I kind of look at it. It's like, I remember Tony, like Spencer Torkelson, had a lot of power. I mean, big-time power. Tony Clark is as smart a person as you'll ever meet. He's the president of the Players Association now, as many of you know. And great guy. And he overcame a serious back issue and all that, was a big-time basketball recruit at Arizona when they were the top program in the country. And then he played at San Diego State and played reasonably well, college basketball. But he did have this one thing that was kind of obvious. Tigers weren't in big games or whatever. He would hit home runs. Tigers were trying to have a competitive team during the season, wouldn't do anything. If they were down 7-0, he'd hit that cookie pitch a mile. So that's the bottom line about it. And there is some of that sense. Now, Dustin, the one thing, I don't know if Torkelson's got that high of an upside. I mean, at one point last year, I was thinking, well, maybe he could be like an MVP type of guy. I don't feel that way right now. He looks like he did the first half of last year. So I'm not that high on Torque right now. But I hope I'm wrong because he couldn't be a nicer guy, and he works his ass off and he grinds. So, if I'm saying something about a player, it's just totally as a player. It's nothing personal. All right? I do not go down that road. I do not try to get you all stirred up to hate a player. But I will tell you at times when you hate a player, like, well, maybe you should like this player a little better because I see something in him maybe you don't. Or I know something about his circumstance or whatever. Or I know it's too early to fall in that, at least in my opinion. But I never go on the hate train for players. I never root to be right. So when you send me a ticket text that says, well, you're wrong about this guy, I'll say, yeah, I was wrong about him. And I'm happy I'm wrong about him. I'm not, like, hey, you just got to feel this way or that way and dig in a fence post and act like a jackass. That's one of the problems we do have is that, people act like that. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. Would love to hear from you. This is from Ticket Text. Pat, why don't you talk about the Indy 500 or NASCAR? You would have more fans interested in that than the WNBA or anything to do with soccer. That's from Eric and Howell. Eric, I don't talk that much soccer, and I don't talk much at WNBA. I mean, hardly ever. So why are we having this discussion? And I'm going to cut out reading text that are about like programming and what we talk about. I'm just going to not read them anymore. And the reason why is they're not pertinent to what we do. What we do here is, and why we use ticket text, is to contribute to the program, to have engagement for you without having to call in. So the dumb ticket text, at least in my mind, the trolling ticket text, at least in my mind, and the ones that don't pertain to any type of subject, I'm not going to do. Now, personally, I know something about the WNBA. Personally, I know something about soccer. And I know nothing about car racing. I know a little bit by osmosis, like the big names traditionally, but nothing about car racing. So if you're a big car racing fan, you probably don't want to listen to Pat Caputo talk about car racing. It'd be like me coming on here and talking about, hey, you know what? I did some cross stitches while I was sewing the other day. Not my thing. 248-539-9797. Ticket text, same number. And then, send ticket text with something about like a subject. And if there's something I'm not talking about and you want to talk about that isn't like, oh, I listened to you and Mark Ryan the other day. Mark Ryan talks like a radio guy. Well, I don't. So me and Mark are perfect combo. No, just, I don't care what your critiques are of announcers. I don't care what you think of any of our programming. Jimmy, you can send it to him. That's his job. Jimmy, send it to Jimmy. Jimmy would love to get your email. And I don't, get into the trolling thing. I just want to talk about different things that are involved with sports and some of the other things in life. 248-539-9797. I'm Pat Caputo. It's 97.1, the ticket. 248-539-9797. Ticket text, same number. We've been all over the place tonight. Quite frankly, I've been doing radio version of somebody trying to play pin the tail on the donkey and trying to find its ass. Been all over the place. I started out with the Rieger calls. Rieger calls about jerseys. Rieger saw Robbie Grossman jersey at the Tiger game with a guy with a mohawk. If you are listening, give us a call. 248-539-9797. Rieger wants you now. He wants to talk to you. And I thought a great topic. I was laughing when I was driving in and everything. And I thought it was funny. And it was great. Obscure jerseys. Now, I often wondered about the dude that I saw at the Lions game once with the Jermaine Crowell jersey. But he was better Lion than Robbie Grossman was a Tiger. So we had a number of calls on that. We talked about it. You want to weigh in? It's Memorial Day. I'm here for you. If you're stuck in traffic, getting through that Zilwaukee Bridge. Yeah, I've been there. I've done that. I know what that's like. Give us a call. And also, we got into a number of different topics. I asked the question, do we need a WNBA franchise here? Do we need an MLS franchise here? Because the soccer team in Hamtramck has got a real nice niche following. And it's a growing niche. And I've watched that team play a couple times on the TV, and I enjoy it. I wondered if MLS would be better, or do you just want to have that team because it seems like everybody loves that team? Second of all, WNBA has become big. College basketball, women's college basketball, that started to pick up. And we had a team here that was very successful, drew a lot of people to the Palace. Do we need one now? And if we did get one, would it beat the Pistons as they are now constructed? I kid the Pistons. I kid them. Trajan Langdon's going to come in on a white Charger, down Woodward, head into Little Caesars Arena and save that franchise. Or maybe not. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. And Bill Walton passed, and I haven't really got to this the way I want. We got a lot of texts and calls and everything. But Bill Walton was a unique athlete. And I think a lot of times when great athletes pass, we think, okay, this, a lot of times it's like, was he still alive? Yeah, it's like right now, Willie Mays, is he dead or alive? Willie Mays may be the best baseball player of all time. Dustin, is Willie Mays still alive? Yes or no?
I believe he is.
Yes, he is. 90 years old. Hank Aaron, is he still alive?
He is, right?
No, he passed.
He did pass. Oh.
Yeah, there you go. Sandy Koufax, maybe the greatest left-hander of all time, is dead or alive?
This is a fun segment. I'm going to go dead.
He's alive. He's still kicking, about 90 years old, 88, something like that.
Good for him.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Okay, Ken Stabler, is he dead or alive? Do you know who he is?
Yes, he passed away, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, he
That was just a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you remember that.
I probably heard it here on 97.1 The Ticket, too.
Yeah, probably. Might have done the update. Dustin Fuco, 97.1 The Ticket. But Bill Walton is 73 years old. That's relatively young. Whereas he's 71. He wasn't that old. And, the circumstance with it, I wasn't aware he had cancer. And he was somebody that transcended a certain way that very few athletes have. First of all, you'll go through life and see, maybe Bill Russell would be the only player in basketball history, in a way, that would pass Bill Walton for winning. Because Bill Russell was at the University of San Francisco, and they won 2 NCAA titles in the 50s. And then his Celtic team, which hadn't won the NBA title before he got there, despite having a great player from that era named Bob Cousy, ended up winning 9 in a row, something like that. 9 out of 10, 9 out of 11 championships. I think it was 11 out of 13 in his career. Now, the league was relatively small. They're half the size of what it is now. Is a different time. But he won big in college. He won big in professional sports, the NBA. Bill Walton was at UCLA. They had an 88-game winning streak. They won the NCAA title his first 2 years there. He wasn't eligible as a freshman, but they won the NCAA title when he was a freshman anyway. Then he got into the NBA, struggled a little bit. No, this was after he played in high school in San Diego, and they never lost hardly at Helix High School. So high school, college, professional. And then with Portland, an expansion franchise that wasn't very good. He was drafted there. He struggled for a couple years with these bad, horrific injuries. That team that he was on with Portland, I remember it well. It was when I was a teenager. That team was the best team. And I'm talking about team play. Not the best team when it comes down to the best players or the combination of the two, but the best, most oiled functioning team I've ever seen in college or professional basketball. And Bill Walton was the big star on the team, but he played everything, did everything in the concept of the team. They had a coach, Dr. Jack Ramsey, who had an offense that literally nobody could stop because it functioned so well as one unit. It was what I call the Norman Dale Hoosiers, what he was trying to get done there. You all function as five together as one team. I'd never seen a team, regardless of college or pro, that functioned as well as that team. And they beat Kareem and the Lakers. They beat, in the finals, Dr. J, and they had other great players like Doug Collins and George McGinnis, and they were a loaded team, the 76ers at the time, just with their team. They had a 6-foot guard named Dave Twarchik and another guard named Johnny Davis who went to Murray Wright High School here in Detroit. They were like the point guards. They had Maurice Lucas, who is a kind of a cast-off from the ABA, and another guy named Bob Gross, who was like a 6'5", 6'6" forward. That was their team. Lionel Hollins, a lefty shooter. That was their team. Not a lot of Hall of Famers there. Not one of these super teams like when Magic, who was also a big-time winner. So Bill Walton as a player was great, and he had horrible knees and horrible foot injuries, ankles, things like that. And I saw Bill Walton. I happened to see him at an airport once. He was getting off the same flight that I was on. I must have been to the Final Four or something. And he could hardly walk. He walked with very slowly and with a limp. And somebody 6'11" walking like that. So he went through a lot. And I guess he had back surgery late in his life, and it made life more tolerable for him later in life. But an incredible player. His ability to pass, his ability to outlet pass, his ability to block shots. In a way, he was the most, least until Nikola Jokic, the most fundamentally sound big man of all time. He, Tim Duncan, and Nikola Jokic. That's Bill Walton as a player. And also when he was on campus, man, he was into rock and roll and protesting the time, because it was a very volatile time in our country. And he was well-read. And I don't know, there was a dichotomy between Bill Walton, the jock, and Bill Walton, who was somewhat of an intellectual, although he didn't sound like it when he talked because he had a stutter. And then later on, he'd get on the games with my friend Dave Pash, who I used to work with at previous radio life. Former voice of the Vipers. Quality organization, he used to call them. But Dave, a great guy, and get on there and talk about the Pac-12 Conference of Champions, over and over again. So, he kind of took on an iconic level. I don't know, people watching college basketball late at night, the Pac-12 games. I loved watching Bill Walton and Dave Pasch and just watching an Arizona, USC game. I always loved that. The UCLA games, every time he was at Pauley Pavilion, you thought he was going to jump out of the gym again. Oh, it was great to play here, and the iconic UCLA cheerleaders. I love Bill Walton. And I got to tell you a story, man. I was a teenager. I was, followed basketball very closely. I remember my friend and I, when they won the championship the next year, they had a great record. Portland. They were playing the Pistons at Cobo Arena. Used to be part of, I don't know what they call it now, medical center place. Cobo Hall. And they got rid of the arena part. It held about, 10,500 people, I believe. So my friend and I, Bill Walton's coming to town. We say we got to watch Bill Walton. And so, okay, we get tickets. And we're literally on the back wall of Cobo Arena, which wasn't a bad seat, actually. And he comes limping out in his street clothes with crutches and said, due to an injury suffered last night in Chicago, Bill Walton won't play. I was like, oh. But later on, when I was in the media and all that, I saw him play with the Celtics with Larry Bird, where he was a very quality 6th, 7th man on a great team. So those are my thoughts on Bill Walton. ESPN has a terrific 30 for 30 on him. It's not that old. They just did it about a year or two ago. That's one of them that I would recommend. I don't know if it's good as American Gladiators one, but it's pretty damn good. Did you guys love the American Gladiators like I did? Dustin, you don't even know what those are, do you?
You're talking about, I don't know 30 for 30s or the American Gladiators.
But you remember them?
I don't remember them. I used to watch all the 30 for 30s if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, you should see the American Gladiators one.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, man. The best. 24853. Yeah, I used to watch the American Gladiator. I couldn't help it. It was a guilty pleasure. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. And Antoine, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Antoine?
Pat, listen, man, I thought this was extremely unique that Bill Walton, somebody who I love to listen to, had a very unique voice, very unique commentary. The Pac-12 had their very last championship game.
Yeah.
The lacrosse championship. I believe it was yesterday.
I thought it was a baseball game between Arizona and USC, but there was a lacrosse game after that?
Yeah, I believe so, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And if that's the case, then that means that the Pac-12 literally died literally the same day or the day before Bill Walton did.
Yep.
And nobody spoke about the Pac-10 and Pac-12 like Bill Walton. I mean, he spoke about that conference almost like it was one of his children. He absolutely loved it. And I just thought that was extremely unique, man. I didn't really find out until much later. I had to work this morning, and I was a little isolated. And so I found out, and I was like, man, the Pac-12 died, and Bill Walton died
about the same time. Well, he used to always come on to those broadcasts, ESPN games with Dave Pasch. And Dave Pasch is who gave me the nickname The Book. And, I used to watch those games. I was kind of fascinated with the interaction between the two. If the game got a little boring, Bill Walton started talking about the Pac-12, the Conference of Champions, and and he was talking about, they had those UCLA teams, right? USC football had a number of national championships, but the Pac-12 used to dominate to a degree that was far more than it turned out at the end. It still was very good, but, sports like swimming, diving, the Olympic sports, track and field,
volleyball.
You name the non-conference or the non-revenue sport. Baseball. They used to have by far the best baseball. That isn't the case lately. It's still very good though, and it was just in all these great athletes that came out of the Pac-12. I mean, you could just name a who's who of sports. I mean, just look at the running backs from USC or the basketball players from UCLA. I mean, it's formidable.
Well, absolutely. I mean, obviously times have changed. SEC with football, and basketball is kind of a little spread out more than the way it used to be. Obviously, no dynasties like UCLA, but yeah, man, it's just when you live long enough, you get to see certain iconic figures like that live their life and make their transition. But yeah, quite fitting. I thought it was quite fitting, and obviously, you want to see people live as long as they're going to. But if that was going to be his day, it was quite fitting that it happened right along.
No, that's I think that's a great point, Antoine. Great point. So, and like I said earlier, I just wanted to ask this question in honor of Bill Walton in a way, because Bill Walton. For me, was a figure that was bigger than life when I was a kid. And actually, when he was at his very best, at UCLA and the biggest name, I was playing basketball, for my school team. And it was a big deal to me. So I think when that happens, you start to, follow that particular player who's the best player in the sport in a way. Kareem was in the NBA and, there were some other great players at that time, but he was the best, most famous player in the world in a sense at that time. So, it kind of sticks with you. And then, of course, I love to watch those games later. I think that's, maybe it's because I work a lot at night and everything, but, there's a bit of a night owl in me. And I love those Pac-12 games coming on later at night, the football games and the basketball games. People will always talk and say, well, they don't see their games because they're on late at night and everything. I did, especially after they had the Pac-12 network. And, I really loved that conference. First of all, I fancy myself as a Big Ten guy, right? Because I went to a Big Ten university and have a degree. That's one of the reasons. The other is I've covered the Big Ten for many, many years, basically on a beat level. Michigan State, all those things. And then, of course, a columnist a lot with Michigan. And I've known a lot, fortunately, a lot of Big Ten quote-unquote icons, like Bo I knew well and Nick Saban. I was talking to Mark Ryan. I said, yeah, I do. Nick Saban was like assistant coach and coaching the secondary of the local players that came from the high schools of the paper I was working. I used to talk to him every year by myself, just sitting there talking to him. I wouldn't think I was talking to them. This guy would be arguably the greatest college coach of all time. So I love the Big Ten. I really do. All of the institutions, and I've been to all the campuses on multiple occasions and covered football and basketball there. Love the Big Ten. But I love these other conferences too. And their differences. Like the SEC. I appreciate the SEC very much. And appreciate the programs in there and, followed their tradition very, very closely. The Big 12, those schools that traditionally have been in the Big 12s, the Nebraskas and the Oklahomas and back in the day, and now some of them have left, and still the remnants of it, I'll still appreciate. And I appreciate very much the ACC, more of the basketball than the football, but still there have been a lot of great players that come out of Florida State's in that conference. And at times, a lot of those schools have had great football traditions and a lot of great players that come out of there. But I love the Pac-12 too, covering the Rose Bowl. The Rose Bowl to me is, this event that I grew up with, loving, in 5 o'clock on New Year's Day, man, nothing was better than that. And when I had the privilege to be able to actually cover the games and be there, for the Rose Bowl, there was no better sight that I can ever remember in sports. And I've been to, again, it's the fortunate and luck of being to all these different events. Super Bowl, World Series, Stanley Cup Finals, NBA Finals, you name it, U.S. Open Golf, Ryder Cup, you name it. But nothing, man, to me, topped the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. And part of that was the Big Ten. But part of it was the Pac-12. And it's not, just the two Southern California programs. Oregon's been, top-notch for many years, with the Nike influence. And, I've always appreciated something like their track program, and in addition to football, basketball, but particularly football there in Washington. And I always thought it was kind of a cool conference because they had those schools in Washington and Oregon. And then Northern California's got a different vibe than Southern California. And Arizona's got a different vibe than all of it. And when they threw Colorado and Utah into it, I thought it was a cool conference. Always enjoyed watching those games. Certain things like the Apple Cup game. It seems like it snowed sometimes on those games, and it was – always competitive, and you could see the rivalry. Oregon State was like that. USC, UCLA, great rivalry. So, I'm going to miss the Pac-12, and that is coming up now. They don't publish as many football magazines as they used to. I used to always get the Street and Smiths and Athlons and Lindy's and Sporting News and Phil Steele. Now it's down to 2. There's only 2, man. Athlons isn't publishing one, I believe. You got Lindy's and you got Phil Steele. And Lindy's, I've got a copy of it. Whoa! I got that thing first. So I was thumbing through it. And it's kind of odd looking and saying, well, in the Big Ten, the top team is Ohio State. That's what they got. Number 2 is Oregon. I'm like, yeah, it's Oregon. So you got 3 teams from the Big Ten in the top 6. Michigan's 6th. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, this is really different. Michigan State's not the worst team in the conference, and they're like 14th. So they got Michigan as the 6th best team in the country. Where do you think they have Michigan State? I'll tell you next. 248-539-9797. But has all this stuff going on in college football and college sports taken the luster off it for you? I'll explain what I think next as well. 97 won the ticket. Oh, gosh. Was that Bill Walton? What did he do, something with baseball or something? That's Jason Benetti, right? From
Him and
Tigers?
Benetti apparently used to call games for the MLB Network games.
Okay. Bill Walton, I guarantee you, smoked some weed. I guarantee you that. His fascination with the Grateful Dead, too. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is the exact same number. This is from Ticket Text. Torque was a hitter before the Tigers. Could it simply be he needs a change of scenery? Not popular, sure, but maybe he just needs a fresh start somewhere else. It's apparent it's not working here. That's from Jack in Plymouth. I don't know. Jack, the fresh start thing sometimes is undeniably true. There are certain players that come to certain towns and just don't play well there. And maybe they go back to where they were and they'll play better. It's undeniable, but I don't know why it would be that way. Now, this is the way I look at Spencer Torkelson. I don't think it's as complex as it's sometimes made out to be. I think when he hits a fastball, and he hit a home run on a 92-mile-an-hour fastball the other day, that was a good sign, even though it wasn't one of those high heaters. It was a good sign he hit a fastball out. I think it sets up everything else that he can do. If he starts to hit the fastball consistently, which he did last year, and it started when he knocked out a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. It will speed up his bat sometimes when he starts to get more breaking stuff. And that provides more lift. Sometimes he hits too many ground balls. Can't hit home runs on ground balls. And that means with his power, the ball goes out of the park. That's what happened last year. And when Spencer Torkelson was in the minor leagues, I watched pretty much every one of his at-bats at Erie and at Toledo. And I told people this, that it was going to be an adjustment for him in the major leagues because there's a huge discrepancy between AAA pitching and major league pitching now. And most of it is centered on velocity. You don't watch AAA games and they have the same camera optics, radar guns, and see high heat fastballs. In the major leagues, you do. It's rare that you see somebody coming in throwing 94, 95 in AAA. It's very commonplace now in the major leagues. The average fastball is up over 94 miles an hour now. Same camera optic measurements. There's no fast or slow radar gun in those instances. I did not see Spencer Torkelson hit a fastball that was anywhere near 94 miles an hour for a home run in those at-bats that he had for Erie and for Toledo. So I figured there would be two major adjustments when he came to the major leagues. The first adjustment would be with that fastballs, that he was going to see heat and he was going to see it right away. They were playing in Chicago, in Detroit, too. It's colder than hell in Detroit in March. Did you know that? Remember Miggy hitting the home run in the snow? Whoa. And I think, well, here's Spencer Torkelson, who grew up in NorCal, basically, right? Bay Area, and then he played college baseball at Arizona State. And really, the first year that he was out was 2021, which, if you remember, they did not start that season in the minor leagues until May. So he probably saw some cold weather, but not like that, late March, early April in the Midwest weather. I figured he'd struggle a little bit, but he never started catching up with the fastballs. Last year, after a very floundering start, he did. And then everything came together. This year, back to the issues he had initially his rookie season. So I've seen him hit home runs on really hard pitches. I've seen him go off and hit home runs and actually be a very good situational, functional hitter the second half of last year. He is athletic. I mean, he was a star running back in high school. I mean, you can look at Spencer Torkelson's high school football highlights and go, man, that guy's a pretty good player. And he played at a bigger school. But his ability to, I don't know how to describe it, the flexibility, the ability to snag the ball, on grounders, range, react, throwing arm, I have no idea what was going through Al Avila and the powers to be at the Tigers at the time when all of a sudden they get up at the draft and say they took third baseman Spencer Torkelson. Can you imagine Torque at third? His throwing arm is always in the bottom 5%. Now, first basemen don't have to make big-time throws or whatever, but I think it's 68.4 miles an hour or something like that. I mean, geez. And then the other part of it is, just the dexterity to play. So if he hits, he can play. If he can hit, it's going to be hard. He will work his tail off to be a great player. That's the good thing. And he doesn't opt out or quit. That is not, there's not a quitter thing there at all. That's what I really loved about the guy last year is like, hey, man, he just keeps coming. You keep knocking him down, he keeps getting up. He keeps getting up. He keeps getting up. Guys like that always have a chance. And I admire guys like that. But in the major leagues, man, it's ruthless. It is. It's just ruthless. If you got a couple holes in your swing or you can't do certain things, you're like a boxer with a cut above his eye, man. They're just going to keep dabbing at it, dabbing at it, and dabbing at it. So I don't know how that's all ultimately going to work out. I do know this. If you did trade him, you're taking a chance. Now, he's at a point where you trade him. He's at a point where you would trade him. Arbitration eligible coming up here. Not eligible for free agents, so clubs got control on him, so you're going to have to start paying him more than what you want to pay him for his production or lack of it. Yet at the same time, he's got a lot of potential and club controllability in the future. Former 1-1, big-time power guy. All the, the good parts that I mentioned. But you're taking a risk that he goes somewhere else. And, and the Tigers have had that happen way too many times. Eugenio Suarez, and that was Dave Dombrowski made that trade, who's, his worst trade, and he made a lot of great ones. And just some others, you just look and it's like, why is that guy able to play? Isaac Paredes at Tampa like that. And Nick Cassiano has been a better player elsewhere, I think, than what he's been in Detroit or was in Detroit. So, I don't know. You're taking a chance there. It's the same with Riley Green, approaching arbitration, approaching where you got to pay him, still club control. Maybe somebody will want him. Maybe, and the thing is, maybe they bring back something in return. The mindset of a lot of folks is trade pitching. Yeah, but if you blow out one tire to fix another tire, and then you blow that one out because you borrowed the nail that's keeping the air in it or whatever to go. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how they're going to handle it. I do know that for the future, to get better, and there's still a lot of baseball left in this season. And the Tigers may have a chance to make, some hay. When you got two pitchers, you got the best two pitchers in baseball for almost a full year or close to it. In Reese Olson, well, it's not a full year, but, a real big sample size. They have the two lowest ERAs in baseball in the last, since Skubal came back and Olson came up. And Olson at the end of last year had 35 great innings. You got something. Jack Flaherty's not bad either. I don't know what's going on with Casey Mize. That was yesterday. He should have got through 5 innings. Bottom line. But anyway, we'll talk some Tigers next. I'll get into it. Heavy. If you're driving back on Memorial Day weekend, be safe. I'd love to hear from you. I'm Pat Caputo. I'm here till 10. 97.1 The Ticket. So I was on a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. I don't know. Spencer Torkelson, you have to see. But hopefully, for Tiger fans out there, hopefully for the Tigers organization, which has been going through a tough time for a number of years, Spencer Torkelson pulls it together. He is a key factor. There's no question. If you want to look at their lack of offense, Spencer Torkelson's lack of production has been a big part of that. They need him, and they need him to be good, and they need him to be clutch. They were counting on him, as they should have after the second half of last year. It's bottom line. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is the exact same number. Didn't Walton have something to do with funding the you meant the Liberation Olympic team or Lithuanian Olympic team with the Grateful Dead? It's from a guy in Berkeley. I have no idea. I know long time ago he was involved with the Patty Hearst kidnapping, and Patty Hearst with the Syrian Lebanese army. I think I pronounced that right. You know, it was Patty Hearst. There was an heiress to the Randolph Hearst publishing company. It was the fictional version of it was the Orson Welles movie involving Rosebud. Citizen Kane, considered one of the greatest movies of all time. So, okay, Bill Walton knew a guy named Jack Scott and hung out with him, who, was a kind of an athlete, but this was like when everybody was being like hippies and all this other stuff. And he was involved in it, in a certain way and had to testify in the Patty Hearst thing back in the day. That's what I thought you meant. I don't know. He might have done some things for Olympics after that. But, Bill Walton had an incredibly, I don't know how to describe it, diverse, eclectic type of life. I mean, he goes all the way back to the Patty Hearst kidnapping. Patty Hearst, she got kidnapped, and the next thing you know, she's carrying a rifle holding up banks and stuff. I can't make it up. Then she went back to being Patty Hearst. Oh, man. It was a different world back then, I guess. I don't know. This is from Ticket Text. Mark Ryan thinks Tiger fans are losers for letting so many Blue Jay fans into Comerica Park. What are we supposed to do? Block them at the border? That's from Ticket Text. Yeah, damn right. No, I don't know. First of all, I have no idea what Mark actually said. All right. I did not hear him say that. I did not hear him talk about that. And you send that ticket text in, and I get a bunch of ticket texts that are, not even remotely accurate to what somebody said, or it had some nuance to it. That's happened to me a zillion times, so I will not do that to my colleague Mark Ryan. In a general sense, take Mark out of the equation. First of all, you can't stop people from coming to the ballpark, all right, and paying money. Two, if you're the Tigers, what are you going to do? Well, your money's not good. It's Canadian. No, we don't want it. No. Thirdly, it is a rivalry. All right, maybe not so much in the minds of fans here in Detroit, but to fans in Canada across the border it is. They've only got one team in that country, and that's the Blue Jays. And they're torn in Windsor on who they root for. You got folks in Windsor who they don't exactly love the United States. It's not in a hateful sense, but in a rivalry sense. And they'll be like, I root for everything that's Canadian. Then you got others who are like, yeah, the Tigers were here long before the Blue Jays, and they're established. Same with the Red Wings and the Leafs. And the two teams did have a pretty fierce rivalry when the Tigers were very good and Toronto was very good, and they were in the same division. The pennant race in 1987 was one of the great ones in the history of baseball. Tigers rallying back from 3.5 games down with 7 left to beat the Blue Jays and win the division. And at the time, there was no wild card. So, yeah, there is a history there. So I don't have a problem with it. And also, for us to say that in this town is ridiculous because one of the things about the Lions this past year, how many fans from the Lions, they showed up in Green Bay and made it their stadium. They showed up in Kansas City and made it their stadium. They showed up in Minnesota. I didn't realize they could get tickets to those games. They spent a small fortune, a lot of folks, to go to those games. And for the Red Wings more than any other team that I can think of year after year after year has a huge base of fans everywhere they go. If they go down to Florida, all the transplanted Michigan folks, when they had a team in Arizona, it was the same thing. Out on the West Coast. And it's surprising how many Red Wing fans and red jerseys you see at these games, regardless of where it's at. So, you go to the college sense with Michigan, it's the same thing. Michigan travels well. I think it's something that is part of our lexicon, actually going to those places. Should Kansas City have not sold a ticket to some of you, a Lions fan? I think franchises have actually done that at times. But it is obnoxious. I thought the most obnoxious thing is when the Lions would be out of the, any kind of playoff picture for all these years and fans would be showing up at Ford Field, Green Bay fans and, Bears fans. Those are, it's like the Bears, man. You're bad when the Bears fans are out drawing your fans in your home stadium. The Bears fans, ugh. The Packer fans, I don't think they're the worst people in the world, but they have a certain obnoxious way when they wear those foam cheese heads on their heads. 248-539-9797. Stoney and I once did a remote from Pontiac at the Walmart that was across the street from the Silverdome. We did it sitting in a bunch of snow in the middle of a lawn out in nowhere. And we spent a lot of time talking to these Packer fans with their cheese heads who thought, man, that we weren't idiots, that it was so cool we were broadcasting in the snow. 248-539-9797. I'm Pat Caputo. It's 97-1 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Hope you had a wonderful Memorial Day and a wonderful weekend. If you're driving back, be safe. And if you're just settling in, hey, let's talk a little sports. 248-539-9797. Ticket text is at the exact same number. Freddie, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Freddie?
What's up, Pat? How you doing?
Good, man. You call, you're on the air, man. It's real simple. It's Memorial Day week.
Thanks for having me. I'm waiting. I've been listening since you got on. I've been waiting for you to do your Jeff Rieger impersonation. He did you today. I figured you'd do him today.
Yeah, well, my Rieger impersonation, I'll give you one. It's like, hey,
Love Rieger. So
I love Rieger
anyways,
too, man. He reminds me,
of
Jerry Lewis in the telethon he used to have on Labor Day. So
I tell Jeff all the time, I wish you guys would do a show all the time together. Even though I love Bob on there, but you and Jeff would absolutely be 4 hours of total fun. Anyways, I called. I sent you a ticket text. The Tigers. I know they're
the pizza man, Freddie. There you go.
Yeah, I know they're kind of befuddling right now, but I want to get your opinion on the Tigers. You think Scott Harris should wait till the off season or next year to start making some move for veterans, or should it be doing something now to kind of keep this team in contention? And
yes, I think he should do something now. There's one thing that's obvious they should do. All their off-season plans, go under the best laid plans of mice and men, the old Steinbeck novel and all that. But I do think there's one thing that's obvious they should do that didn't work. You can't, Torque, you got to ride it out. Javi, you either got to what or get off the pot, and I have a feeling they're going to just what forever on that one. The disappointment of Parker Meadows not being able to hit, you got to see how that's going to pan out ultimately.
That's a bummer. That's a bummer.
And Cole Keith got off to a horrifically slow start, but there's some promise there now. But the one thing that was a strategic matter was not getting a professional hitter to be the DH because they wanted to have lineup flexibility. For A.J. Hinch to play mix and match. Well, they need somebody in the DH spot where Miggy was who can actually hit. And that's why when the offseason was, the one thing that I thought would make sense would be J.D. Martinez or somebody who could come in and get you some hits night after night out of the DH position. And they could do something like that now rather than waiting. Or try Justin Henry Malloy there because he really can't field good enough to justify a position on the field. But he does get on base and do the things that they want him to do when it comes down to strike zone control and discipline. So that's the one thing I would do right away, Freddie.
That's a good idea, and JD would have been perfect, even to platoon with Carpenter, and I just think the wonders that JD would have done for him.
But Freddie, the whole thing with Carpenter is possible DH is because Meadows isn't in center. They have Winslow Perez, who's helping them in the outfield, and that's been a real plus for them. But all their plans that they had, which I thought were good plans, but baseball, sometimes the plans don't work out, and then you have to adjust on the fly. Carpenter has got above average speed and a very strong throwing arm, and now he's getting better jumps on the ball, and he's one of their better players, so you really want him in the field. And they don't have a DH. This mix and match DH thing is just not working the way they thought.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. That Parker situation really messed things up. I had a lot of high hopes for him. I mean, even defensively, this kid is wonderful.
He's an incredible. He was a 0.0 WAR just based on his defense when he was hitting 100.
I go back to 2006, and the reason why I call is 2006. Obviously, no one thought they would win in '06, and I know they made a couple trades that year. One of them was for Sean Casey, a veteran that can hit.
Right.
Ironically, he was the only one to hit in the World Series. I almost feel like they need to get a bat like a Sean Casey.
Right.
Get him in the lineup.
That's right.
Your Malloy idea is not a bad idea because he's the right.
Well, if you're going to stick within the system, but a Sean Casey at a hitter in their lineup at DH, you know how much Sean Casey would help them right now.
Absolutely. It would be,
I mean, not the Sean Casey now you see on MLB Network, but the one back then.
Yeah, I want to see them in contention and let them. I know you said it last week. I think this team needs to get the feel of winning and being in games in August, September. That means something, and I think that'll do wonders for them next year. And Scott Harris could really, really just maybe shut up a lot of people and turn this thing around. So,
well, I appreciate it, Freddie. There's a couple of X factors here. And one of the X factors is Jace Young. Because Jace Young can hit. I mean, he can flat out hit. He really hasn't gotten on track at Toledo like he's capable of. We're talking about somebody first 700 at-bats in the minor leagues, hit 35 home runs, 36, drove in 120 runs. You know, OPS over 900. He was terrible his first year. He didn't have any power. His 12th overall pick in the draft, he flat out hit. Brothers, you know, was a star with Texas before he got hurt there. He's an X factor. Now, the problem with him, and, you know, watching the Toledo games, and it's like I said, I watch his at-bats. I don't spend nine innings watching every one of the Toledo games. There's other games on. There's other things. There's other parts of life. It's my job. I'm actually on the air a lot, so I go back and do that. I don't see the fielding much, but I saw the other day he threw a ball away, and and I've looked at his numbers at third base, and I don't have privy to the numbers that you would have in the major league level StatCast, and also the traditional numbers you'd see on Baseball Reference or Fangraphs or whatever on his fielding. But the old-fashioned fielding percentage number, which normally doesn't mean a lot, right? You know, you get the balls and do things. He's made 8 errors at third base in a limited amount of innings. I think it's like 230 innings, something like that. That's a lot of errors. He's played some at second base. He's made an error there. Second base is his natural position, but it tells me that he's not transitioned to third base the way they would want him, because the one thing you want with Jace Young, if he's at third base, you don't want him to necessarily have big numbers and baseball savant range and, you know, all these different things. But if a ball is hit to him and it's hit hard, but it's hit at him, catch the ball, throw the ball to first. Make the routine play. Then kill everybody with your friggin' bat, because it's really good, it appears. And I'm talking to Detroit sports fans. Dustin Foucault's here today. Dustin, man, remember when they took Spencer Torkelson in the draft?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you do. And there was a lot of hype about it, right?
There was.
Then when he hit all his home runs, what were you thinking?
I mean, me personally, I had my eye more on Riley Green, but everybody else was looking straight at Spencer Torkelson as being the guy.
Riley Green, another one, right?
Yeah.
Or you're okay.
Riley Green, I had huge expectations for.
Okay. Riley Green, Casey Mize, they drafted him. He came up. What were your thoughts?
I think it was maybe his first or second start with Toledo. He pitched a no-hitter. I thought he was going to be the reincarnation of Justin Verlander.
Yeah, Erie, first start. Erie. Yeah. Now, you've heard about all those guys. Now they're here. What are you thinking?
I still have hopes for Casey Mize.